Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I'm happy to be here. Today is Sunday, and it is January the 2nd, 2022. And this day represents the first day of us resuming the weekly Major Society book study. And today's book of choice and instruction is The Paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. This is a book by the Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. And this is an excellent book that goes into detail about the two paths of life, one life dealing with strengthening the vrittis and one dealing with lessening the vrittis. If you guys were with me last night, we did have quite a discussion about vrittis and what they are, how they're caused, and why it's important to manage them, the different types of vrittis and all that good stuff. So there we go. Everything seems to be in working order. I like this book, and it's a pretty easy read, and if you are somebody who reads pretty quickly and you find that you're able to go ahead and knock this book out in an hour, by all means do so. I just know that some people don't have as much time as others, and that's not a realistic thing. But if it is for you, I highly recommend going through the entire book and reading along with some of the Kabbalah books as well. Such a great day. Orange soda, peace, my friend. Cradle of humankind, peace, peace. Sky L, peace. Jim Thorne, greetings. Sweet dreams. Serious Suit 888, peace, my friend. Court Singh, peace. Sunshine Chick, always good to see you. Serious Suit, if you don't have the link, my friend, it is posted. Anu Kemkus 7, peace. By the way, anybody who has feeling like they want to join the discussion, if you read the chapter and you want to talk about it, then by all means click the link. I posted it in the members tab of the YouTube channel. By all means join. It's a good day. I went to the store, because I'm doing this thing in the morning times where I go out for a walk as soon as I wake up. And apart from getting some sunlight and some fresh air, I also use that as a time to focus on gratitude. I like to spend that walk just thinking about everything that I'm grateful for, including the peace and the freedom that I have to do whatever I want without anybody telling me, you've all had parents and social structures and all these other people telling you how to live. Just thinking about all the different things that I'm grateful for, the peace, the calm, just the ability to do what I want to do. It's an amazing thing, and you really appreciate it when you have not had it for a long time. Anyways, I made it to the store, and I'm standing in line with a big smile on my face because life is good. And the guy asked me if I'm LARPing. I thought that was funny because I don't think I've been asked that one before. He asked if I was LARPing. I said no. I asked if he was LARPing. I don't think he caught my joke, but he got a smile on his face, and I could see that he went into his own mini trance as he would tell me about how when he lived in Savannah, he used to go LARPing. I never got into that, so I don't know what exactly that is, but I asked if it was associated with any game or anything, and he's like, no, we used to do the medieval times and, dress up like medieval stuff. But you can always tell when someone is going into trance. Hypnosis and all that kind of stuff, it's not as difficult as you would think. I mean, it's actually really simple. If you just watch and pay attention, you can see when someone goes into trance and it's going into your inner world and it's you being locked into your own universe. Not locked as in like, I can't get out, but you start to close off the external world and you go within. You go within and you allow your unconscious to play a movie. And I was watching his, face change as he relived the memories. And I can tell, like, if this were years ago when I was very insecure and he was like smiling, I would have thought that he was making fun of me. He's like, judging me and all this other stuff. This goes to show how much we project our insecurities on people. He wasn't laughing at me. He was remembering when he used to, go out of the house wearing flowing robes and shit like that. It was a good memory for him. Now, had I been insecure, I would have ruined that and we might have had some beef. But instead of me talking about myself, I was able to kind of pull out more of the things that made him feel good about himself. And this is essentially how you work with trance as a healing tool. You don't tell people what to do. You allow them to bring out what makes them happy. And you expand on that. I think it's a wonderful thing to be able to do those things so efficiently. Mia Moore, greetings. The link is okay. If you're on the YouTube channel, look on my actual channel itself and you'll see where it says like home, videos, playlists. It'll also say community tab. If you click on the community tab, there's a post that I made and the post has the link to join. Matter of fact, you should already have the link from the class. Just join that same link. And yeah, that goes for anybody who has joined. You can join this chat by doing so. Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, there's a small lesson in that, I suppose. Uh, people aren't always judging you like you think they are. Sometimes people are just in their own heads. Even if they're staring at you, sometimes they're zoned out. So don't be so insecure. Greetings, Moby. Good to see you. Silent Observer, Shalom. Toby 878. Peace, peace. Nicole Berkeley. Greetings, greetings. Oh, somebody sent me some pictures. I wasn't expecting that. I'm gonna send you the link, Christy. Give me just a second. Check the website. I'm gonna send it to you there. That seems to be the easiest place. I know I have you on Instagram, but I don't remember your name off the top of my head. Chill. MC Maestro, greetings, my friend. I've got to get that book that you posted, that Rich Dad Poor Dad. I think I have it somewhere. I just never read it. That's yeah, there seems to be some really good content in there. MC Maestro, you know what really pays off? That clean mantra. That man, yeah, that clean is pretty serious. Not that I do that kind of thing anymore because, Yvonne McCoy, greetings. Okay, so yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the first chapter of this book because the story that's told is a perfect metaphor for what's going on with our soul journey as souls experiencing incarnated reality. You know what I'm saying? How are you today, Christy?
Shoot. Very good. Sorry. I'm a little discombobulated here today. So thank you for sending me the link. Is this the normal link that we had from the class?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm just gonna fall back for a moment and gather myself and listen. Thank you.
No problem.
What's up, Ted?
What's going on, Serious Suit? How are you?
Chilling. Like you said, it's a great day. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And I hate to be cheesy, but man, whenever I start off my day with gratitude and just Thanksgiving, the rest of the day just follows suit. It just seems to be that way. I find myself telling people, in my physical reality, like as soon as I see them or when we're leaving, just remember to find something to be grateful for. It's just starting to become a habit because it's like a free gift. You don't have to pay anything for gratitude. And furthermore, a lot of the evils and demons that we encounter are often attracted to us by our negative attitudes.
Yeah. Definitely been feeling that, man.
Yeah. I just always remember that it's impossible to be depressed and it's impossible to be upset when you're holding gratitude in your heart. Those two things cannot coexist. I've always heard that, and it makes more sense after what I read in Power versus Force.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. You're making me, because I'm just like I was a little discombobulated, getting my tea together and all this other shit, But I'm here, and dude, oh my god, fucked my mind last couple of days. Nice, man.
Yeah.
And like you said, the people that's like you said, life is. My grandpa tells me, you're too blessed for stress,
Too blessed for stress.
I tell people, how you doing today? Most people, I'm all right. I always like to give something good. I'm amazing.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
And they be like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, they look at you like a little confused for like 3 seconds. And they're like, wait, what does he mean he's fucking amazing? I'm like, I'm amazing. But like you say, you gotta be you're too blessed for stress. And if you look at life like that, like you said, even this book, it's so funny. Life is a journey, I definitely would say. It's so, and I take everybody, take a step back and say, just breathe, please. Because there's so much going on. Your Ritties are getting fucked up right now. Like, they're getting punched in the face every second. I don't know what you will call it. I'm very over exaggerated type of person, I guess you call it. I'm very but at the same time, your Ritties are getting thrown around up and down on a roller coaster throughout the worlds and the days that we live in this time.
Right.
In that book, that freaking story, which I had the book, I have my Ritties are even every day. I gotta go to work, do mundane muggle stuff, So I didn't have, and just I heard it was even beautiful just getting up early. I get off of work at 1 o'clock. I don't go to bed till like 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes, So when you even said that, I was like, damn, I was already getting my tea ready because I knew what's happening, And I'm like, damn, let me get myself together to change the things that I do in my day-to-day life, because you got all these things happen. I'm like, damn, like you talking about going to the store and me getting my tea is the same thing. And I'm just trying to do something small to be different, to change the action of how we think about the world. I'm like, I don't want to get up,
Yeah.
But dude, that book, the first chapter, The Pathway of Pravritti and Nivritti, I think we got some feedback going on.
Sorry, I'm trying to set my iPad. Is it working? Sorry.
Oh.
Maybe not. Let me mute it.
I think it sounds cool, but unfortunately I can't really understand. Am I frozen?
Nah, you good.
Okay, cool.
I just can't. I couldn't hear her. I thought something like static or something.
Peace,
But yeah,
friend.
dude. Pravritti and Nivritti is that chapter. Hits home to a lot of things if people realize it.
Yes.
It lines up with everything almost.
I don't think they could have made a better metaphor. Framestar Films says, "Hi, Trav fam. The first chapter reminded me of the song Hotel California." Yeah. Yeah. Very much so. And like I said, it's a perfect metaphor for life and for what we're experiencing. Like, we're in the world, but not of the world. You know, the Bible told us that.
What I likened that of was, it's so funny how everything lines up. How the Matrix movie just came out, and I like watching movies and looking at it from a metaphysical view sometimes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And yo, dude was living in the Matrix, living in that hotel.
Oh, I didn't see the movie.
In general, though, the Matrix, you know, the Matrix was the hotel that Mr.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I was like, well, goddamn. Huh. Isn't that interesting? He was caught into the world.
And then we've got this room. Mm-hmm. That's the body, is like the hotel room that we're in. Mm. Naturally nature. Peace. Moldvox. Salutations. Alora, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Trav. How are you doing?
Splendid. That's the word I've been using lately. Splendid.
Ooh, that's nice. Cool, man.
Malik says awesome. I'm going with splendid for now.
Peace, Laura.
What have you all been talking about?
Hotels.
Yeah, hotels, definitely.
I just had an experience with Earth Hotel kind of as we speak. This morning, I won't be able to stay on for too long today, but so I've been doing a lot of like money magic, and I had thought that I had hit the jackpot. So I found this broker that I thought was like fucking legit and awesome. And like conclusions still haven't come out, but I'm leaning more towards, oh shit, I just got scammed. Yeah. But what's interesting is like, so this morning really came out that like, oh, like I think I just got scammed. And the old reactions wanted to come up of like, man, I'm going to cry. I'm never going to get freedom. Like I'm never going to be able to get out of here, this kind of thing. And as I was thinking that, I remembered that chapter that we read about the Earth Hotel and the staff and desire in particular. And it helped me kind of reassess. And there was something within me that was like, don't react. Like, don't react to this today. Like, you may be out of your money and all that kind of stuff, but your options are still there. You need to look beyond the desire. You need to look beyond the staff of this hotel and remember your journey. Mm-hmm. And so as I was kind of going through these motions of like, fuck, you know, there was also like that there was something else that was telling me like, just be cool. If this isn't your path, there's always another path. Like you're never stuck to one thing. You are meant for something else then. You are still on your journey. There is something else. that you need to see beyond this. Utilize this as a tool. This is a good time for you to utilize your tools and not become dependent on the staff, right? And so I like just kind of like was like, instead of crying or whatever, I was like, cool, that I'm meant for something else. And I went to the store because I'm doing deep cleaning at my house today. And while I was at the store, this girl who I had been doing massage on in September, she was a massage therapist and we were doing trades. And then after September, when I gave her a massage, like I didn't hear from her for a while because she got married and all that kind of stuff. I run into her at Target and I was like, people? And she's like, oh, and she starts telling me about how since September, when I gave her that massage, it released so much stuff. It was amazing. And that she had been really boosting my reputation around town. And she actually has a client lined up for me now for massage. And she's like, we're going to help you get your business started. We're going to help you with this income stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't even tell her what I had been through this morning. Like it was just automatically another door opened, but I had to not react. When she asked me how I was doing, I said I was doing all right. And if I had, and I just like, I'm thinking to myself, like if I had kept it at like, I just got screwed over, all this horrible stuff happened, blah, 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 I would have stayed stuck in this like guilt-ridden, shameful energy. And I may not have been, my ears may not have been open to this amazing opportunity that all of a sudden fell in my lap. So like, that's been my morning so far. But yeah, it, like that first chapter really helped my perspective when it came to like seeing as like the earth is a hotel and we are visitors here, but we don't have to be dependent on the hotel. We don't have to be dependent on the staff. Like we still have a journey and we got to remember that. So then no matter what experiences we go through, what we deem as good or bad, it's just an experience. We still have our path. And as long as we can maintain our frame and move through it, there's always going to be opportunity present there. There's always going to be a guide there to help us get back on what we need to be doing. We just can't be so dependent on, like I know for myself, I can't be so dependent on my specific experiences. I need to, like one thing that I've been cultivating is learning from these experiences, no matter what they are, using them for my benefit always, never just being stuck in them. So,
And notice
yeah,
how
I'm really,
calm
go
down.
ahead.
Notice how he and you had to not be so agitated by misunderstanding and, misexcitement and Mr. craziness and drama in order to see the guide. Couldn't even realize the guide while he was having all this fun.
Right. Like, exactly. I could have been totally swept away by the experience instead of taking a step back and just be the observer and be like, all right, well, lesson learned. Okay, that happened. What's next? Where are we going to go now? I'm still heading out of the hotel. I'm still leaving. Yeah, I'm just going with the flow, man. And that made all the difference. So
that's awesome. Yeah.
Remember during the tower shooting? Oh, this is deep. Oh, fuck, gotta draw this up. Damn. Remember when we were going through tower shooting? And we were talking about the tatwas and how the tatwas come and flow and they change the influence of the tides of things,
Mm-hmm.
That was like, oh, that girl just happened to her where something very similar came up with the money situation and getting like scammed. She was trying to buy it. This is so, it's so deep. Wow. I'm realizing some situations because you were talking and everything you said kind of just happened to me like on the 31st. Oh, no. On last Sunday, whatever just happened. And my girl, she got scammed out of a PlayStation 5 through Instagram. You know how she's like not into the social media. But you know how they throw that shit up. And I'm like, I told her like months before, I was like, be careful. All that shit, because you'll get easily scammed out of that stuff. And then later down, a couple of days ago, she was trying to get a little PlayStation 5 for her brother, you know. And I was like, oh, that's what's up. And she told me afterwards, she's like, I spent the money already. I'm like, whoa, well, I hope everything goes well. Because, you know, she didn't tell me. She just did it. Comes to pie, the guy just beat her out for money, you know, regular situation that she was talking about. I'm like, all right, well, let's just be optimistic about the situation. So a couple of days later, I'm coming down and I come home from work, right? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, you know, like Travis talks about the, like, you know, playing Apex and all that stuff. I use my Xbox. I'm on my Xbox right now through like Zoom and whatnot. So if my Xbox go down, I can't use half other things to do in my life because I use that for like a major source of just like the internet, you know, using back and forth. And the shit broke. Now I could have been like, oh, my heart, oh, my Xbox, oh, and lost totally. And it happened before when it happened. And I was like, oh, you know, I could have been so upset, so out of control. Like, oh, my Xbox, I can't do shit. Fuck this, fuck that, you know? But I was like, you know what? Life's good. It's beautiful. I had a successful day at work. I did beyond what I was asked to do. You know, I'm moving forward in life and everything. I said, the Xbox is whatever. I tried to turn it on. I did a couple of problem solving solutions. I didn't cry. You know what I mean? I didn't like cry, obviously, but, you know, bitch and complain and moan and groan and be upset with life because of Xbox. You know? So I was like, fuck that. You know, I'm just going to enjoy my day, watch TV, you know? And the next day, something comes up and I have a friend ask, he's like, yo, something really traumatic happened in their life. So I was just like, you know what, dude, I'm not usually the person to give out money, but I gave out money, you know? Little behold, a couple seconds later, I just pretty much, I was trying to get an Xbox. This is just how I realized, and it's such a trivial, dumb story, I feel like, but I've realized that if you just don't let your emotions come into play to things and have control over yourself, have control over what you are doing and assess the data and the situation of day to day, every second, and have, like you said, more and more data. Everything's about data right now, you know? Data. I could put out 5 TV shows talking about data right now, strictly. So if we can assess ourselves, assess our emotions, assess everything else, and take a step back from reality, we're Mr. Hotel or the hotel. You know, these cheetahs and all this stuff, it gets deep. Yeah. I don't want to gun, but go ahead.
The Vrittis keep on spinning.
Yes. Yeah, that's funny, dude.
Man, oh man. Gotta love the hotel. I mean, they did a damn good job.
And that's why I liken that to the Matrix. Because you correlate the two, you'll understand a lot easier for people who don't.
I have to say, Amar, that's a pretty epic beard.
Thank you, bro. How you been? I just want to say what's up. I'm not at work right now, but it's slow as fuck, so I can hop on.
Right on, right on.
But yeah, thank you. I'm growing it out, to be honest. I'm gonna see how long I'm gonna get it.
I don't think mine's going much further than this.
Lamar's coming through looking like a assassin. The real one, not the assassin, but the assassin. You know what I'm saying?
Assassin, yeah.
With the H's.
I got you.
Peace, Django.
It's good to see everybody's happy.
Yeah.
It felt good, the new shift. Right now it's about observation, like Malik said, it's about data. me being wise enough to know that everybody downloads data at a different speed, at a
Mhm.
different rate, and we all on different steps on this Jacob's ladder, so to speak. That we all are on a individual path that is real to each individual. So some people got to realize, as Malik said, that right now you got so much data that you can download. You got to be very careful. You got to be very wise what you allowing to be downloaded, because it may be something that you don't need. It may be something that's useless to you. It may sound deep, it may be tasty, and it may be good and all of that, but it may be not useful. So some people got to realize that at a particular point where they are in life, it's not, they should be past uh, consistently downloading data through the ahamkara. They should be to a point where they realize that this vessel is a sense organ. That's all it fucking does. You're gonna constantly um you're gonna constantly be in what we term a struggle. But what's termed a struggle, was termed a debate, an argument, anger, fear, or even how you spoke shame and guilt. You know what I'm saying? That's really from the perspective of the individual. That's how they choose to label it.
Yeah.
I've begun to start seeing things as everything teaches me something. There is no struggle in my life. I'm totally at peace in everything. If I was I'm learning to be, if I was to be set on fire, I'm gonna burn in peace. I'm gonna burn, and I'm not gonna be afraid. I'm not even gonna take that into the next transition. You understand what I'm saying? So it's important
Yeah.
that we don't continuously download data. You know, I know, and when I just came in, I heard you guys speaking something about the Matrix. To me, the new Matrix is completely whack. You know what I'm saying? But I
Trash.
get it. I get it. But
Trash.
I also like to watch good movies, and it wasn't a well put together good movie. But as far as what the data, or what we would term information, or the screenplay, the script, I get what they were doing. I get what they were saying, but we just got to be careful with how we ingesting it, because they consistently
Um,
want us in a position of they don't want us to be a bird that flies. Well, what, maybe I should say this. When I say they, the advertisers, script writers, movie makers, directors, producers, publishers, all of that stuff, entertainment, Hollywood, blah blah blah, music, they don't want us to be empowered. They want us to constantly be in a baby state, where they put the nipple in our mouth. They want us to be,
Yeah.
that's how they want this body, because it's manipulatable. This body is malleable. Even though it's earth, it's shapeable, because it's also water. So they know how to manipulate us with all the things that we like. You know what I mean? So we just got to be to the point where, is what I'm saying personally. It's like I enjoy a reset, and that's basically when we say Happy New Year. You know how you had all the naysayers waiting for us to say Happy New Year, so they can jump in and say, well, the real New Year is not until March. Like that's a part of the pattern in people of life. Some
Yeah.
people are slugs, some people are worms, some people are moles, some people are cheetahs. Everybody's representative of whatever particular vibe and energy that they demonstrate, because we only demonstrate creation. So once you realize that you're nothing but a demonstration of the creator creation, then nothing should make you upset. Nothing should piss you off, because it's just like, yo, that's life, you know?
I like that illustration. The fact that every energy is present all the time in different degrees and proportions, and the fact that it's almost demonstrative of a level of understanding when you acknowledge that, and you don't get upset because something exists. If you get upset because something exists, I mean, that shows an imbalance inside, you know. Just like what you mentioned, I don't have with the worms and the slugs, cheetahs. There's some animals that I may not like, but I have no reason getting upset because they exist. All energy must be represented.
Hmm.
And it's not even see, that's the whole thing too, that I can speak from my experience. I'm to the point where I'm when I said the words when I said these words, some people are like slugs. Some people are not. I'm not saying it disrespectfully. I don't even see a slug in my mind. That's what I'm saying, that we got to begin to be mature enough that even when a word is data, words are data. So when that word comes in, you're not triggered by old definitions of it. It's the energy of what we see being manifested as a slug. That's what I'm saying. Not the nasty thing we used to put salt on it and see it bubble. No, the very quintessence of what a slug is. You will see. Now that's what people are. Some people are sluggish, and that's why we use the word what? Sluggish. That's their rate of internal data absorption. That's what we mean when 23 million miles is the travel rate of the earth. So some people are not traveling that in their minds. So they are consistently being stimulated by someone or something else to form them into another personality. So that's what you're breaking with this information. And my book don't come. My book comes around the 20th of January. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I had a whole thing. They returned the money back to me, but then they sent the book. Like, I don't think I even paid for the book. I think they took a long time to send it. They gave me my money back. Then eventually I saw the book was coming, and now you know how you can check the tracking. It's still like it's out there. I guess it's in the metaverse. I got to go to the metaverse to get it this time.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
it's got to materialize.
It has to
3D.
materialize, yeah. But yeah, man, it's good that
I think that makes like
realize
four
right
of y'all.
now, huh?
I think that makes like four of y'all with something bizarre happened to the book.
Yeah, because
Laura
I
got
was
her
hearing
stolen.
Laura said her book was stolen.
Who steals books?
What? Maybe the people who they didn't have my book, so the company went and stole her book, and then they're mailing that one to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm sure they get confused when they see these sudden bursts of interest in these books.
They are, but it's
Somebody
good.
gets confused. Somebody.
It's good. Think about what the papacy, meaning Rome, and when their bishops started reporting back to them, these people are not listening to us anymore. They're into something. They've found something primitive, and they're not dependent on what we're offering them. They're, they're saying they're going to do it themselves, and they're not going to pay us. That's the information. That's the same information going on. Nothing ever fucking changes, Trav. We're the same rogues. We're rogues. The Pope and bishops would burn us for not going to church no more.
And teaching heresy.
Mathematics, as we know it, adding things up and being able to deduce different factual examples of things through mathematics was once an act to get you murked back in them days. So think about now, we're doing particular things, we're reading particular sciences, and then like you just said, now the books on Amazon be like, yo, there's a resurgence of people buying a lot of Vedic information, because that's going to be your foundation of every other thing that you're going to think that you're applying to yourself. You're really just getting your shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the same. It's the same thing. The same thing that happened in the 1700s the 1500s when certain Europeans got dissatisfied with the Catholic monarchy in England and started these their, you know what I'm saying, their Martin Luther's and Protestant movements and all of that type. That's enlightenment. It just shifts in different channels, because that's what that's why we have to apply the tree of life, because the tree of life is pathways. That's the real thing. Which pathway are you going to take to get to your enlightenment? Is it going to be Protestant, Methodism? Is it going to be Samkhya? is it going to be Jnana? What is it going to be?
Yes.
What resonate with you?
And see, that's what I like. That's what I'm learning. It doesn't matter what path. What matters is that you involve yourself with it. Like I've been watching church lately. I'm starting to get like this newfound passion for church again. I was watching Pastor Jamal Bryant. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him. Watching his stuff. And you know what? Honestly, you could really just interchange the words. They're not, these Christians, at least him and certain pastors, they're not talking about anything really different. It's just you have to understand what level they're talking on and who they're talking to, right? Of course, they're not going to be talking about no damn Jnana yoga, but they're talking in terms of the language of the people they're addressing, but it's the same spiritual science.
You said it like 2 weeks ago. You said it's about the language. You have to understand the language. And that's again, we have to begin to think. See, this is a new year. My thing for this year, I ain't waiting for neophytes. You better if you don't get it, then you get out the way. You understand what I'm saying? That's me. You remember I used to always say Travis nicer than me. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I talk like this. This is who I am. So what I'm saying is we should be wiser in utilizing the data. We're not just, well, I'll say for me personally, I do not need to consistently anymore in my vibration of existence need to download any more fucking data. I got enough data, information, techniques, tools to manifest what I need until I fucking don't need to be physical no more. It ain't no need to go to nobody else and be like, yo, I was watching this dude and he said, fuck that. I'm good.
Yeah.
We should be good. We should be mature. Every system of whatever you want to call it, spiritual science, occult, whatever, mystery, all of them, you have to get to a point of maturity. And like you said 2 weeks ago, it's about the language. It's not the verbal auditory put together of letters into words. It's knowing what frequency to vibrate at that triggers this other individual or individuals to vibrate at the same frequency, so you can have a dialogue with each other that's can be absorbed on a micro level, not just information that makes us feel good. Because that's where we've been. A lot of us we really been feeling good about shit, which is an obstacle. Which is once you study enough of the Vedic information, how you've been presenting it, you'll begin to realize like, oh shit, it's basically everything has been making me feel good. So that's where my comfort zone is. So once I go to something else and it starts intellectually fingering me, and I'm feeling good and ecstasy and all of that, I don't even absorb it to the point of utilization. I just want to keep feeling good. And we wonder why it don't work. And we wonder why we keep being knocked off of our frame. Basically, when you say maintain your frame, what you saying is standing on your square. You can't fucking take me off of my fucking 60 degrees perpendicular. I'm not at a fucking dead level. And that's what it was in masonry that I had when I went through that initiatory ancient system, what we call masonry, Freemasonry. That's the shit you taught. Nigga, you fucking Howard Biff, dead, nigga. They tried to revive you, not happening. But then eventually you fucking rose again from a dead level to a living perpendicular. So that's what we should be constantly doing. And if you reach the level of maturity where you operating on your square, you maintaining your frame, and ain't nobody can knock you off of that. Because that's you should be on your Tai Chi game. You should be on your all your martial arts. First thing you gotta learn is stance, how to hold your balance, how to maintain, as you say, your phrase is maintain your frame. So going forward, you just came right into this new year straight up with some powerful. First, you let in because maybe you made it now. I might have missed it because you came in with the lateral lights. Then you can't is it the lateral lights, correct?
Yes.
You came in with that. Then you went straight. Then you started breaking down. You introduced power versus force. Then now you went straight into this one. You understand what I'm saying? If people aren't getting it and using it, yo, get out of here, man. There is so many other groups that can make you feel good and pump you up to be like, yo, you're doing awesome. Man, you a god, and yeah, man, you on God level. You Super Saiyan. Let them boost you up like that. But over here, nigga, ain't nobody boosting fakery.
Just lay it out for you. Where you
Dude, you pretty much gave a yellow brick road to the fucking to the Oz and other ways. Niggas want to go over there in the poppy field, all type of paths you didn't lay down. If you're not utilizing it in this new season, because like I said, the New Year Gregorian, if you want to get all into that shit is nothing but a reset. It's basically business. You know what I'm saying? The Gregorian calendar nowadays, the modern calendar as we know, that's just a business cycle.
Mhm.
It don't got nothing to do with moon, lunar, planting, and you know what I'm saying? That's the farmer. You got to go to the farmer's almanac for that.
Yeah. Real quick, everybody in the chat, go ahead and smash that like button if you haven't already. If you like this video and you want to see more content like this, go ahead and hit the like button. That's what YouTube requires as data to let YouTube know that this type of information is what you want to see.
And they getting ready to change. I'm a fine print reader. You understand what I'm saying? I never sign contracts without reading. So if you take time and you read through what's coming, how many of us read that email when they send it to you? In the new year, we're going to be changing our policies for YouTube. How many read that? Yo, they getting ready to make they watching you. They watching us. They watching, but you know why? Because the Federal Reserve want their peace. Somebody got to pay me. You understand what I'm saying? It's like Frank White saying in King of New York, if a nickel bag is sold in the park, I want in. I don't care if you can giving me $250 out of that, man. That's what they're saying. So with the whole thing, as we grow, that's why nothing ever changes, and all elements represent the next element, and they all can be transformed. You got to know the quintessence of why, not just be stimulated of the situation happening, but understand the very essence of what is it demonstrating, and to me, what is the quantifiable mathematic science that's being thrown at me through this light vibration that I need to learn. So so things like that be relevant, because we utilize a lot of these systems, and we want to be wise enough to know that the games we play. So if we consider ourselves magi, then we shouldn't be duped by other fucking magi's. That comes with the territory too. As you try to elevate, somebody ain't feeling your elevate. It's like a doppelganger.
Mm.
I'm not even gonna say nothing. That's for a whole nother day. But that's, you know what I'm saying. We gotta, just to go back to what I really saying. You laying down the foundation for everything that person needs, especially with and a lot of people kept them books to themselves, especially
Mhm.
Power versus Force. It's a lot. You can develop a whole system from that book.
Yeah. Hell, even just that chapter could be extrapolated some more.
You can.
But yeah, the book has even more like a lot of stuff I talk about with how when you accumulate, you've heard me say this before, you accumulate a lot of data and then patterns start to arise. And then from those patterns, you can kind of get a bigger glimpse. All that's in the first portion of the book.
Yeah. Laid out. It's laid out for you. I love it, man. I woke up into January 1st and without thinking about that I'm happy, I woke up already in that essence.
Yeah.
That's the essence that I woke up in. You know why? Because I've matured enough now and I've done enough self-analyses through the process, through the techniques obtained and learned from Vedic information, applying it with other information I already had, whether it be Stoicism, just westernized, just being focused. I realize now that that's what the true nature of somebody who operates at a God level is indifferent to things. You're never triggered by any example of something in front of your eyes, whether it smells, whether it doesn't look good to you, whether it doesn't sound good to you, whether it doesn't taste good to you. If you drink a fucking cup of vinegar hot, you don't even have a facial expression.
Vinegar hot.
Nothing should be triggering you. People are triggered all the time, Trav, because you know what comes with self-analyses and doing all of this shit that we doing. If you sincerely been doing this shit, you extra sensitive to other people's fuckery. You sense their lies and deceit and their weaknesses, their strengths. You vibe, because I don't know what other words to really say so our brains could comprehend together. But it's the vibration that they give off, no different than you can take gauges to put in your electrical socket and test that, how much ohms is coming out of an electrical product. You can touch your finger on it and it triggers the numbers to go off because you have an electricity operating through your body. So if that's actual facts, then you know that your electricity mixed with another electricity, as we call it, vibing, frequency, Netflix and chill and all. That's electrical energy. Once you start cleansing, shooting, and I'm only speaking to, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm only speaking to those who doing that shit for real, for real. Nigga, you been motherfucking fasting and what's the word, Trav, that when you do deep cleansing of your internal, it's a Sanskrit word, deep cleansing of your bowels and doing a neti pot and shit like that is a part of it. You know what I'm saying? All of it's a word that they use for deep. Basically, it's deep cleansing. So when we cleanse ourselves through time with Shuddhi, that's spiritual cleansing. Or we clean ourselves through whatever particular dharana practice. We're cleansing our chakra system, our padmis, the lotus flowers in ourselves, or the nerve plexus. We're cleansing those so that they become more refined with electrical frequency, which is also prana. Prana is electricity, to use another word for it. It's called, they say it's air, but what does lightning travel through? Travels through air. It ionizes the atmosphere to where it's all the other elements are there, so it sparks, because lightning is also what? It's light and it's heat. And what is light and heat? Fucking fire. And what does lightning tell you what's happening? There's some precipitation somewhere. So the elements are always there, and it's demonstratable. They're all the examples. So once we begin to analyze ourselves through that, and we follow each process sincerely, yo, you don't have problems with people. You don't have people coming into your frequency. You don't meet the terminologies of being toxic and what's your toxic trait and that's toxic, that's a flag. None of that shit don't apply to you.
Red flag.
You vibrate above that. That's not your sphere. That's not your atmosphere. You should be in your own space, your own akash. Because the tools are laid the fuck out. It ain't no more, yo, man, we in 2022. And we're really in a more man, I'm not even going into that when it comes to getting into the dates and all of that shit. But we are in a advanced
Fire.
We're in an advanced space right now, man.
Connor Black in the chat. Greetings.
Shot
He
karma.
said the word shot karma.
Yes, that's it. Those. You can get rid of high blood pressure. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna give some information about myself. I had high blood pressure for years, stress for years, based off of my experience and interactions through the 1990s. You understand what I'm saying? Throughout my life experiences, it gave me high blood pressure, hypervigilance and shit. Always ready to. I'll give it to you whatever way you want. So I had so it was only it was a part of my dharma and karma to go through that, but also to refine myself to get out of that and not identify myself with that. You know, it was everything that was of a low vibratory energy. We sometimes we can be proud of that. There used to be a time when I was proud and liked to go outside at midnight on New Year's and shoot every gun that I had. Now that shit is foolish, and you see the foolishness from wise eyes now. You know what I'm saying? So we all gotta cleanse ourselves from our own personal low level vibratory frequencies and shit, because that's the only thing that is supposed to occupy our attention. Is self elevation, and that comes with a lot of different techniques that you have to use to keep the Antakarana operating where it needs to be. So when you start operating on these high frequencies, none of that shit don't apply to you. And you know that, Trav. You ain't got no problems with nobody. Like, and you practice. I think some people might forgot, Trav. You've been fucking with magic for years. Goetic magic, like you was fucking with dark magic. So we don't lose that a part of us. We just refined it. You've refined it into another place. So people who practice magic, and I be noticing this pattern, like they always got beef with somebody.
Yeah.
Like they always gotta say, "Come for me," and I'm my ancestors. I purposely put up a screenshot of my DNA chart that I got, right? I'm cut up into so many different pieces. Well, I can't just claim no African ancestors. So now So now I think now when a person say they venerating the ancestors, which one? The Irish motherfuckers you got?
Yeah.
But you can also know as a practicing and wise occultist, yes, you can. They have a magic. Europeans do have a magical system,
Yep. Yep.
which is called Goetia, which is called Western. Most of the magic that we've learned, especially when you talk about Wicca and all of that shit, is westernized magic that we can all have access to. So once we do self analysis and evolve and begin to vibrate each one of our chakra system, a lot of people think they have had third eye openings, which they really never had. They not having a third eye opening. They still in the Muladhara and the Swadhisthana, which those are intelligences as well. And what does they do? They ground you, and it also enlivens you to experiences that may appear to be deep and dope and my third eye open. Nah, you just had a high dopamine fix.
Right. Right.
I'm not dissing it. I'm speaking to from a like we got to begin to think like scientists. It's not an attack, you know.
Yo, Gerald Sombart. Greetings, bro. Haven't seen you in a while. But absolutely, there's it's, lately, even with the Vedic information, I've been looking at how important it is to slice up what it is that I think I know and make sure that I understand it. I was listening to an entrepreneur by the name of Myron Golden, and one of his old videos that I have found where he's talking about procrastination and anxiety and a lot of the reasons why people get frustrated and procrastinate. And a good way to look at it is when we approach a subject, we approach the whole thing and we get frustrated because we quickly realize that we don't know what the hell we're doing. Everything just looks so cloudy. So he said that this happens because when you look at the whole picture and you zoom in, you see there's different compartments. In order to do the whole picture, you've got to understand D. To understand D, you got to understand C. To understand C, you've got to understand B. You've got to understand A. And when you look at it, you don't really know what A is, right? You know that, okay, we'll have to collect these things, but you don't know what those things are. You know a little bit about B, a little bit about C, a little bit about D, and you find that the reason you're getting overwhelmed is because you don't understand the parts fully. So when you zoom in and you make sure that you understand the parts, that takes away a lot of the anxiety that is causing procrastination. Because when you talk to somebody, it's like, hey, so yeah, I'm basically studying yoga. Oh, I know what that is. You don't know what that is. You've heard the word before and you have an idea in your head from your previous experiences, but you don't say that you know what that is.
Yeah.
That's part of the issue. When we see something, we quickly generalize and we have this cloudy assumption, and our foundation is built of cloudy assumptions. And then when it comes time to do action, we get frustrated, or we fake the funk, or we do all the little funky things that we do that prove that we don't know what we're talking about. So instead of really bashing people for not understanding, I'm realizing that what's needed is clarification. So when I look at entries such as this chapter of power versus force, it's not that people are stupid. It's not that people are, incapable or inferior or not worthy. Some people are literally stuck because they don't understand what it means to be unstuck.
Good drive. That's why we gravitate to you. You give a very good example. You speak the language of the people. You understand what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. And we all have been searching for systems of how to break it down into components so we can use it how you just said. It's no different than when you begin to understand what is it, the three doshas, vata, pitta, and kapha. You will begin to understand that they represent dry, hot, and heavy, light and intense, fluid, dense, smooth, rough. Those are our personality traits. That's when you can begin to understand people. They demonstrate things, or they act a certain way, or we call it, why you got an attitude like that? That's because they're operating through kaf. They're operating through pita. They're operating through these doshas, which we know goes back to the tattvas and all of this. They don't. So if a person don't know how to explain those systems, or explain to break down the antakarana into the componentry of the machine, so you can know how it works, you will keep going through this mental mind whirlwind and go. That's why people go from thing to thing to thing to thing, because they're actually searching for definition of self. They're searching for something that breaks them down into the small components that they can take it one piece at a time. It's like putting a puzzle together. You can't just take a whole handful of puzzles and just like they're all going to be put together as soon as you lay it down. No,
Yeah.
you're going to have to develop a system from these puzzles and shit. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to, some people start at the edges.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's find all the edges in here.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And then the next thing you do, okay, here's a corner. So a puzzle is, you might be the person who starts it off in the top left corner. Then you may have a piece that you didn't put together. It ain't even connected yet, but you got to just sit inside of the component. That's what the human body is. It's a puzzle. So if you don't know how to take it apart, like you got to think like a kid. Like if anybody who had a hobby, women, all the sisters, go back in your mind when you was a little girl, when you used to play with if you're a mother, look at your child playing with something and remember yourself as a child playing that same way. That's how you have to break yourself down into the components of how you operate. Because of particular parts of our personality as an adult, still we demonstrate it through the adult, but it's a demonstration from a child. There's certain things that we've been doing the same way since we was 3 years old. We still doing it.
Right. Especially looking at psychology and how it tells us that the child has never died. Those 7-year-old experiences, that child didn't die. The 12-year-old, the 15-year-old, the 20-year-old, the 21-year-old, those people didn't die. They've just been covered up by layers, much like a puzzle, right? It's like our lives are putting these puzzle pieces together. And the more years that pass, you can look back and see how much more of the puzzle is fleshed out.
Yeah, man. That was so hard when we first was, man, I always laugh. Yo, Dharana Darshan was so profound to us as a book. We know we couldn't even go back and fucking do it as a group and read that shit on here like we do. It was we had to be like, yo, this is some shit that we all got to do by ourselves. When I started doing that, and I still do it because they taught me. And they said you can't change. I'm kind of like, I told you that before. I'm like that. Once you, I don't try to alter tradition. If this is a pure system and it's been around for thousands of years and it's been working, who am I to come in here and try to change it? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna rock with it the way that it was given. So when that process from Dharana Darshan and Kaya Strahan, and then you start incorporating all the different type of meditations that we've gone through, that's when I started having very profound experiences in the realm of a child, and I started being able to interact with those past memories and understand the apathy and the sympathy and the fear, the greed, and all of that stuff, where it all came from. So that's why I said a little while ago, as you begin to utilize these tools through its pure essence of how you use it, truth and honorable and you're focused, and I'm talking about you got to keep doing it, you will not be bothered by outside forces. They can't. You become the fucking obsidian stone that you carry in your fucking pocket that says repels, or any of the black tourmaline, black candles, anything that you do that is for repelling magic. You become that shit. You don't need that no more. You only use those physical things for those purposes because you don't know yourself well enough. You don't trust yourself well enough. You don't understand yourself, so you can't use it because
Damn.
it got to come from a pure place.
That's funny. Yeah, that's facts, bro. I lost my ring. Like I had, I lost my black tourmaline ring. I got it, and it was sentimental.
You were
I
so
got,
hurt by that.
But no, the funny part wasn't. Exactly.
Good, yeah.
That's the whole crazy part. It was something sentimental. And I was like, damn, I lost something sentimental I got from a pal with my grandpa, you know? And I was like, damn. But same time, but I liked it, and he didn't know. I was like, damn, but I was like, yo, I could block all these negative energy from people at work. Da, 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 da. And after that, I was like, man, fuck that ring. I don't need that ring. I'm gonna just do it myself. You know what I mean? But
Because
internally, it's a lot
what
deeper.
made you
know?
attached to that ring was in you.
Mm-hmm.
It
Exactly.
triggered you to remember that. So whatever we call it, that feeling or that inner experience, that is what comes from the Akasha. That's what I always mean. Whenever
that's the act and emotion that we would have to bring up in the time of trying to block something like that, you know?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Using the tool where it needs to be placed at.
Exactly. So if you are
sometimes
the tool,
I was like, fuck that. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, so if you are the tool, you know that ain't nothing rocking with you.
A lot of us we lose these gemstones and these crystals, and it's almost like significant. I like to think that these crystals have a life of their own, and when our time is done, they go to where they need to go. Keep in mind, they don't live for 70 years. They've been around since the beginning of their creation, even if they're lab created. But when their work with us is done, they get lost and end up in some little kid's pocket, which ends up into their parents' home, which ends up into that friend of theirs who likes crystals. They travel. So each one of them, they're like teachers, and they move around. And once I understood that, I stopped getting upset when I lost specific crystals. It's always certain ones that you love so much, then you lose. But they're meant to teach us just that. They're meant to symbolize an energy until we're able to internalize that energy. Now, I don't mean that they come with an energy that we pick up and say, ooh, this rock has an energy in it, but it is an access point by us, our relationship that we develop with that object, with that piece of matter. It allows a relationship to happen, because this is all about relationships. Nothing means anything. It's the relationship between those things that matter. So when we have that obsidian or that tourmaline, we experience a relationship of protection. And what's really happening with the color black is that it represents the void. I mean, this is coming from me, at least. You can say what you want, but it represents the color black. And in this color black, there is the unmanifest, the womb, and all potential. But at the same time, there's nothing. So the reason that it repels and protects you is because there's nothing to cling on to. There's nothing to attack, right? It's formlessness.
So it really doesn't repel, it absorbs.
It absorbs, right? Exactly. That's what they do, right? They absorb. So it teaches us that science. That's why each crystal, it teaches us the science that it represents. Not the crystal, it doesn't hold the energy in it. It's a teacher of that. And when you learn it, it moves on. And if you don't learn it, it moves on.
Yeah. So just think of Shiva in a constant state of meditation. He didn't meditate through his supreme consciousness, the consciousness that exists within every stone, crystal, rock, whatever we utilize. So once we come to, like how, see, Trav just gave an enlightened high teaching of what the stones vibrate. So you got to realize that's the only way we can describe it. Shiva meditating, his meditative state is in creation, but he doesn't experience the creation because he is creation. So Once we come to an understanding and connection with the stone, you're like, it's not necessarily the stone. It is the stone, but it's not the stone. It's the compounding of the elements that makes this a stone. And what I'm not seeing is the trueness of it. So now once you understand that, you become the stone becomes you. So if the stone doesn't need you to physically be there in his presence, why would you need to have the stone physically always in your presence?
Boom.
When you can just connect with the creative source that made fucking black tourmaline. So when I'm gonna give you one example. This was years ago, and I was rocking with a different type of magic then. So I was on the Greyhound bus, right? And I was up in Massachusetts, and a witch got on there, a young dude, and he at the whole time at the bus stop, he walking around, he had his Baphomet symbol and all of this, and black cloak, and he's intimidating people and shit like that. People was not really feeling his presence. He get on the Greyhound bus. I sat there, and I already had the energy of what I was thinking and feeling already about him. He walked on the bus, saw me. I looked right in his eye. He turned away and got right up off the bus. And then again, that's the type of energy you're supposed to be outputting to keep shit away. Not that you gotta be confrontational like we was eye to eye. It should just be how you are. People should already look at your presence and it's like I'm gonna give you another example. I'm gonna leave it alone. I used to work at this job, and the supervisor always kept walking around and saying, "I'm the supervisor, I'm the boss," and blah blah blah. One day I told her, I said, "Kings don't have to walk around telling you they're the fucking king all day. You already know who they are." And I just left the whole fucking job. But that's the type of shit. You don't have to be to project your energy out, and those are the destructive ways of the tatvas, because that's all it is. It goes back to what I said. The doshas represent dry, hot, cold, smooth, moist, rough. All that we term, that's nothing but personality traits, and the way we behave. And they say, well, he a bad boy. He always doing so. That's a bad bitch. So if we was to know that when a woman and they're saying they're a bad bitch and all of that, they're doing nothing but they're telling you whatever type of a pita. Pita's hot, I believe. It's the hot, and it's intense. It's liquid flow of it. So that's what they're really saying. But you can just say a bad bitch or a nigga who think he. I don't know. What do bad niggas call themselves? A bad nigga? Because there has to be a counterpart. If these sisters call themselves if a bad bitch, then what do niggas on their level call themselves?
Somebody in the chat post the male equivalent for a bad bitch. I don't think I've heard it.
Because we got to be random I got to be random and ridiculous, because that's how my mind is. Like, damn, what is the equivalent of a male bad bitch?
Yeah. Somebody knows. See, this is the responsibility of the mages, to tame the elements. The responsibility of whatever you want to call this person who knows magic and is living the lifestyle. It's your duty to tame these wild elements, to tame nature. And guess what? There are individuals who are representative of wild elements. Now, that doesn't mean you go around and make everybody your bitch. No, what that means is that there are people who are souls living inside of matter, and that matter is in control of that soul. That matter is running that soul ragged. And it's your duty to bring balance and harmony to those elements so that soul can spring forth. It's your duty to do that, because the matter inside of you that you're taming and mastering and disciplining, that's supposed to be an expanding circle. And this is how you're really supposed to help other people. This is how you're supposed to really show compassion, by helping to tame the elements so that soul can become liberated, not manipulating people, not hustling people, helping people.
And that's how, and the reason you help, if they need a reason, is because you've come to the enlightened awareness that the same way this person acts is the same way that I can or have behaved. There's no difference than this individual and myself. So we all have to realize that we can be just as ignorant, dumb, afraid, fearful, guilty, worried as any other human being. It takes a lot of. Why do you think that the practitioners of India, especially those in Tibet and the Himalayas, why do you think they eventually got to get away from people? That's the only way that you really can tame the Antakarana. It can't have nothing coming into it no more. It has to only be, and the only stimulation it's getting is straight from the highest level.
And that right there also brings to mind what I read last night about the development of the vrittis and how it talks about consciousness being in matter. It becomes defiled, impure, not because of the sin you do, but in every instance that the soul comes into contact with matter, there are changes and transformations and manipulations and modifications of consciousness. And as the soul believes that it's those transformations and torculations, as the soul believes that it's those changes, that's what causes defilement. So when we talk about the vrittis are the ripples in the mind. And those ripples are caused by you interacting with matter and believing that you are that change. So when you have to go into meditation, we have to go separate from people. It's not because you're better than people. It's not because, oh, I'm above these muggles and these peasants. No, the more that you withdraw from society, the less those modifications are taking place, and that's fewer opportunities for those vrittis to run amok.
Yeah.
But I find that's the most fascinating thing where people are stuck at. The book said it. I love this. I took that shit's funny. The Miss Desire, Miss Lust, Mr. Money Ram. Oh shit. The dude was like, I'm telling you, that shit was funny as hell when he was reading it. I was at work listening to this and I was cracking up. People, what you laughing about? And I'm looking at people like, y'all don't even know. Shit.
They're all around you. They're all around you.
Running around. And I'm like, people get caught up. And it's the funniest thing because everybody is on their own. I don't say everybody, but people who know or who are in the process are on their way to this state they want to achieve. You know what I mean? Maybe they're at, like you said, and maybe they're at anger and they have to go up to neutrality. You know what I mean? It's a different state. They might, that's the next one. They can only probably see that far.
And you know something, Malik, what you just mentioned in that book when Trav showed that page, those numbers represent ohms. You're a fucking motherboard. So those numbers, that's what because when you get angry, see, this is why I gotta speak. I gotta be. This is why a motherfucker got to study deep. Motherfuckers ain't study shit on our levels. They ain't study on my level. You gotta realize, like, yo, when you happy, your ohms that you vibrate as an electrical computer are different from when you are fucking scorching hot and mad, or melancholy, or got no friends. That shit is all an electrical impulse. So the more that you practice and enlighten yourself, because enlightenment on the earthly level is enlivenment. Enlightenment is the quintessence of enlivenment, because you have to live still on this planet until you cease to exist. But you should be living alive. You should be happy. You should be conscious. You should be aware. So if you're making every decision purposeful and conscious, nobody can take you off, because you seeing it and for what it is. You seeing it's an actual elemental force that they're demonstrating. You can actually fix them with Ayurvedic medicines. You can start asking the person like, man, do you have a lot of heartburn? Like, yeah, man, it seemed like at night I get like, yo, that's why you gotta that's why you always uptight and you always argumentative. You got too much fire going on inside you, and it's irritating you. You got to balance that out with water. You got to balance that out with proper air. So some people, because they're not, and a lot of people operate on the sensory level too, because what? They shallow breathers. You know what I'm saying? This is why, man, Trav got these classes, man. Y'all gotta fucking value that shit, man. Because this is what you learn. And people, if you're not breathing correctly, you are not fucking meditating. Because I've personally observed people that they be like with the mad organic lifestyle and be beautiful sisters and shit like that. You'd be like, damn, sister, you bad. Then you start observing them as a component from the why. You got to get past that because that's the whole thing. Women too got to get past the brother. He got all the things that you want. Nigga may have his own place, his own car, make money, all of that shit. Nigga be doing spiritual shit, but be a shallow breather. Meaning that he ain't really at that level of frequency. He's there, but like, yo, he can short circuit at any moment because he ain't, his circuitry ain't reaching the bottom and coming back up. A lot of people don't know you can get to the point where you can breathe, you can inhale through your mouth and exhale through your anus. And that's what yogins do. Like that's colonic colon breathing. They shifting the prana through their body. So whenever you start doing these deep shock karmas, you can't have air in your body. So you have to be able to work your muscles along with to constrict your diaphragm and squeeze your abdomen, which means that you have to communicate with your body at a cellular level to tell
Yes.
your colon that it needs to go flat. So you squeezing all the air out of your body. So you see, this shit go. It ain't. See, this is why nobody can in the Western world that's around me, or can't be walking talking around here like they on a fucking god level, like they do, because there is so much like this basic physical toxicity still existing in the human body that we haven't cleansed fully yet, that these small microparticles just like that, nigga, you don't know how to, people don't know how to communicate with themselves on a cellular level.
Nope. And not saying that I'm perfect, but the more that you practice, the more those opportunities begin to expand, and you do notice a difference. The deeper you're able to communicate with yourself.
Yeah. And that's also goes along what I said, that that's how you can keep negative, that you become the actual element that repels or keeps people away, or attracts things to you. Doubt has multiple names. Doubt is just the umbrella of the action. So the action is going to be doubt is also it's also hesitancy. Fear can be positive for some people. You know how many powerful business people started their business because they were fearful of not starting it? Some people be so fearful that they become to the point where they are actually afraid, or they be so in need or desperation that they only want to go to what we can only call dark magic, or saying goetic spirits, or they want to contact one of these goetic uh particulars so they could think that this is going to empower them, when it actually you already in your genetic structure got every goetic spirit or whatever you want to call it existing within your mind or mind space. But if you keep, you can't, you can't from yourself, you can't hide doubt from your internal true self. You may look real good. Like I said, you may look real good, doing good according to earthly terms and humanly um accumulation of things, but you may be hiding fucking doubt from that when you were 7 years old, you or when you was 10, you never felt good enough. Like everything you did, you couldn't play basketball, so it made you fucking upset. It was you was because you nobody picked you on the team, or the other girls you couldn't jump rope or some shit like that.
But that goes
That
back
lead,
to
huh?
that goes back to I'm thinking as you're talking, but that goes back to the guy you said that when you was on the bus and you looked at him, he was trying to do this stuff and it wasn't
Like, nigga, I smell
sexy,
you.
like you said.
How you know what? I always use the example of the animals because we utilize that. That's how the shamans
Mm.
of Peru, the shamans of what we call the rainforest and stuff. They call a lot of, even in Africa, they call them jaguar people. They able to turn into motherfucking jungle cats on your ass because they know how to vibrate their self, and they are so spiritually associated with the essence of the jungle cat or jaguars or whatever. They know how to turn into it. That's the same thing with us. But a lot of us be operating. We don't be operating on high animals. We be operating on animals, demonstrating an animal that's not very fucking wise. Out of anger and greed and you know what I mean?
Yeah, vibrations.
A lot of people place all their hope or their magical work in one basket, whether we call it full moon, new moon, whatever. Your nakshatra is in this house at this particular time. And we know there's a reality to that, but that's
Mhm.
Malkuth shit. That's physical stuff. That don't got nothing to do. What is the why is it? The why is the what is it doing that I cannot see? What is the vibration that is not being defined in the last astrology book you'll ever need? If your information and info and source is only coming from that, then you haven't been really communicated with yet, because you got to experience it. You got to become it.
And let's keep in mind also, for those of you who were watching my live stream last night, I made an emphasis of asking you to write down a specific thing, which is called the Antakarana.
Oh,
And the Antakarana is composed of 4 parts of yourself. The highest part being called Buddhi, the second part being called Ahamkara, which we know as ego. Underneath that is Chitta, which is really where we're dealing with in this book. And then the lowest part called Manas. And from what I read last night, each of those aspects of the inner self is in charge of a different type of thinking. So it helps to understand that when we're like, what Shango's talking about with this mind-body connection, right? With the cellular communication, that's under the regency of Manas, right? The body mind, Manas, that's your body's mind, literally. And you only get he also mentioned that when you meditate, you do this work, you begin getting more sensitive, right? That doesn't just mean, oh, I can hear the ether thoughts of people. You hear the ether thoughts of yourself, right?
yeah.
When you talk about the sensitivity, Manas, the body mind, it has a language. Now Tatwashuddhi says that Manas, the language, is thought counter thought. Remember that? That means that Manas, the 5 senses, the body language, it has the capacity to experience your surroundings. But guess what? It doesn't give you any information on the source. It'll tell you the options now. Here I have a coffee mug. To drink or not to drink? That is the question. That's manas, right? Body mind knows enough to say, oh, here's a cup, but I don't know if I should drink it or not. Not because it's a good or bad thing, just because it's not manas's job to decide should I drink or not. That belongs to a higher faculty of mind, right? I listed 4 faculties. All body mind does is look at things and give you options about them. If you find yourself resonating there as your primary mode, you're at the animal level. That's not me judging you. That's literally what animals do. Animal doesn't, it just does what the bodies tell them to do, right? If you haven't already, write down Antakarana and write down Buddhi, Ahamkara, Chitta, Manas, and do a little bit of independent research on what those Sanskrit terms mean. It's very important. Don't just listen, do it.
I really be thinking that's important, man. That this is the, you know what's funny too, because you know some people probably in the secretness of their mind probably say, man, they always talking about Vedic and the Indian and Hindu stuff, and you know what I'm saying? It's the only system that, like I said earlier, that breaks everything that you have ever questioned, ever wanted to know. The Vedic system breaks that every component down. There are so many what they call sacred writings, Puranas and Shastras and Gita, Bhagavad Gita. It's so much more than the Bhagavad Gita. It is. I'm talking about, you got the Shiva Puranas, all it. Everything that's considered a god, even when I say Shiva and is nothing but a demonstration of what it's doing. Those are just, everything is just a demonstration. It's really not a physical character of Shiva with the blue, and they've made him into that, but that's really not him. That's just like Krishna, not Krishna, but well, Krishna was with I just forgot his name. What's his name, Chad, when he was in the chariot? Um
Uh, uh, yeah, that's Christian.
Arjuna. Was it Arjuna and Krishna?
Yes.
Okay. Krishna is a god. He really he was with Arjuna his whole life. And he was mad old. Which basically means that was really his inner consciousness. That was his true, that's the really a communication between your lower self and your higher self. Krishna was the higher self.
Mhm.
Arjuna fell into the lower. He became human. He started he lost his sight of what his true duty was, and he started seeing earthly shit. Like, oh shit, I gotta go to war against my uncle. How dishonorable that is gonna be. These men should be praised and all of it. And Krishna's like, yo, he had to remind them, because we got to be reminded of who we really are. You know what I'm saying? So that's really important of how you explain that, man, from just that these are the only systems that took the time and realized that for us to really change, we got to know what we were. We got to know what we're dealing with. And you got to have full disclosure.
Right.
Mhm.
Just like
That's why that's why data is also so, like, collecting the data in your environment is so important, to be, just to be aware of your situations around yourself. And the more you do that on a constant basis, just to be like, okay, look at this person, and to be able to do to they said true magician practices magic everywhere, every second of the day. Life is a waking life,
What I just thought about, Malik. You
Yeah.
seen the Karate Kid, the part 2 with Jaden Smith?
Yeah, definitely.
The highest level that, of course, we saw of kung fu was the serpent style. It had to go back to the serpent, but we always know the serpent represents kundalini. It represents prani sha. It represents movement. It's electrical energy. So he looked at that serpent. He started going slow. That's the only, like I said, that's I said earlier, the electrical output can connect to somebody else's electrical output, and you could in turn become their input electrical source and overpower them to make them do what you want to do.
Mhm.
That's what you're
Exactly.
doing in magic. So when and
Mm.
they demonstrated that in the Karate Kid because when Jaden started, he looking at him in his eye and he started turning his head like how the snake was doing. The boy started doing the same thing. He became him. He went into his body.
Mm.
That's the highest level of shit of magic. How or what we're calling magic is
Mm.
actually that. That's how you manipulate the elements. The elements is the human form. The human form is a physical representation of Malkuth, which is also a physical representation of all the other elements. Malkuth as a component, it's the earth element, but it's all the elements. So that's how you really, once you empower yourself, what you could do with this science of or what's called the knowledge of self is you could do this unlimited amounts of things you can do.
Mm.
That starts to shine light on why I'm so fascinated with these aspects of psychology, where you're able to observe a person and listen to a person and hear deeply, even with like the body language stuff. Without understanding that science, it's very difficult to understand the people that you're dealing with. But there are some books and teachers who can show you that every little mannerism that a person does originates from a source. Everybody's heard, oh, if you got your hands in your pockets, you're insecure. And if your arms are crossed or closed off, that's really general, basic level stuff. But just like the tree of life and just like spirituality and tarot, you don't just judge a thing by one thing. You judge it in concert. It's about the relationships. So a combination of someone's hands in their pockets and their arms crossed and them being short and looking all over the place, a combination of those things gives you a relationship of someone who is closed off, who's not really feeling your vibe, et cetera, et cetera. If you know how to read these clues and put them together, you can get a glimpse of the vibration that person is existing within, right? Likewise, just like what I haven't seen Karate Kid, but kind of like how it almost, even with what you were saying about the skinwalkers, the jaguar people walking in the skin of another person or another animal or a thing, you may not be able to really get into their actual translated thoughts. But if you can start to see the essence from where they're behaving from, it's even better than being able to read someone's thoughts, because now you see their source. And if you can get with the person's source, you don't even need to worry about the surface level shit.
So what's a good example you can use for right now? Just use the new Matrix. That's why because if you listen to what it said, they recreated Trinity and Neo multiple times.
I didn't see it.
Oh shit, my bad. Okay, so that's basically an example. I'm gonna just say this: the memory, the essence of memory, which we can say is the trueness of the self and its experiences, is transferable. You can take it and you can make a whole nother shit. You can keep making different. That's what karma is, or reincarnation is.
Right.
Until you get to the point where it gets to a point where it doesn't do it anymore. It's experiences of this level, because we don't know, because I've not done it yet, so I can't give a real. But that's pretty much, it says that once you've learned your your experience of whatever your karma and you don't need to reincarnate. So they might be, but I haven't gotten to a deeper science of what that even means. What do you mean not reading the reincarnate? So you mean it exists in a state of nothingness, or just doesn't reincarnate into my understanding of this earthly reincarnation?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But just to not to give that that movie away, but because it's the male and the female energy is what we dealing with here, and knowing that the longing for those energies is a process that must happen. Nothing can stop. Nothing is. It may appears to be stopped,
Mm.
but nothing can stop the merging of the male and female energies, which we know in the Vedic sciences to be the Kundalini, which is Shiva and Shakti merging together. So that's basically what Neo and Trinity represent. They represent Shiva and Shakti. To me, that's not deep no more, though. And I'm not taking away to other people that's very deep for a person to come into the realization of, oh shit, I never fucking saw that. But that's basically what they're saying.
The greatest story ever told.
The passive and what do they call positive and negative energy, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. I've learned so much by looking at the world as a system of connections, as opposed to a system of differences. Most people that I've ever talked to in my whole life look at the world as differences. Everything's different. But if you start looking at the world and seeing the similarities, the bigger picture begins to make sense. What you're really looking for starts to make sense. Even being able to see that this is the story of Shiva and Shakti, the story of positive and negative, electric and magnetic. When you start seeing that over and over, that's a sign that maybe you should study what that means. Just like I said earlier with my example with Myron Golden, we're overwhelmed because we don't know what we're looking at. We see a big fuzzy cloud. When you zoom into that fuzzy cloud, you see that there are compartments that work together. And it's fuzzy because you don't understand the compartments. So when you take the time to study the compartments and master them to your best ability, you'll notice that the connections become so clear that they're not compartments anymore. It's now one thing. Now you're not overwhelmed because you see the full thing. And if you keep looking at life in this way, all the different things from money management to how can I be more creative in life to relationships and your health, all these things start becoming the same thing. It's not different groups and different subjects and different niches. As you zoom in to the microcosmic and you begin to connect the dots of that little mini tree of life, because you've seen the diagram of the tree of life, and within each sphere is another tree of life, right? That's how reality works. Just the same way you zoom into your hand or any other thing, and you're going to see a little collection of atoms all connected together. The more that you clarify the itty bitty aspect, the big aspect starts to make more sense. So you can only do that by looking. Thanks, Maxine. You can only do that by looking at the world as a series of relationships and similarities and connections. But the more that we are making things separate and different, you literally keep the wool over your own eyes. They're trying to get us.
That's what I want to throw this in. That this is when you start to expand your study, as you said, you start to be able to break down all the systems and components, even when it comes I can take the lessons of the 5% and now go back to Yakub creating what we say created the white race, and you begin to see the science in that. You begin to see that it's beyond. It's more than just the racial structure of the people. It's the componentry of the top of the tattvas, of the gunas, of the all of the how they are interacting with your experience. So once you look at that, that's what I meant earlier. God, that's why they always show. See, that's what Thanos Thanos really, see, we glorify Thanos because he snapped his fingers and he was thorough. But
Yeah.
Thanos really wanted to sit somewhere and fucking not be bothered by sensory shit. He despised weakness. He despised a bunch of fucking complaining people who don't follow orders. And then if you do follow orders, you still fall short because you what? Fucking a bumbling piece of matter that you never got to, you don't even understand your own power. So the more we begin to get into that, we absorb, we become a Thanos, but you become that Thanos who wanted to sit down. Remember the nigga was sitting in a cabin, like I just want to chill, man. Who doesn't?
Himself.
That's what gods do. You judge wisely on your throne. It ain't about ruling over people.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's why the earth can't get it right, because they don't rule from a high place of godly discernment no more. That's why we don't understand what we call the Egyptians and the Aztecs and shit. The Aztecs was more, you really get, let's hurt somebody's feeling. The Aztecs did deeper shit than the fucking than some of these Egyptians did.
Oh, how dare he? Did he just?
They was the same fucking people, but they just operated differently. So once we, like you said, man, you study, you probably got one of the only platforms that go into the actual science that created the whole Western magical system from the 1300s. Every fucking European back in Britain and all of that, they got the name of the book we read about they studied that really in India. Got a degree, because you got to get a degree. I was watching something the other day, the science of the Tibetans. They showed children who were dressed just like the of Vivekananda on that book, and they said that the level of education that these children had in their study of Tibetan Buddhism, because that's what that was the system. They said they all held doctorate degrees.
What?
So think about the level when you go into the that's how when you go into the presence, we read it, you go into the presence of a real true guru or sage, they not fucking with you because they already can feel your energy. They didn't already talk to your energy's body and was like, yo, this person is too attached to every fucking thing. He's not ready for you right now.
Okay.
That's when the sage does that weird shit. He eats his own feces in front of you, and now you're like, I thought that this was because that's why they did that. Now because they got to do something so they actually demonstrating how low level you are.
Right. Because that's going to cause a reaction in you.
You out of there.
Check it out. We talked about the sensitivity of being able to look at yourself and start to hear the voice of the different aspects of your being. You got the inner tool and the outer tool. The inner tool, I told you guys to write down, Buddhi, which is your higher self, Ahamkara, which is ego, Chitta, which is, might as well be called the conscious mind, and Manas, which is the body mind. Each of them have a different voice. Highest self knows. It's intuition. It knows because it's the closest thing that you got to God, right? That's what we all trying to reach for. Then you got the voice of ego. You know what the voice of ego says? That's mine. That's me. I want it. I need it. That's me, right? Chitta has its own voice. Chitta likes to explore and decorate and go through the different options and categorize, right? I mentioned how the conscious mind likes to categorize and put labels on it, digs through the subconscious mind, does all the activity. And of course, you got Manas, which is body mind, which says, do I want the pizza or the spaghetti? I don't know. Somebody make this decision before I go to sleep. So if you're able to get sensitive, if say a yogi or a swami or just somebody who's serious about this stuff starts to be able to hear and distinguish those voices within themselves. I mentioned before how I'd be hungry and I'd fast and I heard a new voice and I heard a specific voice that said, I need sustenance. And another voice that said, I want sugar and salt. Those are two different aspects of vibrations, but you don't hear that unless you listen. So imagine being so sensitive with yourself that you can hear other people. That you can see somebody walk into the room and you can hear their bodies talking. You can hear that physical minus. You can hear their ego based off of what they wear, how they looking at you, how they acting, the mannerisms, the body language. It's not that far-fetched when you think about it. So it's not just you're sitting in the room and listening to thoughts. You're observing with your consciousness. And you don't even need to be in the same room. You can tell just from the DMs if you know how to read.
Yeah.
Know thyself.
And that's where they, what do they call it when they take the God and they make it into a humanly form, a word, you know what I'm saying? But that's why the Ahamkara is actually a deity, and Cheetah is actually a deity, because of what they can demonstrate through them, through those four senses. It can be demonstrated through thousands and thousands of different personalities, traits. So now you can go back and read Carl Jung books, and that's why he fucked with the Vedic science, and then did it with dream analyses and symbology, because he knew that's really what it is. It's these inner elements, and basically it's coming from what you can call, they in Western science, psychic memory. And psychic memory is the same thing I said earlier. That's where we carry it in our actual physical body, and we know the Sanskrit word is Ranunbanda. That's why Asians and Hindis and people in other countries don't be fucking shaking hands like we do in America. They fold their hands and bow at you, because they know that any type of physical touch leaves memory. And what? You can pass it on. You have a bad. That's why we got to be careful when we go eat places. People be having bad days, carrying bad energy in their mind and shit. And they be niggas be back there shuffling your whole chicken strips with death energy on his mind and shit.
Shuffling your chicken strips, yeah.
That's all. It gets that deep. You know what I'm saying? When you go buy your clothes off the rack, why you think them clothes is trendy? Well, because then cast a motherfucking trendy spell on that shit. Somewhere, somebody in their mind said, I want you to be an item that millions and thousands of people. I send you out into the world empowered with the essence to cling on to those. And I want you to be the top pair of denim jeans in the United States. Next thing you know, here come motherfucking True Religion jeans.
I mean, how much would you accept? How much money would you accept to sit in a room all day and meditate on that thought?
All of that, all day.
True Religion, $1 million, you know, all day long. And they just they got the logo plastered all over the room for you. And that's your job, to sit there and meditate on that all day for weeks or months.
And go and then make and then just to make that real, you can go to Rome right now where there's certain nuns, all they pray nonstop forever, and they just do it in shifts. So that's the same thing. And they pray and they're praying for the peace of the earth through their religion. That's all they do. Monks, they do the same thing. All they do is meditate and pray for world peace. So if you got actual, Google it if you don't believe me. That's just real. If you don't think that they can do that, just like you just said, you don't think they can hire somebody. I want you to meditate over this motherfucking new music I want to put out. That's easy work. That's light work.
Look, see, I'm giving y'all job opportunities if you study and get good at this yoga. Do your talk with Shooty, and then go put in your application to meditate over whatever that little rapper is and his new hit. They listen to this stuff too.
Okay, here we go. And I'm gonna mention somebody. Some of my people might get sensitive. How you think Brother Polite got to be all up in Hollywood and Beverly Hills and driving Bentleys, sitting on the fucking floor seats at the fucking Lakers game? You don't think that motherfucker? Why you think he's surrounded with women, feminine energy? His wife Mayat and all of them. These niggas can speak 10 languages on some real shit. They ain't how you think. The nigga got caught. He started because he didn't keep his protection game. We lose sight. He's a practicing magician. You didn't let these Europeans get in your business. Now you're you're looking like a pedophile now. When in really, if you got, like I tell you, you got to be indifferent in magic. What you really got alerted to was, of course, a ritual that he was going to perform. Keep it a buck. We adults. Trav, are you a practicing occultist, man?
Yeah.
If you want to late, so that means that people got to stop in that peer group of individuals. You got to stop seeing things, as you said, small. You got to see this a bigger picture. So once you start becoming cleanse yourself, you start what? Your eyes start seeing things through a filtered vision, meaning that your is going to begin to start working with the other three elements of the Ahamkara. It's a wheel.
Mm-hmm.
You can't spin the wheel unless all four sectors are working in conglomerate. So once you start seeing things different, you can start being, like I said, being discerning and be like, man, I know these people be doing rituals, and it ain't always something that we need to really understand. They doing it for the empowerment of themselves. That's why Trav keeps his mantra going. That's why it's an atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's not just an atmosphere, and I say atmosphere meaning not to always want to say realm and you know what I'm saying. So an
Yeah.
atmosphere is what your space that you've created, because the fifth element is akasha, because the four elements have to exist within a space. So your akash is what we see, what you're in, your the rudrocks and the sounds and all of that is the space that contains the rest of the elements working together.
Interesting you say that, because that's a great point. In my my gratitude meditations have been for that. I didn't use the word akash, but my meditations have been for gratefulness on the atmosphere that I'm able to produce my reality within. You know, I wouldn't be able to be who I am today if it wasn't for having the freedom to cultivate an atmosphere to exist like that. You know, I think it would be helpful for many of us to look at life in that way, to be grateful for the atmosphere that we have and the atmosphere that we're trying to attract. Don't try to just attract at the smaller elemental level. Zoom out a bit. Try to manifest the atmosphere for the things that you actually want to be with it. If you can catch that, if you can understand that.
Life becomes so much easier, man. It really does once you stop attaching yourself, because that's all worry. Like Trav said, people want to do magic to get some quick bucks because they're feeling the pressure of something that may be a bill or life. But if you really, if you go, okay, let me analyze this to put this all in perspective. Let me just calm. Start using your techniques that you have to first center yourself. That you're right now, you're like a boxer. You're getting, you know how they yell, man, put your fucking hands up. You know, you got your hands to, you're getting punched in the face with life. So once you get that together, once you start, you know what I'm saying, getting your stability with that, you start realizing like, yo, I really wasn't in that much a bad situation as I thought. You know how many people that I spoke to and counseled that when we first started, I'm talking about they were in a really, really bad place, really desperate place. Like, you know how it can be. I'm talking about you. Nothing you say can calm them. Nothing you say could bring comfort. Then eventually, from with patience and with understanding, you begin to you continue that relationship with them, and then some of these relationships can last for years with people. That you become good acquaintances. So I've had people that, what I'm saying, and they may contact me through email, or we talk, or they video me or something, and be like, man, I want to just thank you, and blah blah, go through all the thank yous and stuff. But I always bring it back to the beginning. And remember when you was fucking crying and all of that shit, and you was like, man, I'm gonna get kicked out of the house, and we talked, and I said, did you get kicked out of the house? And they'll laugh. Always they'll laugh. We're like, nah. But like, yo, you see, I always told you, wasn't real. You were making it, you were kicking yourself out the house. So that's what we got. People got to realize the beginning stages is first it's acceptance. Because you said, like you said, you got to be able to accept who you are at where you at right now. And then you can, like I said, you can become calm, and you can go through techniques. There's techniques out there that you don't have to be confused and worried like that no more.
You don't have to be. D-Rock07. Thank you, my friend. If you're in this chat, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. I hope that you're learning. I hope that you are getting some ideas and maybe having a light shine on your inner reality. Maybe you can see some things that you can be grateful for, that you can be proud of because you're making progress, or you've made progress, or maybe you're seeing something that could be worked on, could be fixed, right? Or maybe you can start to catch a clearer glimpse of where you want to be in life, right? All these things are good. What is useless, though, is beating yourself up. What is useless is those negative thoughts that are telling you that, oh, you fucked up, you're not trying hard enough, you're not doing, oh, you should have, or you could. You can leave all that alone, because that is psychologically proven to be useless. It only keeps the wound open. When I talk with people who are having emotional issues, oftentimes, dare I say 100% of the time, there's a little nagging voice in one corner of the head. And check this out now, because all this stuff matters. It's never a voice in front. It's always a voice off to the left or the right. And it's typically higher, right? If you spatially keep in mind where that voice is. And what I like to do is ask a person to really track where that voice is. And you can do this yourself. The next time you're having negative thoughts, you're beating yourself up because, you didn't do something the way you wanted to. And that voice kicks in like, you're stupid. You could have did that better. I can't believe you said that. Now they all think that you're an idiot. Stop listening to that voice. Stop listening to the words, because it's just a vibration. It's not actually a voice. Track that vibration. Follow where it's coming from. Is it right here, ear level? Is it a little bit higher up? Is it male or female? Whose voice is it? Because it's not your voice. 100% of the time, it's not your voice. That's the voice of a parent, a aunt, right? A bully, a grandparent, somebody talking over you as a child. Notice the position of the voice coming down at you because you were little, smaller, and this person is nagging at you. And it may have only happened one time, but it left such an impression that energy formed an entity in your consciousness. It formed a vritti, basically. It formed a vritti in your consciousness, and you continue to feed it life every time you allow it to move you. So next time you hear that negative voice, figure out what side it's coming from. Figure out what angle it's coming from. And once you locate it, adjust it, manipulate it, change it, raise the pitch, make it sound like Mickey Mouse. Speed it up, make it slow it down, and make it sound like Barry White. Do whatever you got to do to start changing it, manipulating it. And what you're doing in that process is you're shattering it, you're breaking it up. It's an entity that it's almost like a hologram. All three angles have to be in place for it to exist. It's a vibration that you translate into words. When you begin manipulating it and you turn the knobs and speed it up, slow it down, make it dull, make it vibrant, you're shaking up that hologram, and it cannot exist in the way that it has existed for all those years. That's an easy way to destabilize that entity that you are allowing to bring yourself down. But there's no use for that type of motivation. See, I used to think it was motivation. I used to think that if I messed up, I can give myself some tough love. But I didn't realize that was a voice of somebody from my childhood who made me feel like shit because I didn't do things their way. I didn't know that I was being manipulated and pushed, or they were just lashing out. I didn't understand that. But now that I did understand that, I was able to uninstall that virus. And you can do the same thing. And it actually is a whole lot easier than you would imagine. It only takes you becoming aware in that moment, because that's usually an automatic process. When I open up this video, I talked about a trance state. I talked about the cashier who was smiling at me. And in my old self, I would have been like, oh, he's making fun of me because of what I'm wearing. I didn't realize until talking with him. He asked me, am I LARPing? I said, no, I barely know what that is. But he used to LARP. He used to dress up and wear capes and shit like that in Savannah. So he was smiling because he remembered that was such a good time. I remembered him at that good time. If I had that voice in my head, oh, he's making fun of you. Oh, you look like a fool. I can't believe you left the house dressed like that. If I let that hologram influence me, that interaction between us could have been different. So it's very important to become aware in the moment when that voice starts, and to destabilize it by turning the knobs and the qualities of it, changing it, destabilizing it. Tell me you got it in the chat, or tell me if you didn't.
That was beautifully said, Trav.
Thank you.
I'm gonna look up this word. So what did so LARPing? You know, I got to ask. So what is that like? Like something like a cosplay type of thing?
Don't judge me. It's called live action role playing. I don't never did it, but I know what it means.
Live action role playing.
Yeah.
You
See, but
like
that's
dress
all.
up
That shit is
as like elves or some shit.
that.
That's just lit though. You gotta have a great
So the
creative
nigga thought you was a
imagination to
black
do that.
Gandalf.
Yep.
Yeah.
But think about it, you also have to have great creative imagination to put yourself in the mind and the mental frame to do something like that.
Yeah.
As an adult, they gotta
Yeah.
get in their childlike state to do that.
Yeah.
You know something that's important about what you said, Trav. How you knowing where the voice, man. I mean, talking about, man. See, that's what's good about Trav, y'all. He gives away information. I'm telling you, man. Them dudes is paying a lot of money for what Trav just said. So go to what is his name? Bomar 7. That dude, boy, you got some information. You got to pay for that for him to tell you, okay, we're gonna go. I'm gonna teach you how to recognize what direction your inner voices are coming from, and then enlightens you to that. It's not just an inner voice; it's inner voices. So now you may realize once you get all of that together, I was thinking when he was saying that, you also can go back through your life and you've met several people who were outwardly demonstrating those inner voices and were making you feel how those inner voices make you feel. Whether it be your supervisor, whether it be a boss that you work for, whether it been somebody you went to high school with, or somebody you was dating, or it can be anything. You've met those inner those inner voices, and they do come from different levels. And like I was saying earlier, how I was going into that, going back to visit, going into experiencing and interacting with my own inner child, a lot of insecurity was inside of there, and I had to. That's why it was it was an aggression that we carried during a particular time, that I carried during a particular time, based off of never wanting anyone to, or me even feeling or letting somebody see that inner insecurity. So it had to be outwardly demonstrated as, you come with that bullshit this way, I'm serving you straight off the top. I'm not even allowing you to get the upper hand. So a lot of that led to bad decisions, because a lot of times, like you said, you misinterpret someone's so they might have been admiring you, and you think, why this motherfucker keep looking at me? Yo, this motherfucker look at me. If he come over here, yo, I'm knocking this niggas out.
Right. And that gives off an energy when you're thinking that. You
Yeah.
gotta look, you gotta look on your face if you're thinking them kind of thoughts.
And
You
that's
looking
how
back
you
at them.
know.
Yeah, say something. Like,
Was you a partier, Trav? Did you go out? Did you go to clubs and stuff like that?
I tried it, but I wasn't good at it.
Like anybody who's like a club head, like I grew up, I was a club head. We went to the club. I'm from Connecticut, so we went to New York. You know what I'm saying? And you would be able to feel the energy. And I'm talking about, I didn't just I went to the tunnel. I'm talking about, man, fucking Skate Key. It was all type of shit we went to. But they also got clubs that, boy, these motherfuckers, you walk in there, it was, you felt, that's why you said you feel the energy. You be like, nah, yo, let's just go ahead and roll out. And then you roll out, the next thing you know, it's a full shootout. Because
Yeah.
it was multiple people in there thinking like that. It was,
Yeah.
you feel it. So
Yes.
that's the same thing with the project, real dangerous areas of projects. It's a concentrated energy of destruction.
Yes.
That's why you don't go. But like, yo, don't be going over there on the west side, man.
See,
None of that motherfucking guru shit over there.
my cousin who we talk about this stuff. He comes over here all the time, and I expect him to come any second because he usually comes whenever I'm doing a live stream, and he'll come beat on the window that's right here. But he always comes and he's telling me about his experiences because it was pretty interesting when I was first learning about NLP. I did something with him and it unlocked something. Like I saw it unlock, and he changed ever since. And he's just been very open, spiritually, but also open with his spiritual experiences. When I say open, because a lot of people try to hide it or they're uncomfortable with it. But I mean, he's still out here, you know what I'm saying, with his Yeezys on and his chain and shit. And he's out and about with the people, but he's out here, doing the spiritual psychic stuff. You know what I'm saying?
It's not, and you know what, Trav, what's good about, it's nothing wrong with that. So we got to make, I don't want to say make people realize, but people have to realize in their own study, you don't have to go and become a sannyasin.
No,
You
that's
don't
what this
have
book
to
is about.
separate.
That's what this book is about. You don't
Yeah.
have to. But check this out. So he's still going out to the club and the parties and all that stuff like all the time. And he was telling me on New Year's, and he also tells me, you know what I'm saying, he feels it whenever there's a cop around, and he feels, not to be all crazy when just drive regular, and he doesn't get pulled over anymore. But anyways, he went to this particular New Year's Eve party, and he got this crystal from his sister for Christmas, and she's carried that crystal around with her for years. And he said that just before he went in, he would hear he forgot that she gave it to him because it was new. Just went out to the club, and he kept seeing her image in his head. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. He said it was powerful, and he's like, why is this appearing to me right now? But it just like started triggering as he's going into the club. So he gets in there, and he says, like, first thing he feels is that vibe, which is right. That's the best way I can describe it. When you walk into that club, it's just you see people doing this, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of aggression in the air. He's like, something says this is not good. He says that as soon as he decided to leave, get in his car, pop, 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 pop.
See, nobody wants to go to that party right there. You know what I'm saying?
And then this stuff keeps happening like every weekend. Like y'all ain't figured it out by now. Certain individuals, certain groups, like you can feel that vibration of
it becomes cliquish. That's like even with what we call, that's why I never accepted the terms, how Brother Rich and the Red Pill and them, they talk, and they use the term the conscious black community. I understand what that means, and we would love to have it like that, because that's nothing but like the like a black renaissance when of black authors back in Harlem and shit like that. But right now that doesn't exist because the energy is not like that. And those that do have these communities, they be nothing but like a clique. It's no different than fucking high school when you went to the lunchroom. You only sat and ate with certain people. You didn't go in there and you was cool with everybody in the fucking lunchroom. You only rock with. That's how it is.
I was just talking to my father about that. I visit him, and he's always on some conspiracy theories, but I told him, like, really, because like to fight against something like a natural cycle, you really standing with your stick in the mud and this wave's gonna come over you. But in order to like avoid that, you got to get to where like the survivors are. You have to get on their level. You can't be on some I'm a street nigga, but like you want to survive out here, you got to be in the realm of Hased. You got to be like, you got to be on your shit to be around people who on their shit.
Nigga, if you say you play baseball, then I need to see you on the baseball field from time to time. It ain't like, you know what I'm saying? That's what we're losing with the generation is, and I'm not saying it got to be hyper aggressive like it was when I was younger, but we interacted to the point where we were capable, as like you said, Marshall, knowing where to go, where not to go, and when you did go where you wasn't quote unquote supposed to go, you knew how to not look like a lame fucking gazelle walking by the fucking pride of lions.
Yep.
That's because you know how to interact with people. Most of the time, if a person they're not interacting with people within a certain circumference of their physical life, then you're losing input and data, like we said earlier, of environmental communication. So that's why there's a huge gap in between connection between the younger generation and older people, because they don't know how to interact with each other.
Right. And a few years ago, when Occupy Wall Street was happening, actually Peter Skip uploaded the video. So this dude's on his Jupiter shit. He's a brilliant investor, brilliant guy when it comes to money. And he normally doesn't associate with regular people. So he literally goes on Occupy Wall Street and he says, I'm 1%, come talk to me. Let's see, I want to hear your viewpoints. No one really had anything to say. It's like an hour-long video. Niggas don't know how to act. There's one dude, he just wanted a job opportunity or for him to invest in his project. But he's yelling for an hour and a half about something that don't make sense.
Right.
Nothing to do.
Right.
It's like watching them Bobby Hemmett videos, and Bobby he had to go toe to toe with somebody in the audience, keep asking or saying dumb shit the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you realize I'm recording this, right? You know what I'm saying? So
this is another reason why I don't really do like debates or really attack people for their viewpoints. That's just one of the small reasons, because I understand that some people feel really passionate about stuff, but they can't really articulate it. And that's because they don't know why. They just feel passionate because the time that they heard it, it struck a chord, but they don't have the logic to explain it. And that can be tragic, because when you are questioned on your beliefs, as those layers are peeled away and you see for yourself that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, that feels bad. And the first thing you want to do is attack. You don't want to fix it. You want to attack. So I really encourage anybody, if you're passionate about something, please educate yourself on why you are passionate about it. Nothing's true. Everything is permitted.
exactly.
What was that?
Or strengthen how you're passionate about it.
Yeah. Have a real reason you can stand on. But don't just be, oh, y'all, we need to fight the Illuminati doing that. Okay, why do you believe that? Well, we should not just. Like, you need to have a good, solid understanding of why you believe that. Otherwise,
and why is it we all the time? Why can't it be something that you're going to do?
Nigga, not me.
Why can't you be like, yo, I'm gonna go to war against the Illuminati. I've been preparing myself. So I mean, why it got to be we? Do you need the crew to roll? I mean, that's another thing, man. Oh man, you gotta be out here. That's like me to some insight. I always I was out there. You understand what I'm saying? Even when I was the dude always reading books. I was a backpacker. You know what I mean? So I always had backpacks full of books and shit like that. And I always kept my mind moving and reading and studying and researching. But I was out there on the block as well. So it was being able to still get that real life experience, but also at the same time studying high sciences so you can understand how this life came to be. Nothing is haphazard. These, like Trav said, you can start seeing the patterns. Like, yo, that's why when you go to different cities, you know what's a fucking pattern? MLK.
Yeah.
God damn, you should have never named none of the fucking streets MLK. With that energy was to come with it. That shit's supposed to be, well, it's supposed to be. That shit should be one of the most peaceful fucking streets. But
Hey,
nah, whenever
Never.
I can go to anywhere, Atlanta, Georgia, Miami, my city
Yeah.
where I'm living,
my city where I'm living.
anywhere, Texas,
Same here.
Cali, wherever, and if it got an MLK, you know where you at.
That's well, data, right?
What's the white street though? That you, when you see this street, you be like, oh, you see what I'm saying? How it ain't no parallel to that shit.
Mhm.
That shows you that's a plot. That was something that was put together with with the purpose of carrying a specific energy. That only activates and rules there.
Shout out to Will Capru. Greetings, my friend. Greetings, my brother.
Think about if you they got Bluebell Street. Like every time you mention Bluebell Street, you be like, oh man, that's the white people street right there. You know what I'm saying? That's what like what's that? When you say, we're gonna go down MLK, we're about to hit the hood or a part of it. So maybe Bluebell Street is the complete.
MLK, that is funny.
But like you said, and I only use that just to illustrate what you said. Those are programs that once you start becoming with clear vision, clairvoyance, clear essence, so those basically are seeing things through a more purified filter that you're not being trapped up in what the human psychological westernized construct defined it as.
Mm-hmm.
So even if we look at MLK, that's another thing we gotta always look at it, as you said, there's an outside, there's an inside. That means esoteric, exoteric. There's an outside demonstration of MLK that comes with, we know what it comes with. But there's also an esoteric inner demonstration. We know that it really is, even though it looks like destruction, there's really love over there. You understand? People really do care. It's just that they've been duped. They're an automaton. Somebody is making them do what they're doing now. They don't. Nobody has to make them do it no more. They like doing it.
Yeah, and that's part of automaton activity. If you have a dog in your home, and my new roommate moved in and she has a dog, and I'm able to use dogs now as a good example for things. But the dog quickly becomes acclimated with its routine. And if the routine changes, then it gets the dog doesn't care. If she wakes up in the morning, first thing she does is, you want to play catch a little bit with the tennis ball and eat some food, drink some water. Like it's the same routine. But if that changes, the dog's going to keep up with it. Likewise, the animal nature, right? I was talking to my brother about the whole automaton thing, autopilot and everything. And he brought up about like the 85%, the 5%ers, you know what I'm saying? And with me looking at connections, that made me think of the Pareto principle, which is the 80-20 principle. So now that kind of just solidified and crystallized in my mind how pretty much, I guess it might be safe to say that 85% of the human population is that reserve for animal consciousness, is that reserve for new lives evolving. I think it's safe to say that 85% of this race is on that list of automation.
The 85% are the deaf, dumb, and blind, easily led in the wrong direction, hard to be led in the right direction.
Sound like an animal.
Those are the deaf, dumb, and blind. The 5% of the poor righteous teachers who know who the true and living God is and teach that. You know what I'm saying? And don't believe in the mystery God. Then you got the 10%, that's the rich bloodsuckers of the poor. Basically, that's advertisers, marketers, bankers, all of the system, the infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? Take advantage. Why not? So once you start looking at it from an occultic perspective, and you can be like, why not take advantage of the fucking fool and imbecile? Now you get to see how they make movies like that. So what? They're nothing but fools anyway.
Right. Have you ever seen like a big ass like milk farm? So the farmer will always have like one special cow with one special feed. You know, that's just like the family cow, and they get their milk from that cow. But they got thousands, the whole shit, or yeah, the whole place smells like shit. But thousands of cows in these small ass kennels getting milk, but they don't got the special feed. They're on that similar feed. But let's apply that to people. What we see, like the information that we give ourselves. And we understand how the demiurge works. What we feed the demiurge, we're giving it a feed. Are you giving it that $2 common feed?
Mm.
Or are you on some whole grain vegetables type shit? You feeding your shit corn?
Oh shit, Maestro.
Put some ormus in it.
You know what? That's the same story as Cain and Abel.
Mm-hmm.
The niggas didn't bring a you know what I'm saying, who had to bring a better offering. I'm taking you out of here type of shit. Like, you know what I mean? They fooled their father. He was blind and shit like that. So they had to bring him some food. He wanted some food. So one brought him some pottage or shit, some, you know what I'm saying, some shit like that. It wasn't up to par. Cain, you know what I'm saying, Abel brought the good shit, but you know what I'm saying, and Cain.
You can even apply that to like some Sith shit. Because Cain really gave what he didn't need.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, you have to see
what are
like,
you feeding the demiurge? You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? People you think what you getting, you giving cheap ass fucking feed, thinking you gonna get top crops.
Ooh, so we learned that the demiurge or Yod He Vav He is a formula, and apparently what we feed it is what we produce. So you have people that are feeding the demiurge. Everyone's out to get me. Life is a prison planet. Everyone is dead, and I'm the lonely one out here, and I gotta survive out here, and the white man is trying to kill me. That's what you're feeding the demiurge.
Yeah. So that's what you get regurgitated back.
Yikes.
You
That's
want
not
some
what I feed the
corn.
demiurge.
Feeding your demiurge some high fructose corn syrup.
And then what is it? And then let's keep it real. The demiurge is what? It says it's the conglomerate of all the elemental forces of creation that has manifested the way that it's manifested to be, demonstrated as the demiurge.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that we can interact with. And like you said, if you interacting with it on some low level garbo,
Cheeto.
you're not gonna be getting diamonds. See, that's like people think just because you didn't. A lot of people are not buying bitcoins; they're buying satoshis. You're buying just bits and pieces of that thing. Bitcoin costs 47K a piece for a full. So if you only put in a couple of this and you're buying satoshis. So most people when it don't come back with what they invested, they upset because you don't understand. Like, yo, you getting fragments of pennies.
And even then, that's a whole realm. Like, to understand how crypto works, blah, 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 you have to lay the foundation down.
You're absolutely right.
I'm going to go in and put a few dollars in. Like, you may get lucky, but I want to see you keep that money.
So let's just equivalent that, like you said, that's just the whole cryptocurrency and shit. So now when you look at any of the Matrix movies, they don't see imagery. They see the mathematical components of physical structure.
Mm-hmm.
They see things based off of weight, height, width, depth. That's mathematics. That's what those green numbers represent. And then when they show us the physical composition, we're supposed to be smart enough as moviegoers to realize we really not seeing them. We're seeing those green fucking numbers. We only seeing the people because what? You got to make a movie with that. We can't sit there the whole time and look at Cypher's screen just being numbers the whole time and it be moving. Remember, they was looking at Neo and Morpheus fighting, and they were just looking at numbers like, oh, what was that? And then, you know what I mean? So that's the same thing that we actually are interacting with And the more we think about the process of Bitcoin and now NFTs and stuff, that's only another demonstration of higher consciousness interacting with us, demonstrating that you are now being shown a value of something that you don't even touch.
Mm.
So it's what, it's a polarity. Nobody's walking in, nobody got Bitcoins in their pocket. You got Bitcoins in an electronic wallet, and go ahead and lose the number on that and see if you don't lose all your millions. If you don't know how to log back into them these electronic wallets. But what
Yep.
it's saying like, it's basically showing us a demonstration of the reason why we read in these books, man.
Yo, in that book I posted, Rich Dad Poor Dad, like I've noticed, or I'm just gonna like say it outright. That's not even like a financial book. That's a grimoire on the art and practice of contacting and interacting with the entity known as money. He is not given no game of buy this, sell this. This is how this particular entity works. 2 ways you could interact with it. There's a Jedi way, which he gives to overcome your emotions. And there's a Sith way. It says use your emotions.
Which is still overcoming them.
Listen at Robert Kiyosaki.
But
Listen
he
at
wrote that book
is a master scientist of what Maestro. You understand what I'm saying? I read that book. That dude's a master scientist of that shit, man.
And there's like straight up almost word for word parallels with Book of the Sith in his book. I'm reading that shit. I'm like, oh, I'm excited. I ain't done with it, but I'm seeing that like what Chesed is really about. It's not about the substance, but it's really about what's holding the substance, the container, the context.
Yeah.
That's the true ascended masters. They're not masters of any particular craft. They're masters of a framework or an algorithm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that.
That makes sense. Master of a framework.
Hence why he was chosen to write the foreword to my favorite business grimoire, which is written by another entrepreneur who is secretly a badass occultist. The Blue Book.
They love being secret.
It's not even that. It's like the movie Now You See Me, when they have the magicians.
Yeah.
Like the magicians got to a certain level where they got peeped out by the secret society. But it's not, I'm not even gonna say secret society, they exist in plain sight. It's just that you're not gonna be able to tell who or what they are until you're on their frequency. If you want some infrared, you ain't seeing what's on ultraviolet.
Yes.
Unless you cultivate yourself to see that. Like, it's there.
That's really what the Jedi are afraid of when you utilize what they call the dark side. You actually are able to utilize it in any way that you want. That's why Sith were capable of being around the fucking whole Sith Academy and not know that they are fucking Sith Lord.
Mm-hmm.
That's because their magic is more. It demanded more from them. That's what the whole demonstration of what their true form was. They were always old, or they had to be the body destroyed and rebuilt, like Darth Vader, which was none but initiative. It's basically initiation.
Yeah,
you know what
that's
I'm saying?
the death card or the armor of God right there.
That's all that is. They always had to have some sort of armor that they had to be reconstructed, and it was built off, and it's built off of do as thou will.
Mm-hmm.
You think Darth now, the Lord of Hunger, he come to Earth and it's a wrap. You don't want this nigga coming to Earth because he's gonna absorb everything here. That's because he can't kill that inner essence of despair and shit that he felt. You know what I'm saying? From what happened to him a long time ago, that he absorbed
Yo,
life.
I was thinking of something earlier that had to do with the book. And so in the book, I forget so it's desire and what's the other name?
Desire, misinfatuation.
So desire and infatuation. What two Cliffa those two things correspond to?
Desire and miss.
That's the Lilith and Gehenna or Gehenna.
Bina and Chakma.
Or the Cliffas of the Cliffas is the correspondence of Malkuth and Yasad. So you standing at the earth point, and they say, come over here, you're gonna get dragged to the abyss if you don't have your discernment. And back in Persian times, there was a myth of Azi Dahaka who had two wives. And I correspond those two wives to desire and infatuation, but he used that shit to ascend.
Wait a minute, you just said that they was calling. You said you just used something that they're calling to you. You know what I thought of when you said that? Sirens and mermaids and shit like that. They always use these feminine energies that represent something that's calling you, but then you get it's always dangerous, and it's only dangerous because, like you said, they wasn't prepared for that energy any fucking way.
Nope. But what if you learn how to breathe underwater first, and then you come up to some siren? They can't drown you.
Yeah. Speaking of water, I watched the.
Which reminds me of a point that Amar said before he left. Amar typed in the chat, one key point I got from chapter 1 was that the tools for both paths are going to be the same. And in a world full of data and access to that data at our fingertips, discrimination between real and unreal, truth, falsehood is an indispensable tool cleaner.
Oh,
is he talking about the Pravritti?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I can't wait to get my book. Can you go to that and read what exactly what is he referencing right there?
Living in a material world, and I am a material.
That's why they say you got to have like a sharp mind, where the mind is represented by the element air. You got to, cut some shit away through calculation and discernment.
Yeah.
So it talks about, obviously, Vrittis, Pravritti and Nivritti. The prefix pra is added. Let's see. I'll just read that whole paragraph. The common factor in the two terms, Pravritti and Nivritti, is vritti. Vritta means circle, and vritti means the circular movement of the mind. What is the meaning of the circular movement of the mind? When the mind is unable to extract itself from a particular experience, when it is caught in a whirlpool or vortex, and it becomes sucked deeper and deeper into that field of experience. This is known as a vritti. When the prefix pra is added and vritti becomes pravritti, it means a deep identification, a deep connection with the world of the senses and the sense objects. When the word nivritti is used, it means disidentification, disconnection with the world of the sense objects. So how can you disconnect from the world? For as long as you're a traveler upon earth, you have to use the tools with which you have come. These tools are the body, the senses, the mind, the intellect, and the sentiments. You have to utilize these faculties of this equipment to survive, whether to bind yourself in the mire of the world or uplift yourself from it. The tools are the same for both. A person who is totally engrossed in the world is using the body, the senses, the mind, and the intellect to survive in the material world. And the person who wants to extract himself from the effects and influences of the material, sensual, and sensorial world also has to use the same tools of the body, senses, mind, and intellect. The tools are the same for a person engrossed and involved in the world of senses, and for one who is spiritually enlightened. The tools are the same. So Pravritti is the path of somebody who is caught up in those swirlings of sensuality and identifying with those swirlings, right? Black Lives Matter. Then Nivritti is the path of disidentification, going the opposite way. We experience the sensory stimulation of this reality, but we're not identifying with it as who and what we are.
Do you think that's the fool card of the tarot?
I think that's why it's so close to Chakma. It's in between Chakma and Bina, because it's like that. Oh, wow, there's the fool card right in front of me. That's like the step just before you begin to identify and attach.
Yeah.
Interesting. As soon as you said that, my eyes fell upon this image.
Because he is stepping. The fool card steps. So is he stepping into that next
Vritti.
realm?
Big stepper. You know, there were a couple of terms given to us in the chat when you asked about the opposite of a bad bitch.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them were equivalent, but we got that nigga, big stepper, Chad, pretty nigga, real nigga, OG, triple OG, a high value man. I guess those are close, but
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an equivalent to a male to a bad bitch.
Because we know that even as bad as those words sound, we know that there's a meaning to that. There's a lifestyle. There's actions attached.
Power.
There's a power attached to that. You know what I mean? When you say a bad bitch, we know we don't have to go through it.
Back in my day, I used to go to the barber shop, and there was a barber named Charles. Back in my day, I used to go to the barber shop. In other words, I don't get my hair cut anymore, right? But anyways, we walk in there, and there was a dude. He cut the hair. His name was Charles, and it was so funny. Like, he always had to say something whenever like me or my brothers came in. There you go. That's a bad boy. You better watch him. He always had like a little saying like that, and it's just like so cheap, kind of cheesy, but it's like you couldn't help but smile because like you felt it. You know what I'm saying? Like that only comes from like that older generation.
Can I freaking share a story? You may remind me of something, y'all. There was this local bar back home that we used to go to, and we knew this DJ in there. You know, he's a little older dude, whatever. We knew him on the street. He was cool. But this was. And we used to look. Me and my boys, two of my homeboys used to go in there. We used to look at each other like, why he do this every time? Every time he walk in, he'd be like, all right, the same shit you say, all right, there they go right there.
Yeah.
But he would put on the big payback from James Brown every time we walk in there. Yo, we did not understand why he did this, man. All right, I see you. There you go. What's going on there, brother?
I see you.
Next thing you know, the big payback. I was like, what is this about, yo?
Cheap.
Damn, is that a pattern? Because you said it was an old dude.
It's a pattern. I think that there's that. I think that guy still exists in every town somewhere. They used to exist in higher numbers, but there's just like the Jedi scattered across, you know, and the, you know.
Yeah, we're losing them. I said the same thing about a good old wino. What happened to winos?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the drunk dude, like all in front, like you don't see too many winos no more.
There you go.
Man. See, that's what I mean about still being involved in life, where you can still go out there and you're gonna see some crazy shit, some funny stuff. Everything is really like I done been across the whole United States, and I've been in what they would call bad neighborhoods and stuff. Of course, we know what's going on there, but nothing bad ever happened when I was there. Like it just, you know what I'm saying? Like it could have, I guess, but it was like, yo, I appreciate y'all letting me come through the cipher and like, you know what I'm saying? Where you say you from again? Connecticut. It seemed like they could never say Connecticut for some reason in other places. half the people didn't even think black people lived in Connecticut. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was crazy to visit other places, but like I said, that MLK shit is a program. That's how they keep trapped in. Hip hop is now being used that they can change, they can implant frequencies. It's like a computer program. They
Mhm.
can
yeah.
upgrade it. They can, you know what I'm saying, upgrade the players. Like GTA. I play GTA. For during the holidays, they upgrade shit. They just upgrade it. They give you money. They drop shit down on you. But that's how real life is. But you got to be the individual that's upgrading your own program. Not no
You have to be the hacker and the programmer.
yeah, for real. The
Hack.
screenwriter and the actors, the director.
You got to be able to look in the mirror and tell yourself, there you go.
There you go.
Bad boy.
Play the bit. Whatever your I guess that must have was our entering music, our theme music. To
Yeah.
him, for some reason, he saw was James Brown, The Big Payback. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everybody got to get your own music that's you. Like whenever you go somewhere, that should empower you and shit.
No, but that's my anchor now.
Man, that was deep.
The big payback.
Yep.
That's your anchor, The Big Payback. Wow. Man, you even remember that shit. That was hilarious, man.
Never fail. Every time you walked in.
It was crazy. I asked him, like, yo, why you play? Man, you know how it is. He'll always give you, like, it's always a cliche answer. Like, yo, why you play that music when walking in? Man, you know how it is.
No, I don't.
Nah, I don't. That's why I'm asking you why you. Oh,
Yeah.
man. This is dope, man. All of them books is dope. The Bahar School of Yoga is super dope. And it then got me to the point I don't even trust. I'm so discerning that you would know the fake ones who didn't try to write on those topics and you'd be like, nah, this ain't the
Man, I done
one.
bought a
So
fake VR book.
you bought a fake Bahar book?
Yep.
No.
Does it have the 3 stripes?
It has the 3 stripes. It has you can tell by the dot that it's not like it's like telling a fake Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like it's always like it's all off. And then when
They
you read,
bootlegging the
bro,
Bahar books, man.
they just stole someone's essay and then try to input their own shit.
Oh shit.
That sucks. That is crusty.
Man.
I thought it was like a rare VR, but hell no. I bought a fake ass Pokemon card.
Wow.
I wanted to buy I see they had a hardcover Initiation into Hermetics.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to have a hardcover. I'm not ready to drop 500 though for that wouldn't be a very wise decision.
Better
I
manifest.
would love to have a hard copy. A hardcover.
Hold it. I'm gonna turn on my camera.
I got to see this fake Bihar. This bootleg Bihar.
They're making bootleg Bahar School.
All right, so
Bihar.
we got
It
so
looks
we
like
have
it.
chakra here,
Yeah.
3 stripes.
Yeah.
All right, we got a noticeable size of the dot. We got the little sticker, that'd be on the bottom of the Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I bought this thinking it's some sauce. Bro, look at the size of the dots in comparison.
What's going on?
The stripes even look different.
I
The
guess
stripes is looking
the
thicker.
little sticker was retaped on there.
Oh no.
That's like
Same font.
same font, but there's like certain shit they don't even use. See if I could turn to it. They don't be using these images in no hard book.
Color images.
Color.
Yeah.
No images out this.
Somebody trying to sneak in, slide in.
Damn, that's good to know. I'm getting ready to get the book and when I come through to have all screenshots of screenshot pictures like they didn't. It'll have the phone back, the time and everything. And be like, man, that's super crazy.
Man,
Or the cloud chasing, but damn.
man.
And you gotta think, man. Remember, Trav, when you first started all of this, and I used to be inboxing you like, "Yo, do you be doing this? Did you do a search to try to find these people?" Yo, nobody was talking about this stuff anywhere.
Nope.
There was no groups on YouTube, on Facebook.
No
There
videos.
was no videos on YouTube. No of the other brothers that we respect that got their platforms, and it's no shot at them. None of them mention any of these Vedic books, Bahar School of Yoga. But soon as you start putting this shit out,
Man,
you can't even find the books. The books going with the price, they running the price up on us. Now somebody bootlegging books out of here, man.
this is the level we're at now.
This is where we at.
This is that
Bootleg
Kali
Bahar
Yuga.
School books.
Oh no, I need the Bihar school. This the Buhar school.
This the Buhar. B-U-A.
Buhar.
Yeah.
Right? It's 10 miles away from Bihar. It's a city called Buhar.
It's always like that on this planet. That's what I'm saying. It's meant to be like that.
Yo,
It's
I done
not,
bought.
it's not meant to be you're gonna have your feet kicked up, chilling all day. It's somebody gonna come kick your feet off the table.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting. I shouldn't say this, but I'm waiting for my turn. It hasn't come yet. I guess I don't know, but all the spiritual people that I follow on Instagram, you'll find every now and then somebody will take their picture and then repost all their most recent posts and then start inboxing everybody. It got my cousin. He was like, my cousin, he didn't know. He was just sending me the screenshot. He was so excited. And I got this with a few people actually. Some people were messaging me and they're like, your aura is very powerful. I think I want to give you a reading. I need to give you a reading.
I started getting all of that too.
My cousin was going back and forth. He apparently it was a YouTuber that he follows. And he's like, yo, I love your content. Da, 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 da. And he's like, yes. Would you like a reading? He's like, oh yeah, for sure. You give me a reading, man. That's awesome. But you should check out my cousin, LVX777. He taught me about da, 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 da. Yes, that's great. But would you like a reading? He's like, yeah, sure. How much? $100 for this, $300 for this, $500 for this. So he's messaging me like, yo, Trav, so-and-so's messaging me. Should I get a reading? I said, absolutely not. And then I showed him screenshots. Like, it's unless you're looking, you can't really tell because they literally just repost your last 6 to 9 pictures. So it's like, if you're not paying attention, you miss it. But just like what you're talking about, you can't just kick your feet up like it's cool. When people see something working, here come the piranhas, scavengers.
I visited another country and kind of nearby another country with a lot of counterfeit goods. So, and in that country as well, you have to haggle. You can't be on some, like, there's no set prices. You got to really argue for it. And if you really point out that the shit's fake, you get it dirt cheap. So there's a pair of shoes I know how to.
So you saying you got to know how to haggle?
Yep. So there's a pair of shoes I see. I could tell, like, the dude's kind of nervous. He's a little sweating, just a little jittery. So I'm like, all right, these shits are fake. But I need to, like, it's like the game Phoenix, right? You need to have the evidence to really make your point. So I'm looking across the shoes. I'm looking. For some dumb reason, I don't look at the bottom of the shoe. So it was a pair of counterfeit Nike Zooms. On the bottom, that shit said Nike's Move. I didn't notice that shit till I got home. I was like, bruh.
Nike's Move?
Unbelievable.
How you make that kind of typo?
Man, because they can't do it directly. You got to have, like, there's always some indicator that, is counterfeit. There's never like
about a whole
they don't copy the shoe exactly. They like legally, I guess, or I should say, I guess legally, there's always like some little thing that they have to put. And no one knew. Like, I got home, I would like tell the story, like, oh man, I thought those were real. Like, shit, I did too. Paid $40 for them. I was like, I could have got them shits for 10.
Nike's Move. Oh, yes, my friend. Is the neckage mood?
Did the
Very.
niggers move? The nose one's out.
Oh man, everything
Boozle.
was perfect.
Yeah,
Except
that's super crazy.
got to have discernment, right?
Yep. That was a hard lesson.
And a good lesson. You know, those kind of things they cut holographically so you don't forget. I'd have felt bad if my cousin got that reading. I think he would have. But then again, who knows? Maybe they're decent. I don't know.
You knew something.
I fucked with the person that was trying to get me. Since I knew the girl who they were copying, I was like asking for the price. I was along with it, like, yeah, okay, how much? And they're like, $200. Bet. Same Cash App as last time? No, different one. Already sent it. So what time? No, different Cash App. See if you can unsend it. It's like, no, it's the same one that we used last time. Do you want me to send it again? Yes, send it again, but at this one. Wait a few minutes. Okay, I sent it. Did you get it? No, did you send it to this one? No, I sent it to the original one. Great. Back and forth.
Amazing.
Smooth. Like he's moving.
To be honest, that's what kind of was holding me back for several years with like doing like Facebook groups or even like just staying consistent with it. The insecurity in me was it's like so many people was coming into that shit and I didn't want to be looked at as them.
Gotcha.
Like another person jumping in and trying to get in this ocean. That shit was made me insecure to even do it, to do my own, you know what I'm saying, YouTube. But it was like you start looking at it and after a while all these people that was there, now you can look and see some of them people being erased. The light always shines. Because we live a life that's a pendulum. This shit is nothing but one big grandfather clock. Saturn. You know what I'm saying? This shit old. This shit moving real slow through the fucking universe, father time. So that shit had me real insecure about putting or just getting into that arena, man, because it's just be like so much nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Nigga might be like, yo, this nigga fucking bootleg. Like, nah.
I mean, but you know now, like with the I mean, if you got pertinent information, the people who are meant to see it will be there.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen like how I got into the general community, starting out with star season crystals. They ain't even on that no more. They're on new gimmicks. But you like with this information, you could just be on the same shit for years.
And they still ain't touch it yet.
They call it around. That's the barrier, like
Yeah.
keeper. That's the was it Quran's on.
You know why they tiptoe around this information? Because you actually really got to do it. It becomes a part of your life. It changes your life. And people don't want to change. They want to they still want to vibrate on the low level of their existence within the world. You could still rock out with your people, but you have different practices from them. You don't, it ain't like you be judgmental. See, that's like Maestro just said, that's a barrier. And their barrier is judgment. They're afraid of being judged and they're afraid of judging people. That's the whole, those are obstacles. If you go back and read the Rana Darshan, you know what I'm saying? Those are things that will discourage a person on their spiritual path. Actually, I came to the conclusion, I don't want to say I, because that's denoting that I'm other than self. But my person made the decision that it's important to travel all paths on the tree. All three interchangeably or at the same time. Because I looked at it as the spinal column. That the Ida and Pingala, that's a path. but they're nonstop. So even if you decide to go through the path of Shushumna or on the tree of life, you know, the middle pillar, it doesn't stop Ida and Pingala from doing their thing. So you have the ability, if you desire to do so, to travel all three paths at the same time.
Mhm. Or just to gain like to do it once, but you have the experiential knowledge of each one. You have your own subjective correspondences to what you need to tap into at any time.
I like how you said that you got your own individual correspondence. That's what's important about all the information we've been reading, even going back to mystical Kabbalah and initiation into Hermetic. That's what it basically everybody should have been developing their own individual correspondences, where you create your own tree of life.
Yeah. So Dion Fortune said, like, after you gain some experience, then you can make your own symbols for these spheres and the path. You have to have, again, an experience just to go through it and be like, oh, okay, this is the type of shit this is about. So when I, make my business, I need to access this energy, boom. I already know what to tap into based on past experience and not just the book definition.
Yeah, you gotta go beyond the book. The book is beautiful. It's the key that you're gonna put in the ignition. It's gonna start the car up, but you got to have other stuff to add to it to drive the car.
Mm-hmm.
You need some oil in that thing, transmission fluid, you need spark plugs, all kind of shit. Nowadays you got basically cars are computers. So it ain't no different. It's all still following the body. But well, if you look at technology, it's becoming more refined, where it's giving you more access, but it's trying to do it in a way that's not so bulky and leaving behind weight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think that we gotta everything is going the way that it is. I just like the fact that I have the experience of Trav in this group, so I can actualize it. This group and the people that's involved and those in chats and stuff like that. That this is a different type of experience right here. You know what I'm saying? Based off of information that we're all privy to, and we're taking our time to study and research. That it's I said it earlier. The information we reading is the foundation of hundreds of systems that's been going on throughout the United States and abroad for years. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people hid this type of information from the normal population because they know once you start practicing this here, you start experiencing moksha, freedom.
You would give it to somebody, but like I don't go. I'm not getting at you in particular, but like the whole hiding information thing. Like you could cast the pros before a swan,
Yeah.
but they don't know what that is. They're probably gonna eat it. That's about it.
Like I said, most if you look, historically, a lot of groups was they really didn't want nobody to know where they got. But once you got to the Hermetic Dawn, the order of the
Golden
Golden
Dawn.
Dawn, they started giving that away. So if you were seeing with clear eyes, shit, you was able to see like, oh shoot, like we see now, like yo, everything they did, they fucking with the Vedic information. The top was it's actually beautiful. It's something. It's really, really beautiful. Right, so you You live in California, right?
Say that again.
I had to get myself together here. No, I asked the maestro if he lived in California.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's dope. Been to California 2 times, man, and it really is different.
Hmm.
Really has. Shit, I went to San Diego, California a couple years ago. And I went to
It's not all sunshine either. We got
none
plenty of broke parts. It's looking like Tatooine out here.
just like that. Boy,
It sounds like you're faded out a bit, Django.
oh, I'm saying I went to La Jolla Beach, I think it was called.
Hmm.
And I was out there touching seals, man. It was crazy.
Well, that's dope.
I seen seals that had tags on them, and when I looked at it close, it had like different type. I guess it was cities. That's where this. I guess I don't know what that meant, but to me, it must be that's where they come from or some shit like that. But they had a
Yeah,
lot of them seals was categorized and inventory. Man, I was like, oh shit, this is crazy.
yeah. When they kind of do that all over this country in general. It's like whenever there's a threatened species, they be like they either do the chip or they'll do it like just tag them. Probably both. I remember seeing this documentary about some big ass fish like in the northeast region. And every 50 years there's a migration so they can mate and lay eggs. Now I saw that as a kid. That really like opened my eyes to cycles. Like, and I think the fish lives for 150 years too. And there's a guy who went out each year to like tag them, also get some eggs for like research and whatnot. Then he said, it fit like he was a bit like kind of an older gentleman, but he's like in 50 years, the fish is probably going to come back looking for me. And again, that just opened my eyes. I'm like, oh shit, there's stuff to tap into. Imagine the fisherman who knows every 50 years he's about to get a whole bounty, like make a whole business out of that.
That's crazy. When I was a kid, I grew up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, right?
Hmm.
And every particular part of the year, the monarch butterflies, I'm talking about thousands and millions, used to fly through the city on their journey to Canada or some shit like that. I remember they didn't. I remember I got to the point as I continued to grow up. That shit, they don't even do that. I don't think no more.
Mm.
Or they shifted their pathway. So like you said, is just I think anybody who had like I don't want to call them odd experiences, but you had the opportunity to really interact with Mother Nature in its raw and pure form. You were basically sharpening yourself for right now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you were. That was a part of what made you able to be not just on a streamline with the normal public.
Yeah.
You had the ability to interact with life on a more slower, intimate level. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? And I was just thinking about that as you was you when you mentioned that, and it made me remember that those butterflies and just being a kid in general playing. Like I grew up on the city I grew up with was on the Long Island Sound. So when I came out the front door of my house, if I turned when I looked to the right, I was looking at the Long Island Sound. And I used to go down there and play with horseshoe crabs and different type of just shit like go fishing and shit. To me, I think those are the most important things that you can do to maintain the energy that you're gonna need to go forward in life. You're gonna have to become more childlike with nature. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's why I like those pictures when you and Amar, y'all went somewhere, y'all was on them big stones.
Oh yeah.
I was like, yo, that shit. Who gets that kind of opportunity to go to that? Like you said, that Tatooine shit. Y'all was out there on some. A lot of people don't. They only see that shit on TV. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because the information that you can go out there and become one with that energy. And have those stones, the sand, whatever animals out there can communicate to you how to take it back to your normal life in society. Give you some information and shit.
Yeah, I feel like people like some people still get it, but we call it like the instinctual nature. We call it by a different name. We call it street smarts.
Hmm.
But that's really if somebody had to tap into street smart to survive, they're really on some nature shit. They tapped in their animal instincts, their gut instinct to survive out here. They just categorize it differently, but it's that same thing. You could observe nature, or you could like sometimes you're gonna have to be forged by a faster system of nature.
You know what's deep about that? That basically goes into like how you have the four caste systems, or like in the Bhagavad Gita, you have the kshatris, that those are the warriors, and then the other ones priests. So
Mm-hmm.
the energies that operates through you, and how you demonstrate the doshas, how you demonstrate the tawas through your life activity, as you was just saying, that's what it is. What you said that we call it street smart. So think about when Arjuna's having this dialogue with Krishna has to remind him that you are born a kshatriya, which means that your very essence is created for war. That's all you do is fight niggas all day. You are the scorcher of earth, and you are a blood shedder. So that's the same thing like you. So a person who can tap into what we call like, yo, nigga can survive out there in the street, or even just the parallel that somebody who's a survivalist, as we call them, they can go out there into the woods, and what we may think is a bunch of weeds, be like, yo, you can eat this shit right here, right, and pick it up and eat it. That's the same energy they belong to, that they could be classified.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole science of the Vedic system. It basically teaches you how to classify things that is right perception, or things that is unright perception. You know what I mean? Because those are different aspects of the science of Vedic that you got to know. There's different levels. So if we even with, like you said, kicking in these, we may call them cities or superpower. Like, yo, that nigga right there, that nigga can play football, basketball, baseball, boxing. He excels at everything. Then this nigga he then ran track and all of that. That's was a part of his creation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yo, we took him to highlight. We gave him that basket thing in his hand. He started playing highlight. Never talk. Some people like that be like, yo, you can go out there and people fix like shit. Me, I can fix anything. I'm taking it all apart. Ever since the kid, give me all these cell phones and this technology computer. that shit coming apart. I need to see how is this receiving? How is this needle making the record create a sound?
Mm.
So I got to take this thing apart. So that was something as to me. We all got something that we could be classified as. And that goes back to how these sages and mages and swamis and or ascended beings, that's how they know how to identify you. They identify you by your energy.
Yeah. And even you could be, no matter what caste you are, you could be top of that.
You could
There
be
are
at the top
like,
of that.
there's always some, king of the peasants or some shit like that, but he good.
Yeah.
He don't need the luxuries. Like he has an abundance of what he needs. He knows how to control the peasant crowd. So when the real king needs to, he don't want the people to get rowdy. He said, "Hey, send something over to the king of the peasants. Send him this message. I want to let him know, blah blah blah." But they good. They're not beefing or anything like that. They looking down because they're playing the same game.
Yeah. It's hard, man, for people to fight through the roller coaster of emotions that we feel as we seek self enlightenment. There's so many stages to that,
Mm-hmm.
and it's so many feelings that come about. So what makes these this particular information important is it teaches you how to overcome that if you work hard to you know what I'm saying, to overcome that.
And that's one level of it because you could overcome, but it's still like, to me, that's putting yourself at a disadvantage. That's giving it solidification.
Yeah.
But if you were on some like, I look at it as wielding emotion because now I'm at the center of producing outwards. When if I hear the context of overcome, I'm thinking of somebody trying to, climb over this thing. They're going outward to inward. But if you know how to become your own center and produce outwards, like emotion is just a tool, just like the diagram I drew in the chat. Like the magus is not affected by emotion. Some people want to go on that path and like get into the occult and then try to overcome obstacles, but like, yo, you produce all this shit. There is no obstacle. But you have to like, it's the objective of centering yourself, becoming center of the four elements, like we talked about with Franz Barton. The moment you get knocked out the center, you are at the mercy of whatever the strongest element is.
A westernized mind really, if you let it undermines everything. You underestimate everything.
Overcalculate and underestimate.
You exactly right. Left brain activity.
Calculate and underestimate.
Underestimate. Please.
Did all them shits for nothing. You were like NASA when they mixed when they sent out that satellite. They probably spent years drawing up those calculations. We're off by one decimal. You still got it wrong. You just wasted your time and money.
There's a word for that. Law of sensitive dependence on initial conditions.
Say that again, Travis. You was kind of low.
So there's a word for that. The law of sensitive dependence on initial conditions.
Hmm.
And this refers to the fact that a slight variation over a course of time can have the effect of producing a profound change, much as a ship whose bearing is 1 degree off the compass will eventually find itself hundreds of miles.
Sounds like you were breaking up a bit. Sensitive dependence on initial conditions. All they needed was some damn, needed to balance that shit with the right brain. Could have called homeboy in India and said, hey, where's this planet going to be at X amount of hours?
That's the whole thing with and again that's dealing with Shiva and Shakti again, the right and left brain.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're on that.
Logic has to be balanced out with compassion and empathy. You can't just be a lot. That's the whole science of Dr. Spock and Captain Kirk and shit like that. That's why Captain Kirk was always smashing all the chicks. He represented it, emotion, flowing of emotion, and being able to interact with people from an emotional state. Dr. Spock, he had no emotions. It was all about that's not logical. Emotions was stunt the growth of the all of that type of shit. Just uptight about it.
Yeah, and look at it Kabbalistically. Those two are representing Netzach and Hod. They're
Absolutely.
operating from the intellectual triangle. And the goal of the occultist, as about, at least in his mortal life, his or her mortal life, excuse me, is to operate from the ethical triangle. Like you said, logic has to be balanced out with empathy. Hod is just the reverse and corrupted version of Hesed. Netzach is the reverse and corrupted version of Geburah. When we operate from the intellectual triangle, we're really operating from illusion and distorted image. Operating from entropy.
Tomas, even.
Yeah, at that point, where we're dealing with the not the tattvas, but the indriyas.
Mm-hmm.
That's all this vessel is. It's just for sense organ. It's a fucking trumpet. It's an instrument. You just play whatever you want it to be. Crazy.
Shango, I think you might have to repeat that.
Oh, I was just basically saying it's just like a basically this vessel is just an instrument for that, an instrument for the senses, like a trumpet. We just can play whatever persona you want to project out. You can switch to that frequency and come from the particular aspect of Tamaz or what any other personality trait you want to display. I was trying to.
That reminds me of George Washington. And in a particular time, so if you look at the ethical triangle, we have Hesed, Geburah, and Tifereth. So when he's in office, that was the Hesed energy. But I think it was Shays Rebellion, I believe. It was time for the military, like the new constitution, to be tested. So he had to, instead of embodying the qualities of Hesed or playing this role of Hesed, he then stepped into the role of Geburah, and now he's playing the general. And likewise, too, we deify him in the state capital, or not state capital, in the country capital, and now he's Tifereth. But you see in his living life, managed to occupy different roles, was never really one of those things. That's why when some people die, you can't define them. Some you could just say, that person was just a musician. Other times it's like, nah, this person did X, Y, and Z because they occupied so many sephiras or different roles in their mortal or waking life.
What houses did you say? You said said.
Can you say that again? I can't hear you.
You said you said in Netzach something that represented him a little while ago. You had, right?
I
On
said, go ahead.
From the beginning, he really served to represent Chesed. And then when it came time to test the Constitution, he was able to perform in the function of Gibra. And at this point in time, we typically see him as a representative of Tifereth. I think a good thing that shows is with the higher quality of consciousness a person is able to represent, they have more options. Usually if a person doesn't have very much of a quality of consciousness, they have very little options. But the more options you have, you can even choose to do such a thing.
See, and that's because you can't get to the higher realms unless you're willing to be of service, of pure service. So that's what Yasad is after you go through the first barrier, and just to, if we want to use, in the structure of that tree and those paths, you can't get to the upper realms unless you're going to be of service. That's why Yasad represents a Messiah figure, because only through true pure service, even to yourself, you have to save yourself as well. You have to be a Messiah to your own person who you've become. So once you get that together, or master that realm, so to speak, or that plane of self, as you just said, now you can operate through those higher. It's the same with the chakra systems. Your heart and your voice has to be operating at a very high refined level for it to get to the crown. You can't the crown chakra just doesn't open just because it's a power fucking struggle, or it just opens and you think it deals only with supreme enlightenment. A person must experience the opening of all the chakras before the crown samsara. But you can't get to them higher functions operating through any of
Can, but you'll be smacked down.
Huh?
I said you can, but you'll get smacked down.
Yeah, very difficult. You're gonna get an illusion. You're still gonna be in an illusion because you're operating not from the subtleness and purity of self.
Oh boy, do I have a story.
Greetings, Winter.
Hi everybody, it's been a while. Nice to see you guys again, or hear you guys.
Greetings. Are you LARPing today as well?
I'm sorry?
Are you LARPing today as well?
Yeah. Something like that. But speaking of the getting smacked down, recently, I had a run-in with psychosis and backdooring with substances for my scientific experiment, and getting smacked down is like exactly what happened. Like it was such a magical experience. I can't even be mad at myself because it like unlocked so many things for me, but it allowed me to like reach that crown, so to say. Like it connected the two hemispheres for me in that sense. Like they were no longer in conflict.
Now, when you say backdooring, what does that mean?
Using substances to try to shortcut my way to enlightenment. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't work, but it's only so high that you can get. And I'm sure you guys remember my mushroom experience. But this time it was doing Adderall, and it stimulants like really stimulate and speed up how you perceive your environment and your time. And I was being very organized and circumambulating around my space very strategically and cleaning up things and making my space right with this substance. And it's just such a vast experience. I'm trying to like encapsulate it. Long story short, I ended up in a psychiatric ward in Virginia Beach. And I literally magicked my way out of there. Like literally everything I saw, anything anybody said to me, like I could do the gematria for it. Like anything I wanted, this old lady who talked to herself, like I asked her like who she was talking to, and she said the voice of God. But like literally anything that I thought of wanting, like she would put it on the windowsill next to the Bible. And I was like, yo, what the hell? Like this is like pretty neat. So yeah, and my people around me started acting like real sus. Like I understand like why the Among Us memes and like a lot of the games where like there was like somebody who's a suspect in your group are a thing right now, because it's like I'm seeing how like the archetypical realm in the astral realm have really like that was like the ceiling for that experience. And it was really easy to get lost there because there was this feeling of invincibility, like nothing can stop me. I'm so magical. I'm going to figure all of this out with my brain. Yeah. And literally the next time I did Adderall, like I ignored the feelings of like, I don't need it, but I'll just do it because like, what the hell? And I had a sigil in the bag for it was a job satisfaction sigil. And currently not in a job, but I feel satisfied. The next time I did it, my heart started hurting. I could feel like a certain vein, like it was like kind of like, I guess the feeling of a heart attack or a stroke. And my dad has a bunch of rugs down, and all the rugs had different assorted patterns that my mom has bought over the years. And I was feeling so out of it. I was like, I gotta tell somebody. All the patterns of the rugs just kind of seemed to suck me in. Like we mentioned how like these patterns were like places and yantras, and it like literally trapped me onto the rug. Like I could not move. I was so confused by the colors and the sounds, and nothing was really making sense. And it was at that point, it was like, okay, well, I think I've boosted up too much of my conscious mind. Like that first experience was like so cool because they were working in tandem, but then I went back to the hospital. None of my tricks worked. None of the words I said were working. None of my chants or anything were working, and I just looked like a tweaker pretty much. And I tried to say the chant tanim, tananim, tan, just Hebrew for serpents and jackals. And the first time I did that, it worked. The second time, the nurse was like, "You're not doing that again, not this time." And I got put in another psychiatric center at Moortown Road in Williamsburg. I had no idea Moortown even existed. I was like, what the hell? And yeah, it was really depressing because none of my creativity was there. And I either had the choice to soak around the halls, being very impatient and exerting a lot of energy and moving around, or really putting into effect, sitting still and focusing and meditating. And like even in the group sessions, they passed out the fourfold breath papers and stuff. And it was like, a good reminder. And I met a guy there named Chai, and he's really into yoga. And he's from a place called Yogaville, Virginia. And I had no idea this place existed. And we became really good friends. So like out of this experience, it was like backdooring only gets you so far. But with both of those experiences, it feels like in a way it and combined with my studies, I feel like it eliminated a lot of the karma, if that makes sense, because I wasn't judgmental to it being a substance. Like if I were to hold a position of it being like, okay, well, this is a drug and, you know, this person says I shouldn't take it, and this came from an uncertified source and blah, blah, blah. I feel like it would be that mindset that would entrap me. But judgment kind of did take a hold at the second place. Like I started to feel more down on myself because there was like a pattern starting, but it wasn't a pattern because I was still conscious of my actions. I didn't really judge it that hard, but I noticed the more that I started to judge and put blame or worry on myself, that the more constrained and hostile the environment got. But yeah, it's been an interesting November. Scorpio kicked my ass.
So that goes to show, not, you know, trying to hark on you or anything like that, but when we try to access different realms and the mind is not rewired to host such an experience, it'll work out from time to time, but the smackdown part will be when some type of massive download or massive experience is there for us, and the mind isn't the proper vessel to hold such a substance.
Oh yeah.
Did you? Okay, this is super crazy right here. Night Creature, did you look up this Yogaville?
No, I never looked it up
I'm
yet.
looking at it right now. You gotta hear it. Trav, this is gonna be hilarious, yo. Yogaville or Satyananda Ashram was founded in 1980 by Satyananda Saraswati, whose Western nobility stemmed from his opening of the Woodstock Festival. The ashram is the international organizational headquarters of Swami Satyananda's documented teachings and is located in Buckingham County, Virginia. The primary goal of Guru Yogaraj Sri Swami Satyananda was interfaith. Okay, I'm skip that. But then I clicked on by Satyananda Saraswati, right? So of course, you know, born C.K. Ramaswamy Gounder, became known as Swami. But this is what I found. You know what lineage he comes from?
The Sivananda.
He comes from the Sivananda, directly from the Sivananda Saraswati lineage, yo.
Yeah, the guy that I met from their chai, all he did was say mantras the whole time. And at first I was very I held a lot of myself back because like I didn't trust anybody. Everybody was kind of going apeshit at times. Like I even had times where I like the first psychiatric center, I just punched a guy in the face for no particular reason. But it felt very invigorating. The doctor there was named Dr. Light, and I was like, oh hell no. But
do you know what Satyananda's motto is? Truth is one, paths are many.
Wow.
Isn't there a quote that says many out of one?
Yeah, novus ordo seclorum. That's on the dollar bill.
Hold on now. She found this dude that's randomly from Yogaville.
Yogaville.
Her story. And here we are talking about this city being founded by someone from the lineage of the Bihar School of Yoga.
Yeah.
Yes.
Save up some money.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
As I save up some money, make a society trip.
Yeah, I was at Moortown It was the road, literally the psychiatric center. It was called the Williamsburg Pavilion.
And we all
And
know
it's set up.
we all know why they call these places more towns.
That's what I'm saying. And there's a
that's another
train
history
track.
that we're not gonna go into that, but you know.
There was a train track that there's like a lot of railroad systems over here, like especially towards like Newport News, Williamsburg. And a train always went by at this psychiatric center. And I was thinking of electronics. I was like, okay, well, magnetism or electricity is step down magnetism. And this pavilion place was separated into 3 or 4 wings. And they transferred me to another wing that was called a step down wing. And the wing I was at before had coffee. And that was like literally what was keeping me grounded, coffee grounds. With the step down, when I went to the step down wing, everybody kept lying. They're just like, yeah, the coffee machine's broken. And I'm like, if these McDonald's asses don't give me my motherfucking coffee. So I had to like pull a tantrum because like I was really pissed. I was coming off with some stims. I needed some coffee. I was like, I had to throw a tantrum. And like I looked at the book and it was like, this is the step down wing. And I'm like, what the heck? So like this place is literally set up, what is it called? Supply chaining. Like the supply chain really is the algorithm for these places, like the way to deliver food, the schedule that people worked. And it was like literally like a clock. And I was like, yo, I didn't have it in me to like magic my way out of there. So I just like observed for the time. I was like, what the hell is going on here? This is pretty insane. But yeah. I died on the cross for your sins.
That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, oh yeah, the guy
All
from
paths-
Yogaville.
All paths lead to Moksha.
The guy from Yogaville kept calling me the Kali to his Shiva. And he was like really obsessed with me. And it was freaking me out at first. I was like, can you back off? And he was like, you are the Kali, the black goddess. And I'm just like, can you leave? There's this girl who called herself Lilith there, who always flipped out. And like, when she always called me Kit Kat. And I was like, what are these archetypes? Like, why are people having
you went
all
to a
these
hell of a
archetypes?
realm, yo.
Yes, dude. Like this was such a trip. I was like, where am I?
Oh,
God.
Sounds like you really did. The way that you're telling this is like a movie type of thing. Seriously.
Yeah.
And then you in Virginia, so you're around the train track, so you already can equivalent. You know, that's a lot of old goon energy when you deal with train tracks and metal and steel. Then you right there. That's why, and people don't know Virginia's for lovers. So that's what you're dealing with. Oshun.
Yes, that had a Mandela effect happen. Like before I went to the first psychiatric center, I was just going around my yard cleaning up the branches, and my parents found it weird. Like they were really concerned for me, and I found it normal because I had been up for days. I hadn't noticed. I was up for some hours just in trance, like just cleaning and going about my space and cleaning up the yard. And they found it odd. And I walked, there's a little power station right beside my house because I live in the country. So I went there and there's like, they misspelled the name of the road on the power station. And I was like, I had to double take, like, what? Greenway? This does not say Greenway, that says Greenway. And like, just like a lot of things related to power, like my computer started bugging out when I got back. I think it had a virus.
It's 5 o'clock.
And yeah, things of the sort. Train tracks and power plants like have been one of my like focuses for that time.
Trav, did you say thank you to Maxine? Man, I didn't hear you say it.
Dude.
Excuse me. Rona.
It was whispered directly into her ears.
Got to always be sweet to the ladies.
Always. The male aspect has to be consistent while the female aspect has to be the other.
Yeah, I think that's why some of those carvings always show women in motion. Their arms were either they were playing instruments, they were singing, they were dancing. They're always in motion. Men doing other shit, standing there or firing an arrow or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's very symbolic. And I'm sure there are people who will find a way to get upset about that, but it's displaying cosmic principles. Like, some stuff doesn't change. I know, like, a lot of people in this generation want to be new and different, but reality is unchanging. And when I say reality, I mean like actual reality, not life that we experience, but actual reality, regardless of our bodies. It's consistent. That's why human bodies are born the way that they're born, consistency, because reality is unchanging. And the more that we align our inner world with our outer world, with the consistency of the real world, the more smooth everything manifests. So even something as little as discipline, because discipline is it's not about waking up in the morning and doing push-ups and making your bed. You're training your consciousness to be consistent, and that puts you in alignment with ultimate reality. It also trains you to stay firm and solid when everything around you is going crazy, because honestly, the external environment, the manifested realm, is the feminine aspect. She's Prakriti. That's Kali. That's Oshun. That's all the feminine entities is the external environment. And this internal environment, that's the masculine aspect of self. Just like what Winter said, that electricity is stepped down magnetism. It can be said that magnetism is stepped up electricity.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing to realize is that they're functioning on different modes. And the less we understand about those modes, the less we align ourselves with those modes, the more that we're going to experience chaos and pain.
That's why Western minds and a lot of cultures, that's why they oppress the woman, strong, oppressed her, broke her down, made her, they made her think that she's the reason for the downfall of man and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
While at the same time hiding ancient practices, worshiping the woman at the same time, knowing that even though your oppression can't work without you still worshiping the same essence that you're trying to oppress.
I have to give credit to where it's due. In my class, there's a student by the name of David, and he brought up like just that whole thing about how the masculine aspect of religion has worked hard to suppress the feminine aspect, using things like, Eve bit the apple, so she should be oppressed and shit like that. Yeah. But that's the exoteric. The true esoteric essence of this is that the feminine aspect represents matter, and matter is meant to be put in order by the masculine aspect, not by men, but by the consciousness. Matter is supposed to be disciplined by consciousness. That's what that's supposed to represent.
And her energy, or that movement, or that prana, or that inertia is what stimulates him to a different level of his consciousness. That's why the whole story is alchemical, because she got the wisdom first, ate the apple or whatever. It wasn't even an apple. That was only what Michelangelo, he painted that, Adam and Eve eating an apple. So they stuck with that shit. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is
crystallized.
They just stuck with that. You know what I mean? So the whole thing is she stimulated him to movement, because that's why he's not in that store. What was he doing? He was in a state of just some like they would say, he was naming animals and naming. And don't forget, he was given a position of being a vicegerent of the planet. So if you kind of like, thinking and expanding mind, she the one that triggered him to action, to recognize himself and to recognize her. And then then the story got manipulated and made it think that it was sinful. But the whole thing is, we know that and put there's practices, and even in Islam, people have seen the videos of the Muslims, especially the Saudi Arabians. They'll have them women bent over, moving them cheeks, and they all be standing there bent down, just looking at it, throwing money and shit. I'm talking about millions. Well, that's money. That's money magic they doing. Them cheeks moving is generating energy. No different than African dances. The woman, even in India too, they always lead with the hips.
Hmm.
And what them hips do, when we start seeing it, that shit starts stimulating us. You're gonna start rising up.
Defy gravity.
This shit gonna start you're gonna start
Before
defying gravity.
before I went to like the first psychiatric center, I was like driving around so much. Like I put high grade, like I had gotten laid off of my job because I didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. And so like I was feeling so free. And I was like, I'm gonna just drive everywhere because like I wanted to DoorDash at first. And I'm like, who am I kidding? I hate DoorDashing. Let me just fuck around. And so I was like literally in my cat bathrobe, just going everywhere and acting so free. And like people in other cars are looking at me like, what the fuck? But I was having the time of my life. And I did the same thing later, but except I got lost within the colors. I started seeing the elements of things, like the primary colors specifically, and the colors relating to the chakras. Now, mind you, my father's name is William, or Will I Am, and my mom's name is Charity, and then I'm Winter. And I was driving around the second time, and I got lost between my neocortex and my intuition. I started to follow like I started to see like the trucks as like my dad, because he always like is a macho man, deer hunter. Started seeing like trucks and camouflage things as that. And I started seeing like yellow cars and the things I associate with like the higher aspect of me. I used to like kind of I used to believe I was in the shadow of my brother since he was a doctor. And a lot of my youth was spent trying to become that something that I wasn't. And I was following around this yellow car, and my other sister calls Adana. And Adonai. So she calls me, she's like, where are you? And my parents or my mom was like, she couldn't get a hold of me and she was freaking out. And in Adana, she's like, stay there, download this app, we're gonna find you. And I kept driving around, like still following the lights, still following like false lights. And I'm just like, I knew I wasn't lost. I knew what I was doing, but I kept mistrusting my intuition. And eventually I'm on this road in Norfolk called Terminal Boulevard next to the military base, the naval base. And every time I get lost, I always end up near military bases. Very strange. Yeah, it was she felt I had to park in a graveyard. I parked in the graveyard right off of Terminal, and she drove me back in her Tesla and to the hospital. And there was this helicopter up top, and it all felt magical. I started seeing the archetypes everywhere. And as we were walking into the hospital, I was like, are we going to see Elon Musk and Grimes? But everything they did in the hospital was like so calculated. And I could see like everything just felt so hypnotic. It felt like a large, it felt like a mandala, like, and I was like in tune with what was happening in the environment, but slowly being hypnotized, it felt. And I was just meowing for the rest of the night. My parents were there eventually. And I eventually went home, and then the next day was when I was like going around the yard, and I eventually had to go back to the hospital again in Suffolk. But it was that the first time was funny to me. It was all like funny. I was having fun and I didn't think anything bad of it. And in the second psychiatric scenario, when the doom and the gloom of, oh my God, what if I'm diagnosed with this? And if I'm diagnosed, I have to take medicine. And if I have to take medicine, that means I'll be on a list. Those thoughts like kept coming to my mind. And like that physically like depressed me. Like time started going slower. I was only there for like a week at the second one, but I could not wait to go home. Like I was trying to do everything in my power to distract myself until I just sat still and just like let it be.
Man,
Isn't that what I said earlier, Trav? When you accept the situation you in, you sit still and like she just said, and let it be. That's when
Mhm.
you can. That's when the reality you start now taking control of the reality. You're not just being in control by what we call reality, which she said you was.
I think of it like when looking at chemistry and thinking of the atom and the nucleus and thinking of like the protonated center of the protons and neutrons. And it's like it doesn't really become another element until another proton is added, you know? And it's like no matter you can have was it proton? You could have a large electron cloud, but it doesn't really change the atomic number unless another proton is added. And it's like it's until I've been like quarantined in my room, I have a cold. Well, my parents are calling it quarantine, and I don't mind. I'm like, oh no, I like sitting still because it's like nobody messes with me, and it's like I can do anything I want, and like I'm not held up to a time schedule. Really,
That's
it's
that
like
Thanos shit that I was mentioning earlier. Was
yeah,
Thanos
it's
just
like
wanted to be
time
by
literally
himself?
stops.
You see what I'm saying? How was
Yeah.
you explaining everything I was talking about? But the
Yes.
only thing I'm gonna add is this: that path you took, as you said, the back door. Yo, that's a rough fucking path. Look at the shit look at what you had to experience along with this enlightenment.
Look at the price that the fare of that trip cost, because every trip costs a fare.
It cost the
That's a
fare.
very expensive one.
The troll toll.
You know
I
what
like to call it.
represents that path? You had to pay the ferryman. You had to go across the river of Styx. You paid. That's not the way you're supposed to. I'm not saying I'm for you. I'm saying it as the story. The way to enter the realm that the river of Styx takes you to, you're supposed to earn that way when you transition. But you can pay the ferryman 2 silver coins, and they'll take you over to there. So that pathway is rough that you took. You know what I'm saying? But
It's like I
it is.
understood all of it while tripping out. Like I had a dry erase marker and I was writing on all my mirrors. I had sticky notes and I placed them all on the walls and on the
Scared your
windows.
parents
And I
to
was
death.
yes. And I was just circumambulating over and over and adding more notes. And it all made sense because it was like going back, I've been listening to a lot of Savan Bomar and his Enealogy quest and understanding or understanding rather words and how they're like even the roots, those are like the very vibrations that you conjure. And I was hanging on to doing animation for the longest time, but when I sat down to do it, it took so long. And I'm like, I really dislike this. I need some Adderall. And that's kind of what sparked the whole thing because I have a friend, Molly, she's really into ceremonial magic too. And I began to like become really creepy towards her. Like I was working on one of her projects and it was like the biggest break I've ever had. I was like, finally I get to be an animator with somebody I look up to. And I just kept like I started to take on the form of her animation, but I did that purposefully. I was like, okay, well, if animating is just bringing something to life, I'm going to cosplay this instead of drawing this out by hand and see how that goes. And that seems to have like triggered the entire like thing, like the entire episode. Because like I after I got out of the first psychiatric center, I pulled up the etymology to animation, and psychosis is literally, it literally means animation. And I'm just like, this must be what the Mandela effect is. This must be what the Mandala effect is. And it's like, wow. Because when I went to that power plant beside my street, I'm like, the street's literally named Greenway, and you're gonna misspell the sign, and it says Geenway, and I lived here for 15 years, and I've never noticed this. Like, what? I was like, what? It was just like so bizarre. I just had, it was a blissful experience. Like I had fun, and other people around me were freaked the fuck out, and they were freaking me the fuck out. But it was fun.
You gotta, that path is like, you gotta, that's when you learn your dosage, and you could, if you continue to follow that path, you know what I'm saying, it becomes alchemy. You gotta know, it's like, well, say like you hooked up to an IV, they only gonna run your IV, as they call it, full wide open, if you need to have fluids flushed in you quick. But other than that, they drip that thing real slow. So that's how we got to find our level with that path right there. Like I said, your experience, that shit sound great. That shit is a great. You should draw a whole animation of that, what you just told us. I'm gonna give you this right here. You are your currency. You already rich. You might not even know it. That's why, and I'm gonna just keep it, because you spoken about, you know what I'm saying, your job and not liking it and boom finances, because you gotta look inward and see yourself as your own finance.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't want
Write
to
your own story. That shit, you can be a complete you know what was like that? Fucking the movie Hancock. See, people want to break movies down, break that movie down. Hancock got sick of his motherfucking superpowers and became a drunken bum. We run away from our greatness.
Yeah.
We look for it in other things. You understand what I'm saying? Because because a lot of people, that's old school jacking in right there. What you had, you didn't have a mental experience of going into a facility. You physically went in.
Yeah, like a,
which is a trip within itself. That's a whole realm you went into.
I thought of like the currency aspect of it. I'm like, as you control all the kingdoms, you begin to gain that currency. So mineral, vegetable,
you might need, I'm gonna give
you
this jewel, and I'm gonna give you this jewel, and I'm gonna leave it alone.
All right.
You might need to rewrite the whole story of Alice in Wonderland.
I already did it. I already did it.
Fucking Al. Okay, there you go.
It's already published. Just
See?
Rich trying to get it on paper.
You super straight. You did what you're supposed to do.
I realized all of this. I was just like, now I'm getting like, my consciousness and myself are like so in sync to where the algorithms on my phone and like the things that I see posted match up with things like symbols that I've just drawn on paper. And it's just like, now the sigils don't even take time to manifest. It's just like, boom, there you go. All because I sat still.
Can you imagine Night, Creatrix, Trav, and Hakat? Can you imagine having a what they call it when a gathering,
a convention,
but you got to have some nature. I don't like conventions. I don't want to say I don't like it. When it's just having it only inside of like a building, and then I want to be outside too.
Let me show you something. This is let me get OBS started.
You know what that circle looked like? It looked like the weapon from Crawl.
Let me see if I can flip this. This is the book that I've written. Let me see if I can flip it. There you go. All right, so I made this book cover because I always stared at the drain in the shower, and I've always like, and I never really put the two and two together until like after I was like making the design for the cover. And then Trav and I had a conversation about a servitor course one day, and he tells me, "Oh, that's the symbol for Ganesh," and I'm just like, "No way, no fucking way!" Like, and I was just starting to do the mantras around the time, and it's like the more it's called life autosave, and the way the arrows are going in the clockwise direction, it wasn't until I went in the other direction and started like Widdershins. It's called Widdershins. When I was doing Widdershins, that's when everything started breaking down and the environment started to, it felt like it was attacking me. It felt like the consciousness of the observer was trying to understand itself from outside of my body, similar to my first Veil of Paracath experience, except I didn't treat it as an enemy. I didn't treat it as something that was going to attack me. And it was when my mom started acting like really bizarre. She was concerned, but it just sussed me out. And she had this like animal print gown on. It was animals with sunglasses on. And it like just kept freaking me out. It's just patterns, animal patterns, and then rugs, and then like colors. It was the primary elements, the elementals that were grabbing me. And when I had to break down elementals, because it always confused me. And then when I understood elementals as first principles, that's when it all made sense. That's when I grabbed the sketchbook. I took an art class that broke down shades, tints, tones. It broke down shading. It broke down cross-hatching. It brought down patterns. And this is a book I had in college. And it was one of the classes that I remember getting critiqued from that I felt really scarred from, because I thought it was a really good painting when my teacher just kind of like tore it to shreds. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, now I'm seeing what those first principles was, and what do you call them? The contrasting colors, or not contradictory, complementary colors. And when we see Christmas colors, you see the red and green. Those are those conflicting colors that tend to vibrate. When you put those complementary colors together, they vibrate. They trick your eyes into vibrating. So if you like even go in your computer settings and go invert the color scheme, when you invert that, I know Django, you sent that video to me of that lady with the X on her forehead.
Yeah.
And she inverted the colors, like even in inverting those colors, like orange and blue, or green, blue and yellow, purple and orange, red and green. You can put all of these colors in a wheel, and exactly across from one another, you could see how they complement each other. But when you mix these complementary colors together, they always make shades of brown or grays. And I'm like, the grays. This is like, there was this movie about the grays. I forgot what it was called. It was a horror movie, but it was after my first psychiatric center experience. This movie came on TV and it freaked me the fuck out, because like it really tested me. Like I saw a shadow person as soon as like the jump scare came up, but I was laying on one of my patterned rugs. It was green, and it was much like a yantra, one of the rugs that kind of pulled me down before my second experience with a psychiatric center. Like I realized like, yo, grays are like the greens. It's like the absence of the green becomes the grays. And it's just like, I'm understanding what like these archons or these elements or these like first principles are, because you have your primary colors, which are like red, blue, and yellow. And it's like you notice it within video games too. It's like you got Sonic, your Sonic characters are like those first primary colors. And you move on to something like Mario. Mario has those in primary colors, but Luigi is like the green and Yoshi is like the green, you know? And it's like you look at the game systems too, and how all of these game systems kind of contribute to those spectrums. And it's just like I've never really had a GameCube until high school, because there's always this meme that GameCubes or Nintendos are always for children. And it's like I'm starting to understand why people would say that, because like this is the simple primary color aspect of it. You think it's for children. It's a very simplistic way of gaming, but like I've never really been a fan of those games. But it's like yeah, it's just I've been putting so much together. It's just
Yo,
insane. Yeah.
super super powerful. I had to go back and look through my history of videos. Just the other day, I was looking at a video, color psychology and marketing, and everything, and I was like, damn, because you was hitting everything on the head with all the colors. I said, man, she experienced the. That's what we was talking about earlier. It was the colors, but it really was not the colors. It was the quintessence of what we call color is what you was really experiencing. You know what I'm saying? Like you was experiencing the actual feeling, and you can see it. That's how Kanye West said he make music. He said he see colors. You know what I'm saying? So somebody who operates within that realm of experience and reality, that's really powerful. That can be something that you could make that into your own personal system that you utilize to maintain your frame to use
Yeah,
that.
I've been like following a lot of the streamers that I watch on Twitter, and it's interesting to see how each streamer that I watched this streamer named Vine Sauce, and he's always been a Nintendo fanboy, or he's a Mario fanboy, but his streams are like hilarious to me. And this other streamer called 1DNSL, he has investors. He does this bit where he just trolls people on games, and people take games so seriously, but all he does is ask simple questions, and it's funny to see how triggered people get in games. And it's just like understanding how like the psychology of men. I know men means to mint or to put into the mind, and it's like I'm seeing how a lot of games or a lot of men, not to be sexist or anything, but it's just like how that is entrapping to the male psychology because of the shape and the form. And it's like those are the Venusian qualities of what they're playing. And it's like you go on like the different servers like CS:GO, and you see like the attitudes of those versus people who play Halo. And it's just like, you know, Apex players versus Fortnite players, you know. It's like there's something about the color and the scheme that makes it enjoyable and playable. And it's like when you have open worlds that are so open but with no objective, like Final Fantasy 15, I loved it. I love the aesthetic of it, but was not enthused with the gameplay. I was really obsessed with it because it had pretty boys, but I was really bored with the gameplay because there was so much open world, but no objectives in this open world, but to fight these high level demons. And I kept dying to these high level demons. And I'm just like, I'm not going to play this anymore. I'm just here for the pretty boys. So, but it's like, I've been like really seeing how Venus plays a part, or nature plays a part in the color scheme, and how green really kind of ties up the primary colors together. It's like once you get that first combination of blue and yellow, boom, you got green. And it's like that's the basis. That's like the basis of what we eat, what the animals eat. And you in biology, especially ecology, you learn about the energy consumption, and how there's first level primary consumers that have the most energy, that take in from the highest source, and then you have secondary consumers and tertiary consumers. And the higher up you go, like so the predators get the least amount of available energy from having to eat more of the flesh, having to be more carnivorous. And it's like, even seeing it within the language too, it's like looking into omnivores and herbivores, and it's just like omniverse, universe. And I'm just like, yo, like
The singularity can't be escaped. That's all it is just different words describing the same thing. Our actions demonstrate the quality of nature that's being projected outwardly through the mixing of the multiple elements. You know, or you like you say elementals.
exactly.
And then we can change all of that into we can make those into gods or some kind of a character or egregor, or
Right.
it starts getting real fun once you really, you know what I'm saying, like how your experience, you had fun with that.
Yeah, like when you take your action figures too, and even if you have like action figures and you just repaint them, it's like it brings a whole new look. Like I have this old McDonald's Raichu toy that I've had on top of a Naruto coin bank, and I I use it to kind of symbolize electricity. Like I know any Pokemon fans, it's like Raichu or Pikachu could not evolve without a lightning stone. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out when I was playing Pokemon Diamond, like my first Pokemon game, how to evolve my Pikachu until I started going into the mines and digging it out. And I played this on the Nintendo DS, and this was like the first game system where you could play with friends nearby. And I have vivid memories of going through these mines with friends, and we would just be digging for hours finding the fossils and the stones to evolve our Pokemon. And it's like using this Raichu to like place around my room, especially around electronics. It has a little battery in it that went dead long ago, but it used to light up red. And it's like, I haven't changed the battery out, but using it symbolically and having it around my electronics. And now I put it atop of my coin bank and using that and the symbolism of copper as a conductor, and my recent discoveries with railroads and conductivity. It's been like interesting, to say the
You're a
least,
really
just
interesting
interesting.
individual.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not at all. You speak like you're a real artist. You know what I mean? The way you're speaking, like colors and all. You are an artist. That's what I get. Period. But, I was thinking, like I said, that's crazy. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna send this video. I'm gonna send this video to it. It's basic, but it was. Yo, it was crazy. It's crazy that you just spoke on this whole thing. I was this video called "Marketing Color Psychology." What do colors
What?
mean, and how do they affect customers? And it's all. It's like 14 minutes and 30 minutes. It was deep, and it's basically this guy just talking about colors. It ain't no fancy shit, but it's interesting that you mentioned that because like you say you
Oh yeah,
studied
like
it.
when I was um going for the cover of my book as well, for this the texture on the background, I was trying to look up like I know I wanted green, but I wanted something textured, and I came across the word verdigris, and I'm like, what is verdigris? So I looked it up, and verdigris is when copper starts to tarnish into that greenish color. And then I looked up the word, and it came me across it took me to another book called Verdigris Deep, I believe, and it's literally almost the exact same plot as my book. And I was like,
Mm.
no way. I haven't read it, but like the overlying scheme was
You
the
didn't tap into
same.
something.
Yeah. It was interesting. I was doing my Ganesha mantras. I was working at 7-Eleven, and I was just going Om Gam Ganapate Nama while stacking the Slurpee cups. And yeah, it's like, I should make it this symbol and then have verdigris as the background, and this will do. And then boom, it opened up like an entire realm. And it's just like shocking to me. Like I had a guitar pick with 222 on it, and I've had that ever since I was a kid. And for some reason, this guitar pick ended up in my shower drain, the same symbol that's on my book. And I was like, what? This was like last week. And I saged my bathroom. I was cleaning my bathroom. And I went to my mom's bathroom to grab a paper towel. And as soon as I went into there, boom, her shower shelf fell. Or like, the closet, inside her closet, I was nowhere near it. Everything just fell in her bathroom. And right after I found 222 inside that symbol. And I'm like, 222, Chokma. Chokma is the most abstract of forms. Like I had to break out the Kabbalion, like not the Kabbalion, but the mystical Kabbalah. I was like, what the hell? Dion Fortune, give me some answers. And like all I had to do was read just a few pages, boom, broke out the highlighter, was like, Chokma represents the most abstract of forms. And I thought I read the whole book, but like apparently this chapter was like the only one that I hadn't highlighted. And I was like, yo, what? It was like, man. Man. I can't even speak on it. Like I had, oh man. Whew. Just bathing in it now. Just bathing in it.
Nitro.
Crash Nitro Kart. That's interesting. Yeah, that was another thing too. Like primary elements, the first video games I got, or the first game system I had was PlayStation 2. And the first games that came with it was Crash Bandicoot and the Wrath of Cortex and Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. And I was so afraid of the level Wizards and Lizards in Crash Bandicoot. It was this green dragon that chased you through this science lab that turned into a medieval castle. And I could not stand being chased. Like, I think I didn't play that game after it. I didn't play it thoroughly until I started using cheat codes, and I just bounced through the realms. Just started using cheat codes. And then Enter the Dragonfly, I could not get past this alien level with cows that were being abducted by UFOs. It scared the shit out of me. Scared the shit out of me for some reason. But for some reason, Spyro was always my favorite character. Like I just hung on to the dragons. Like, yo, I love dragons. This is the shit. And then I don't think I've ever told you guys, but lime green is my favorite color. And I have this this happened to me and my sister when we were kids. My Aunt Jan was staying with us at our house on Wood Duck Lane, and she had these code red Diet Mountain Dew bottles, and it was around the time it was like, win, you have the chance to win the sweepstakes, win a limited edition Xbox. Me and my sister literally stopped, we held hands, and we prayed to God. We were like, God, please let us win this Xbox. And we opened the cap and we won the Xbox. So I have this lime green limited edition Xbox, and it came with this game, Blinks the Time Sweeper. And Blinks the Time Sweeper is about this cat who can turn back time. And before I zonked out on my speed trip, I kept watching the intro scenes from Blinks the Time Sweeper, and it's just the clock going round and around, like, and I just kept watching it over and over and over and over. And it was like the mascots of that time around the early 2000s of those game systems are like really the like the Venusian archetypes, like why I was like obsessed with furries, like why I was obsessed with like anthropomorphism, the cherubim and the seraphim, like the angels, the demons, is like those very archetypes were like the archetypes of the game systems that like I championed. And it's like I never got to play Blinks because I was afraid of that too, because it was the fact that you were held under pressure of stopping time and resuming time and having to suck up trash with your vacuum. There's so many correspondences with like keeping your space clean and vacuums and air compressors, and interestingly enough, around the time that I got laid off of my last job was they asked us to come up with ideas of cost saving initiatives, and my idea was to we had a lot of duster cans that clean off the dust of the electronics around the office, and 6 of these cans cost $36. And I'm just like, why don't we just get a rechargeable air compressor? And that way it saves money, it saves costs, saves waste. My idea never got put to effect before I left, but I noted at the time that air related things kept popping up around me. Like I have air filter. There's like so many vacuums in my parents' house and where I'm staying. And the duster can had this symbol. I have to go find it, but it had the ISIS symbol of the dot and the crescent moon right on the duster can. And I was staring at this thing like, what the fuck? Like, am I seeing this? Am I really seeing this? So like doing the Adderall and doing all that speed and doing all of this air related things is like that element of air had really been exhausted in me. Like I put sticky notes up to the corners of the cardinal directions in my room along with their symbols. And I noticed that it was the corner of earth that was the most cluttered in my room. And I got to work. I started cleaning out that corner and replacing that. During that whole trip when I was bugging out, that's all I was doing. And the voices of my soul just kind of like led me through like all of it. And the etymology of psychosis, the Greek form is mind, body, or soul. But then Latin, it's a mental derangement. And I'm just like, yo, like I'm seeing really how the Mandela effect works. Like if I had kept up with the archonic energy of just kept going towards the elements of air, surely enough, that archon would consume me. And it's like, I would have become that mad scientist. Going back to like Crash Bandicoot and the Wrath of Cortex, like literally there's like nitro boxes that kill you if Crash runs into them. And it's like Dr. Cortex was this mad scientist that wanted to collect, the elementals were run free, and he had to collect the jewels to contain the elements back into their respective places. And I'm looking at like studying all the cutscenes and stuff from these games. My mind is blown. I'm like, did these developers really know what they were doing when they were doing it? And recently I went back to like one of the Spyro playthroughs, and there's these lizards that are in this, the idols had taken over this village, and there are these lizards that you have to chase, and they're literally saying, Igigi, 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 Igigi. And I'm like, yo, Igigi, those who manned the ship. And I'm like, did these developers really know what they were doing? Or like, do I control electronics, or like, do they control me? And it's like really putting in that the environment and the observer, and not really separating them and seeing them as one. Like it's really opened up my mind, because like electronics will be bugging out around me now. And it's so like amazing. There's this whole song called Opus Number 1. I went to the library and I had the Kabbalah with me in my bag. I had intentions to read the Kabbalah in the library. But I went to go get a new library card first. But at the desk, their phones start bugging out, and they're playing the that song, like that whole music, and their phones just start bugging out all over the place. And I'm like, has that ever happened to you before? And they're like, this has never happened. And then I realized one of the songs that I have in my playlist for this book, I have a whole playlist on my Spotify for it that put me in this headspace. The song that I bumped to the most literally samples that hold music. And I was like, hold up, what? Like, I hadn't connected the two until like I had to stop and pause. Like, I had to literally ground myself in my lab. Like, oh man. And it's like smiling more, like really it's the yantras you make, and it's the and like your face is really, you know, like you guys talked about before, it is really a sigil. And it's like whether you are in front of somebody or not, like even just smiling in times where you're alone, like even looking like that evil genius, you know, like smiling is really opened up like that threshold for me. It's really opened it up.
Good. Excellent. So I guess to connect things, it's very, very important to understand how the mind works, regardless of what system one may choose to follow. There's many systems, but just like the unfortunate or any occultist who has made contact will say, the folly of the acolyte is to bounce from system to system, but the strength of the practitioner is to choose one system and see it through to its end. Because in doing so, it's not that you find that one system is better than the other. You start to explore the connections that are inside of a system. For example, there's a million different fighting first-person shooter games, right? And I could play Call of Duty, or I could play Apex, or I could play Fortnite, but what I earn and my levels and even the gameplay doesn't translate from one to the other. And granted, the context is the same, but the content differs. But a person who plays one of those games for an extended amount of time, hopefully gets better at it. And they begin to learn the tips and the tricks and the nuances until it becomes second nature. The mountain of mechanical repetition starts to build a space in the subconscious mind. And once that mountain of mechanical repetition happens, the subtle button presses and tips and tricks you don't have to think about anymore. It just happens. Now you can think about,
excuse me,
bigger things.
Disk not ejected properly.
Thanks, Maxine. Now you can begin to focus on bigger things. And the more that you do those bigger things like strategy and just looking ahead, the more that you do that, the more you can start thinking on a more advanced level. But if you don't stick with one system, you never get to that point. So it's always just collecting, I know how to press the buttons in Call of Duty. I know how to press the buttons in Fortnite. I know how to press the buttons in Apex, but you don't get leveled up because the time isn't invested in a singular direction. So while we can speak about this in metaphors, and the metaphors can be profoundly accurate, even more directly, we'll make even more progress when we focus on how these vrittis are created in our mind. And vritti is a Sanskrit word, but in essence, it's how these thoughts become us, right? How these thoughts become us. There's unlimited thoughts, but there's like a select few that continue to gravitate within us. And what we notice when we sit down and meditate is that there's these thoughts that keep popping up. And one common way to explain it off is that all these thoughts are just bouncing around and we just pick them up. But in truth, what's actually going on is that the mind is a still river. It's a river. Now, The still river is actually consciousness. That's not the mind. Mind is a tool, much like a game controller or a video game itself. But consciousness is a still river. Now, when we put that game in the system, when we press play, when we turn it on and engage, that starts to create ripples. And what those ripples are is consciousness interacting with matter. So every time that still river of my consciousness comes into contact with matter of any type, including sight, sound, hear, taste, touch, smell, any of those, it's going to start to cause a ripple. And the more that those raw impulses are connected with a story, the deeper the ripple. And the more that my consciousness moves from its still position and starts going attracted towards these ripples and saying, hey, that's me. Yeah, I like that. I don't like that. The more that the mind does that, the more that those ripples begin to become more and more erratic, and they repeat themselves and they reflect themselves to the point that this still river is forgotten. And what we know as consciousness is so focused on these ripples. Now, these ripples don't even exist. What I mean by they don't exist is they went from raw impulses to stories that we attach to those impulses. So every sight, every sound, every taste, touch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the story that we form around it starts to attract our consciousness to the point that the consciousness believes that it is the story. So why is it so important to stay in one system of study? Because individual systems can undo all of that stress, all of that agitation, all of that chaos. And when I say undo, I mean it can start to make sense of. And when you start the process of making sense of the story that is your life and the ripples and the chaos that's happening, when you're able to start making sense of it within a system, you can start the process of detaching your consciousness from those ripples. There's two paths, the paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. Most people, because they just graduated from animal consciousness, are going in the direction of becoming more and more attached to those ripples. There's a very small group of us who our consciousness is definitely and desperately wanting to remove itself, uninstall itself, surgically remove itself from these ripples. Just doesn't know how to do it yet. So really, it's always a choice to remain as a part of the 85% of deaf, dumb, blind, freshly evolved animal spirits into human bodies. If you want to stay in that group, continue becoming agitated with ripples, because there are ample opportunities to do so. But if you're finished, if you're completed with this experience and you're ready to graduate and really see what more already exists, then you've got to analyze these ripples and come out of them, because they do not stop ever.
Yeah, I had to make a servitor for that, for the middle path, because I've noticed that like the environment would turn darker the more that I tended to judge what I wanted to do. So for instance, like I like smoking and vaping. That's just what I like. And like I have a really bad cough right now. And I'm like, I really shouldn't smoke right now, but I really want to. I really want to do it.
That's called a ripple right there. That whole segment right there. I shouldn't smoke right now, but I really want to. That is ascribed to a specific aspect of mind. The antakarana, which is called the inner instrument, is split into 4 parts of mind: the higher self, which is buddhi; the ahamkara, which is ego; the chitta, which is what I'm talking about with these ripples; and then there's manas, which is the body mind, the animal mind. And the way that the body mind thinks is, I have these 2 choices, but I can't really be trusted to make the right decision. I can just see that there's 2 choices. Do I want the fish or do I want the steak? Do I want to smoke or do I not want to smoke? I know that this and I know that, but I'm just going to go with the pattern, with the ripple that's in place.
Yeah, that's why I'm so thankful for memes, because I keep thinking of like that. It was like a tomato sauce commercial. It's like either Prego or Ragu. and the Spanish girl, their parents were like arguing over which one they wanted more. And she goes, why not both? And I just keep saying, why not both to myself, just to like solidify that like I don't think I will kind of thing. Like I always say, kind of banish the thoughts of like I don't, by saying I don't think I will. And whether you put that comma between I don't think and I will, it really changes like the meaning of it. So it's just like I don't think I will. Like I don't think about it, I'm going to will it. So it's like last night I really wanted or this morning actually, oh it's 5:55. I really wanted a cigarette. It was like 3 in the morning. And I remember I was afraid because my parents got freaked out my first psychosis episode because, or mind, body, soul episode, because I kept slamming doors and walking around the house, and like my mom would just pop up out of nowhere and worry. And I was worried that she would worry. And I didn't want to make a fuss. I'm like, if I get up now, you know, they're going to hear me and they're going to be like worried about this. And they're going to tell me not to smoke. I shouldn't smoke, especially since I'm sick. And if I'm sick, wouldn't this make it worse? And it's just like, part of me, it's just like, shut up, girl, just go outside. And it's just like going outside, the wind would just like be localized to like the eastern corner this morning. And it was really interesting to see how much of an impression the environment had on negating itself, on making it feel negative. And I'm like, all right, face your fears, like face that fear of not wanting to get up and go outside of your rooms, like you're confined, like what are you so afraid of? And it's just like when I did that, it was just like it changed the whole game. Because I remember Sevan Bomar mentioning that the insectoid kingdom has a similar sound to electronics. And I'm just like outside listening to the crickets, and it was like extremely warm. And it had me wondering like really about the effect of that element, like why I needed or felt that I needed to go outside to ingest fire to get out of that airy mindset, if that makes sense.
Did that make sense?
It made sense to me.
You know something
Only dragons
studied
can breathe
about
fire.
Ranun Banda, that you know how you said, you know, I really wanted a cigarette. Who is the I that wants the cigarette, right? So the whole thing with Ranun Banda or body memory is actually, when you look at it from the Eastern perspective, it's actually the reincarnated memories of past lives that's actually speaking and interacting with you through your genetics and your cellular memory. That's why we have to incorporate the working of the body all together, because there's like rogue type of uh victories basically, because it all interacts within the mind. So these memories keep popping up, which we know causes a ripple. But that's what, you know, like translated victory means, swirlings. So that's why people say, man, he was talking so much, man, my motherfucking head was spinning. Nigga. We don't even know that we already speaking that, but we just don't understand the science. But the whole thing, we be having these lusts, these desires, loves, yearnings, cravings, and it's not you as a personality. It's a past memory that was attached to something that was your past self. That's how serious that should go. That's how karma works. The karma works by you reincarnating and have to repeat certain things. It's not that reincarnation is some negative thing. It's that some things you reincarnate with again because it wasn't let go of. Particular character, motherfucker. No, um, I'll use an example. I like using something that you can visualize and kind of. If anybody ever saw those fucking horror movies with like the haunting in Connecticut and all of them things, there was one of them where this man, all he did was sat in his chair in this one particular corner of the room. He was dying of cancer and shit like that, and he spent the rest of his time just sitting in that chair. He was just miserable the whole time, sick and festering and still smoking. Well, when he fucking died, that motherfucking area over there was so much energy he left over there. Of course, they use it as dark energy in the movie, but it's that kind of shit. Those
Yeah.
are the things that we leave. It's impressions that has been ripples of victories that's left a dent. It's left. That's what an impression means. It means it's left some sort of you can feel where it like you get hit with a bullet. So I'm just gonna leave a hole.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing is when we crave the cigarette, that's where the working of the techniques and tools got to come in. So you catch yourself, you're like, oh shit, let me master this right now. I don't. You can even play a game with it. You can talk to, well, me personally, I don't want a cigarette. You may want it, but I don't. And giggle at yourself. All of that because you know you could. It's an act between this what we call the subconscious mind and the what we term the subconscious mind are ranunbandas, are memory patterns from eons ago. All you gotta do is play like Night was Creatrix was just mentioning video games. Go play Assassin's Creed. The original Assassin's Creed, that's what it's based off of. They utilized this one guy
Yeah.
because he had a particular bloodline attached to this assassins guild back in the motherfucking the 1600s and all over the fucking place. That they took him, put him inside of the computer machine, and was taking him. He was reliving the memories of his ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
Funny you say that too,
So-
because in my story that I'm writing, I wrote about Ball right, but way before I even like was interested in Goetia. Like I just knew I wanted to write about demons, and these demons were in charge of like certain gates. Like there's a snippet from it. Like I had Ball in charge of Gate 3, and Gadamus, who is a lord of the second gate, a lord of lust, for the second gate. And I'm like, yo, the gates are chakras. Like the more I'm studying, I'm like, the third gate is the solar plexus. Like that's willpower. Like that's like so interesting. And it's like I didn't even put like these two things together until like recently when I'm writing like as I'm writing like literally as I'm writing the second book, like events will happen as soon as I write it. So it's making me be more careful with my writing because I went through so many drafts. I wrote like maybe 3 full-length books before I came to this one because I was like really hell-bent on telling the story. And I was like, it wasn't until like I decided to get it published right on the summer equinox, summer solstice of last year when I did it. Is like all of these things came flooding in, and I'm just like, like it also puts into effect like the microcosm and the macrocosm, and as well as the cardinal directions and the equinoxes and the turning these points of light and the refract. Like in my book, there's the demons are obsessed with this thing called the refract, and they're like, it allows them to get to the Malkuth or to the human world. It allows them to get there. And
like the Decepticons trying to get the energy cubes.
Exactly. It is like I'm writing all of this as from middle school until last summer, like, you know, finally ending it with a Bible verse from John 10. And I encourage you all to read that chapter of John 10 because I scribbled it down on a sticky note, not thinking anything of it. And then like I'm like wondering, after doing my Ganesha mantras at 7-Eleven, I'm wondering like, how am I gonna wrap up this book? And I'm like looking at the sticky note, I'm like, might as well Google it. And I'm like, perfect. that's perfect. That's perfect. So
You know
yeah.
something you said earlier about, you was talking about how you can, like, even the face has a certain particular, you know, geometry and stuff about it. You ever seen this before, Trav? Let me turn on my this is called the short face or the long face, the divine face.
No.
This is the long face.
I can kind of see the cow, the cow imagery in it.
Hebrew. This is the face of Adam Kadmon. So remember, like I was saying earlier about the whole matrix being basically a mathematic equation and shit like that. That's what they really talking about is ancient text, Hebrew and shit like that is our true. This is our true composition right here. Now these are all speaking the eyes, our story and shit like that. So when we come to the tree of life, you know what I mean? We know that's the same thing I was saying earlier, that we don't have to keep utilizing base metals to empower ourselves, because we carry that power that the base metal really represents is already within us. Bobby Hemmett used to call it the awakening of the sleeping gods, or nowadays it's not. Sleeping gods and old gods are two different things. I'm a old god. You understand what I'm saying? They, like, when you talk about they people worshiping Amon Ra. Well, Amon Ra's a new god compared to Atum, the
Now look at
self-created,
this.
the self-created Lord. So, visitors.
Speaking of, let's see, it kind of looks like this.
Interesting.
The back of the brain.
That's the medulla oblongata.
So you talk about these patterns that continue to replicate, right? Even down to like old stuff like Adam Kadmon and the long face, and no matter what, this information is always going to be there. And these chakras and the spirits that we work with, and it's almost another. It can be, if you really want to look at it and slice it up, another illustration of how this routine, mechanical vritti, just like the old man who was sitting in that corner in that chair stewing in that same physical spot, that's a dense version of the vritti. And this also happens on the subtle planes as well, with emotions and thoughts, right? The same thoughts that we circulate in the same area will start to create patterns that exist further. They have the potential to outlive the battery that gives them juice. But this also helps us to learn how to distinguish between intuition and vrittis that we may have forgotten about. See, this is another thing that I constantly try to say. The conscious mind is not the God that everyone thinks it is. The conscious mind that thinks and tries to figure it out and piece it together.
Hold on, Trav. Hold your thought. Look at, this is crazy. Look at that picture, right? You see that?
Yeah.
Now look at this. Wait, watch this.
Whoa.
We ain't playing. You
Can't make this up. You cannot make it up.
You can't make it up, man.
The patterns.
It's right there.
It's beyond us. Like, it's beyond, like, these impressions we might receive, but we didn't come up with them. These have been circulated for so long. A lot of these magical systems are simply as custodians to help us realize what's already here. We don't figure, there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. We just have to calm down the ripples in our own river so that we can see what's already present. But this is where ritual helps, because in ritual, we start to embed a lot of these patterns into our own experience so that we can start to see the bigger patterns.
It's very nice.
And even like getting more into Venus, and I've been stuck on the path. I feel my biggest challenge was the path of Peh, or the 27th path, and the vices were unchastity, lust, and drugs. And a big challenge for me. And so my mom's side of the family, they have hypo and hyperthyroid history and history of issues. And my dad's side, most of the, and my mom's side had typically had problems with alcoholism. And my dad's side, they typically had, there's mostly smokers. Most of the women in my dad's side smoke. And it was really puzzling to me. I'm like, it's interesting. And not until doing the alchemy of both and like being in a Dionysian environment and having all the luxuries of that, but purely from will and not trying to, not trying to overexert it, because when I overexerted it, I immediately get smacked down. Like with shrooms, like boom, here you go. You're outside naked in public. Have fun. And it's just like, oh my God, I'm about to catch a charge. I'm so scared. And then with this Adderall is like, oh my God, I'm about to be diagnosed as psychotic. I don't want to be psychotic. It's just like seeing how judgment affects that too, but seeing how the alchemy of both, like if I had avoided both of those things my whole life and not had the understanding from it, like, you know, I've always been told like, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. And it's just like, I don't think I will. And just go ahead and do it. Because it's like, I always got to find out for myself just to make sure, but always having that principal guidance, like thankful and grateful to have like those primary guidances to like be there. Because like even my insurance was Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they took care of like all the expenses of everything. And it was thanks to my parents. And Seven Bowman mentioned like, you know, your protection is your skin. The outer layer or your skin is the biggest organ in your body. And it's like your parents serve as that protection when you fail to do that for yourself, for lack of better words. And it's just like, you know, like if it wasn't for them, it's like, like I really had to just graduate into adulthood. Like, okay, I've been like a child all along. Gotta buckle up a little loose ends here and there. But also with writing my book, I had a character who was a shapeshifter named Elizabeth Stanton. And in the first hospital, I'm laying in the bed, toying with the cops, you know, showing my boobies. It was so fun. Anyway, I digress. But
that's a hell of a name, Elizabeth Stanton.
Right. Okay, like check this out. I asked the cop to turn on the TV. He's like, you want the TV? Okay.
Saxon.
As soon as he turns on the TV, Elizabeth Stanton here, I'm just like, what the fuck? Where am I? Like, what? I'm like, did they just hijack my story? Wait, calm down. Oh, we're still here. Nobody's hijacking. It's all you. And it's like, there's this lady who's a news reporter and she's doing a dog show. She's like, she has this whole show. I can pull it up right now. I was like, did they just hijack my story? Let's see, Elizabeth Stanton. I thought I created this name from, there she is. I've never heard of this lady ever in my life. And
That's
as I'm going
Elizabeth
through this
Stanton.
experience, yes. And
She
like
looks
she's
like
on the
Elizabeth
TV.
Stanton.
I love the major society. We're crazy.
And like I used to be obsessed with this book called Maximum Ride.
Oh
And it's
my
about
God, man.
these bird kids. And the character from my story, Elizabeth Stanton, is a
Trav,
shapeshifter from an
give
avian.
us a close up of Elizabeth Stanton.
She was a shapeshifter from an avian clan. And
Oh my
so they can
God.
only turn into like bird species, right? So at the second psychiatric center, when I'm throwing my tantrum because I'm in the step down facility, they're pulling a McDonald's saying they don't have coffee. And I'm like, you're lying. I just had coffee over there. I'm on the counter. I look down and there's the book Maximum Ride, where I used to read the story all the time. And I was just coloring a sheet for a coloring book I just found before I went at Ollie's. I was coloring a sheet from this Maximum Ride coloring book. And I've just made one of the characters black. And one of the black characters in the comic book, her name was Nudge. And Nudge had the power to control electronics and electricity. And I always like fantasizing of being Nudge. I remember my friend and I used to always pretend we had wings, and we would go on like forums, and it'd be like kids being like, hey, let's meet up here. I grew my wings, da da da. And we like legit thought that was real. We were just like, oh, I feel my wings growing. Wow. And like the first psychiatric center, I see Elizabeth Stanton on screen, who's the bird. And then second psychiatric center, on the counter, there's Maximum Ride about bird kids who escaped from a scientific lab facility. And I'm just like, they were all just like grounding points for me. I was like so enamored by this realm of fantasy.
She got some good stories.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting better at storytelling.
Yo, being from Connecticut, my humor is like different. So when you said the name Elizabeth Stanton, that shit was all Connecticut to me. You know what I'm saying? That's what made it hilarious.
Wow.
And that's exactly what she was supposed to look like. That
I was like, she looked like an
you
android.
understand what I'm
is this?
saying? I'm telling you, you just now displayed everything that was in my mind. When you said Elizabeth Stanton, I saw that woman in my fucking brain.
Watch this. We're gonna search the content.
Oh my God.
Like, I just is it entrance?
No, you've been hiding stuff.
Yeah,
man.
like,
You didn't have
She's
this
been
book.
hijacked around there, man.
You ain't
She's
let us
definitely-
know about this book. You've been keeping all of this good stuff to yourself.
Here it is. Elizabeth Stanton, shapeshifter. The next paper had written plainly above, which estimated her height, age, and threat level. Like, I wrote this in high school, most of this, high school and college, like, and then I go and I'm chained up. They had me chained up and shackled in the hospital, but I kept snaking my way through the handcuffs, and I would turn on like the oxygen valves, like just toying with the hospital staff. Like, I had so much fun doing it.
Night, in all honesty, to keep it a buck, it ain't funny, but yo, it is funny at the same time.
But she makes it funny.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, yo, like you was to the point where you had to be shackled. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they checked me so fast. Like, having that complex with my brother of like always having to be a doctor. Like, I tried. I even like studied in college for biology, but it hadn't gone to waste. Like, I'm seeing how it all ties together. And I had when I came back from the second psychiatric center, my dad was like, you know, there's this ad on TV for Portsmouth Public Schools for a biology teacher. You should check it out. And I was so like fried. My right brain was like not creative. I only had my conscious mind to dwell from. 1 second. I only had my conscious mind to dwell from. And I applied for it, and I got the job for a biology teacher at Portsmouth Public Schools. But like during the interview, I answered it so fluidly I didn't prepare for anything. I just said winging it. I just winged it. And it's like I was treating resumes, like looking at the language of resume and resume. And I'm just like, I just blinks the time sweeper like throughout this whole span. And now I'm like resuming. And it's like around Christmas, I told everybody I'm going to become a teacher. And like the inner nucleus, that family structure, I never had so much praise. Like I only said this to my brother, like just opening it up to my brother and like leveling with him finally as an adult. Like, and then everybody just kind of perked up and tuned in like at that moment. And they just like couldn't stop talking about it for the rest of the night. And I'm just like, okay, well, and I had wrote a sigil for a teacher on my wrist, but I did the gematria for the school that that I'm supposed to be hired at. Is IC Norcom, and literally the gematria is magic is real. Came up, magic is real. Like I can't make this up. Like I was just like, come on, like I can't make this up, man. Like I get it. I submit. You got me. Like, oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Hold up.
Bandhanat Mrityurmukshiyamamritat.
Yeah, this book ain't gonna take you long at all to
No.
go through, man.
Kind of forgot how short these were.
But they power pack. You know what those books are like? They're like taking a double barrel shotgun and cutting it off so you make a small one. So you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
still it's just more. All you did was make compacted, but made it even more dangerous. Think about
Even
how
more
many big
dangerous.
fluff books we read, big long 480 pages. Think
Yeah.
about Michael Ford books where you got to read
Yeah.
his books were very technical. I'm not saying they were like 400 pages, but they were quite long to get to the point. Certain books.
He's coming for a new one, Michael Dovey 4. I just saw him yesterday. He's making a new powerful, that's what he say, powerful, satanic.
Said he made them powerful. I thought it was already powerful, man.
You know how business is, man. You know how it is. It's
He's trying to
you
get
know,
millennial money right now. You know what I'm
you gotta do what you gotta do with business, man. I like it. I like it. I like it. He is powerful, Luciferian type of thing. And then he's actually, for those who love Hecate up there, he's gonna release a new book in 2022. I don't know exactly when, but he said that he's gonna start releasing some of the practices from Hecate from 2022. He just mentioned that yesterday, so it's brand new. So yeah.
To be honest, this book probably could have been read in a week. I mean,
yeah,
no question about that, but
yeah. And especially that you had this group in here that we read like we read fast. Yeah.
Sutra have no more PDFs, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's why.
I've noticed that putting my books next to me on my bed, along with my
Yeah.
sketchbooks, have been like truly amazing. Like I'll wake up like wondering about something, and then I'll open one of my old sketchbooks, and I'll have like exactly that image of what I'm studying, and it's like the realm of archetypes have been so fully engrossed in trying to like seeing how that path of Pe really polarized me, and seeing how Tippereth, I at first thought it was like a bug light because it was alluring, yet zapping, trying to find that power of the will to see things through the completion, to see, what the great work really is. And it's like, I think it was Panic or Bobby Hemmett, somebody said the work is already done. And it's like, that's when I realized, like, yo, like, I really don't have to search for a job right now. I don't have any money, but it's chill. And now, like, the commissions are rolling in and like out of nowhere. And like, money is not even like
sometimes
an
that's all you
issue.
got to do is
Yeah.
don't do anything. I'm not saying just be lazy and lackadaisical. I'm just saying don't do anything that creates anxiety, and it will the frequencies are line up for you where you can be like, oh shit, it's like Tetris.
I think one way to look at it is an understanding that the conscious mind is not the one in control. It's the conscious mind and the vrittis of Chitta that needs to realize that everything's already done. It's because it's not, because then you want to think about, well, what does that mean, that I don't have to do anything? Well, the truth is a trusting in that higher aspect of self that has more foresight than the conscious mind and will align these things, has already aligned these things. You come into alignment. But if you rely on just the Chitta aspect of mind, always searching and trying to solve the puzzle, you don't have enough data, and it's not equipped to find the right data to control everything. If that part of mind understands that everything's already taken care of, life becomes a whole lot less stressful.
And when you mention, like, when you get in the symbolic aspect of it all too, like, another story, it was a couple days before I'm released at the second psychiatric center, and had a hard time sleeping, getting nosebleeds. I had to take like medicine to go to sleep because everybody's like getting up, singing in the halls, singing in the halls and slamming doors, and I'm just like annoyed, like, please get me out of here. And I had a dream of my family being at the bottom of a water tower facility. And when I get home, I find out that our hot water heater is broken and busted, and all the lines are backed up with clay and like a silt-like material. And we're getting a new well dug soon. So it was very interesting. I'm like, that dream was so vivid of water. And I had my cup on my altar. I had put wine in it, and I put like my crystals and a bunch of like holly and a bunch of like scents and paraffins, and I was just going in with the concoctions. And like around the second time of the psychosis, when like guides were like, we're not having it anymore, joke time's over, I was stanking, bro. Like, I had not checked my hygiene. Like, I couldn't smell myself. And it really made me like put into perspective what like coronavirus, how they say like you lose your sense of smell. Does it make sense? It's like, I'm seeing how like words really do program your reality too. It was like, I hadn't even known I was like stinking. I didn't even like, wasn't sick or anything. Didn't have a corona or anything. But like it really removed that sense of smell from me. Like, I couldn't smell anything. And then afterwards I started marking things with scents. I got these, like at 7-Elevens, how they'll sell like those little vials of perfumes and oils and stuff. I finally bought one, and it's called New York Nights or NY Nights. And I got it because it said night on it. And I'm like, what the hell? And I just started marking like all my dragon figurines with it. And I would mark my nose and my throat with it as well. And just so things make sense. Bazinga.
So you was using that like a grounding.
Exactly. Exactly.
Remember in damn, what was that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? They had to fucking put him in water to do something, but they all had a little symbol, a little thing, a little top or something that brought
Inception.
them back to reality. What was the name of this movie, man?
Inception.
Inception. So that's what it was. That scent kind of was like what's gonna bring you back to the I think there's a particular technique that you're supposed to put scents on particular parts of your wall, and it where you actually teach yourself how to astral walk. Like you can project your energy outward, and instead of you physically going out there, you would walk in the astral body. But you first train your um physical body, the path, not just by walking it, but by scent. You would mark the path, certain parts of the wall with different type of scent. So when you said that just brought me back to that memory.
Yeah, and it's like my servitor, my first servitor, Tato. She is a jackal or a dog, and the symbol is let's see, I'll draw it out real fast. Symbol is like, it's like this. And making it, I had no idea what I was doing.
That's multiple.
But
That's multiple symbols. That's dope right there. That's a very primal, like remember, I think we said earlier, Trav, that we just like we do things like I was about to say that's a primal symbol. That's because that's basically already in you. All you've done was
Releasing it.
you released it. Night you mentioned
Mhm.
earlier that certain
Mhm.
you reach certain points. You know what are points to like certain levels or barriers that in the body they call ventricles. You know what I'm saying, or your plexus. Those are certain points in your body. Because you was mentioning something about your heart and stuff. The whole thing is we have to. It's like a transcending into getting to there. So if you push your way in, it causes. If your physical body not strong enough, it'll cause stress on it. You know what I'm
exactly,
saying? That's like what the whole with yogic practice or Vedic practice. You kind of got to work on everything together
exactly.
because you'll experience the same thing. You can experience the same chemical process with Adderall or anything you can take naturally if you just follow a particular type of process and you'll get there. But it's different. It's different barriers or different guardians. That's when we form the shape of whatever's going to be at that gate. You mentioned earlier about a gate. So when you deal with that certain gates are like ventricles of the brain. Particular ventricles where right above it is the pineal gland. We know that the heart got 4 ventricles. The brain got, if I'm not, isn't it 4 ventricles or is it two in the brain?
I have no idea.
Four. It's
So you
4
got 4 in the
ventricles.
brain, 4 in the heart.
Mm-hmm.
So we mathematics. We can. That's why it's easy when you do autopsies and you can kind of you can follow a pattern. Was there a temperature? What's the last thing they ate? With water, you know what I'm saying? All that basic science. That's why they can make that face of Adam be nothing but mathematical components, or we're when we look at each other, you can say this person demonstrates these particular qualities based on whatever element is playing a dominance in the display of actions. So these particular sciences are what fixes us to be more focused on and intentional on what we do. So it ain't just some haphazard lifestyle.
Now, it wasn't until I ascribed, well, the scent was dragon's blood or incense, but I hadn't had that incense in a while. But it wasn't until I ascribed dragons, this this knight's scent to her instead, to kind of ground everything back together. It's just like, okay, if I am saying to myself that I am the dragon, then like it should be my scent. And it just felt like I was being dragged all over the place by my servitors. And now I'm understanding like the importance of putting a circle around your creatures, your demons, your entities, your angels, like encapsulating them within a ring or a container or device. And it's just like,
or your magic circle and like in ceremony magic.
yeah. Now I'm understanding, because it's like during that experience, it felt like I was just tugged this way and that, and this, like it felt like my dog servitor was just like on a leash, but just pulling me everywhere, and I couldn't control it. And it was like, okay, well, if I deal with like the primary elements of this, if this is a dog, let's crank up the nose. Let's have her focus on the scent. We need to bloodhound this real fast. You know.
What's your scent, Trav? You got a scent that you like that you be like, yeah, that's my scent.
I have 3 primary. For the most part, on a typical day, it'll be vanilla. Right now, it's not very typical, so it tends to be cinnamon. But when I'm really feeling in, I suppose, a very innocent kind of unicorn state, it's gonna be Fruity Pebbles or something Fruity Pebbles like.
I like cinnamon too. I like the earthy, spicy sweetness of cinnamon, but I also like patchouli. It all, like every time I smell patchouli, it reminds me. I don't know why. I don't remember having it as a kid, but it makes me think of like being a baby or something like that. It's like it's crazy. I've always, and I pick it up. That's my scent. That scent and Egyptian musk are scents that I'll just randomly smell in places whenever, you know how some people say, well, that's your angelic being, whatever, blah blah blah. I don't ascribe what it is, you know what I'm saying, because I've never I haven't looked into it deep enough. But those are the smells that I would smell. But like, damn, this man, they got Egyptian musk on, but like, nobody really wear that down. So I'm like, okay, it's that me catching it. But those are mine. And cinnamon, I like that inside the house.
I like that you said it kind of takes you back, I guess, to kind of like a childhood, or kind of triggers that. I also have been just randomly, I would randomly smell vanilla, you know, just times throughout my life. So again, I never attributed it to anything other than a good feeling. And I noticed that the more that I study now, the more, I think Ladder of Lights said something about this, but the more that we concretize, the more that we calcify, the more that we label things and make it mean something, that's getting further away from source. So I'm learning now today to appreciate things as they are, especially if they're unmanifest, right? Just an example. Yeah, and that's what the smells, you know, like I said, randomly, I might smell the vanilla or like a milky kind of smell sometimes. And you mentioned that sometimes you'll smell those scents. I can recall at one point, well, many points in my life, for some reason, innocence always, like, not always, but time to time, innocence and the concept or the idea of innocence causes me to kind of like, I don't know, I get emotional. I start to cry, you know, and just
listen to what you're saying though, in nose sense. Like literally in nose sense. Like that's crazy. It's crazy.
I'll see a playground, like no kids on it, nothing. I'll just see it, and it's like instantly trigger this emotion, right? And it happened recently on one of my walks. I saw a playground that I haven't seen before, and it just kicked in, and I like, ugh, I'm about to start bawling and shit. And I decided not to fight and just let it come out. And normally in the past years or whatever, I'd have to come up with the reason why. Oh, well, this means because something must happen in childhood and that. No, none of that. Just there are pockets of emotion, and I like to see, or almost like a scrolling game. You remember those old school 2D scrolling games where you had to kind of go with the scroll, or if you get left behind, you die. I kind of see life as these 5 elements expressing themselves. They're just scrolling through, and every now and then there may be a pocket of emotion of some type. It's not mine, doesn't have to be mine, but it's there.
You speaking actual facts, because the top was changed every
Season, every day, every hour, 5 minutes.
every hour, every 40 some minutes to 25 minutes. It's in Pravritti, it's in another. So that's actual facts.
Instead of trying to fight this, it's like we all have these things that are unfolding because we are all representatives of the elements. And like I said, instead of trying to force a label and a manifestation on things like this, I let them flow out. In the chat, Kitte Mama says tears of joy. I don't even label it that. I just let it happen. And it felt wonderful to express it, after a couple of, well, it lasted for a little bit, and I put on some music to further get it out, whatever it was. It felt wonderful. I wasn't depressed. I wasn't upset, like nothing was triggered. It was these pockets of emotion and feeling and existence, they all are within us. And as we go through this process of yoga, we start to purge them out of our system. Most people don't have a tiny pocket. Most people have a deep well, and they work hard. If they don't purge it, they work hard. They work hard to avoid it. They work hard to bury it and pile layers and layers of nonsense on top of it, so that whenever a situation like this does happen, as they're sliding through time and the layer gets thin, when it bursts out, it gushes out. All right, now you got some kind of drama, you done snapped on somebody, or you did something wild, now you got to apologize, or you're confused about yourself. So much confusion. Just non-attachment.
Powerful, man. I've been through that before. I'm not as transparent with a lot of things because, it's just that's heavy what you just now said, and that's all a play, as we know now, on the elements with composed. You know what? And it made me think of this, right? Another picture, and I know people probably saw this before, but the whole science behind it is that that we know. Hold on, let me try to get back. So that's Adam Kadmon's body. That's the body, right?
Yeah.
That's the body of spiritual man. That's the highest level we should be reaching for. But what it really is, that's Yad Hey Vav Hey. And we know Yad Hey Vav Hey are representative of what? The 4 elements.
Mm-hmm.
So everything you said, and it goes back. So when we say the word elements, it's the temperament, the personality traits. That's what Carl Jung was. That's why he had to correlate this type of symbolism into our basic reality of how we operate, because it's dealing with temperaments, personalities. Wasn't in the initiation into Hermetics, don't they have a whole thing about that? Like we went through the personalities or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the basic science. Once we do self-analysis and we study the right information, that's going to teach us the truth about the elements. It makes Kabbalah and all of that much more digestible, because you'll be like, yo, it's basically a compositional breakdown of you, your mental construct, your spiritual construct is breaking you down. And that's the 4 elements too, because the path of emanation comes through 4 emanations.
Right. Right. Hologram that reflects on every
4
level.
different holograms that manifest into this solid, or we call it the densest part of basically 3D.
Could you show that picture again? So an average person to see this, if we were to say this is what, if we were to agree that this is what you look like on the higher planes, the typical person would be like, oh, well, I look like this fiery being. Not exactly. Like, it's symbolic. Those represent the 4 elements. So on the higher planes, you are composed of the essence of the 4 elements. They just so happen to symbolically appear as a man shape to help your subconscious mind get it. But you really got to think deep on these things. I love it.
That's why I used to sing that song, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." All of that. Yod is a flame. If you look at it, that's the inner light, a light that's put under. You don't hide your flame under a bushel, because it'll set. And that's where the Bible. Don't forget, the Bible was especially the Old Testament is Hebrew. That shit is where Kabbalah and shit come from. That, so you can't throw the baby out with the fucking bathwater. The Bible, because all of this shit, this here also is telling you a whole scripture.
Yep.
In this thing right here. You know what I'm saying? But they also represent your fist, your hand. That's what Yod represents a hand. So that's why they can correlate in other pictures in this book. It all represents a part of your body, because every Hebrew letter you can make it with your hand. You know what I'm saying? I remember you were showing a picture, but it was showing different rims. This is a circular, different of the rounds.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, the 3 words above is Ein, Ein Sof, and Ein Sofar. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. That's the spherical point of view of the tree of life.
If you will, it could almost be as if you're looking down from Kether to Malkuth. That
I always saw it. You're right. It's because that point is just basically like you're looking down on a circular pyramid, and each one of these spirals is upward until it just gets to a small cone. You know what I'm saying? So that's how Hebrew culture, I mean, that's ancient country. That it go back to, you know what I'm saying, Assyria and all of that. But man, this is how they keep the masses bound in. They utilizing the elements.
I would even say this is how the masses keep themselves bound in.
Masses keep themselves bound. You're right.
And the reason I say that is because 85%, we can agree that there's a mass number of people who are not thinking on this level. So they're not trying to get up out of their condition because they don't see it as something to be liberated from. The powers that be, quote unquote, don't have to do too much. Government, they just direct it, kind of like the little sheep herding dog runs around them cows. That's how I see it.
That numerical representation can be applied to many things. You wanted the war, excuse me, the war in heaven. You had 85% of those angelic beings was this. If you want to just use, imagery, cherubims do what they told, don't question anything. They had no free will, which is just looked at, and you can look at it. A person who doesn't desire to do anything, when you do the etymology of language, they were considered dumb. So that's why you just deaf, dumb, and blind. So that's the 85. 10% of them was a ruling class. It was the hierarchies. The 5% was just a small group of the angelic beings that just kept ruled righteously. But out of the 85%, always what happens? You start getting people that are dissatisfied even with being asleep anymore. So now they start waking up, but they start being that's where you get the energy of an uprising.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where when we go through our our transition as we grow up, that some people get to a point where they start getting frustrated with a lot of shit because they're having an internal uprising against weakness. You know what I'm saying?
I really wonder
You
how
free to
old
cry.
the texts like Goetia and the Kabbalion really are. Like, what if Kanye West like made these in his basement or something? Like, I really wonder how much of the framework of making it seem ancient and old like had an effect on us grabbing it. Like, I don't know if you guys have done research on it, but it's like I really wonder how much that
That's part of the science also. Like you want to test this stuff in the laboratory of experience. Like you want to test to see if there is any validity to any of it. Like that's what I love about the Vedic information, because regardless of who's talking about it or how they say it is, I see every ounce of it to be more than true. Not because some bald man with stripes on his head said it, but because I test everything in my experience rigorously and it all checks out. I'm not talking about the Goetia no more because I can't say that everything checked out. But I can say that through the standpoint of the Vedic, I can see how the Goetia works now. For example, somebody was messaging me like, talking about Citri. He must have just found some Citri videos and he's talking about how Citri always attracts crazy women. And I basically said, is it that Citri is tricky in creating attraction to crazy women? Or is it that when you are invoking Citri, you are ruminating in a particular vibration and you're attracting people of a very similar vibration? See, these entities, they magnetize like. They magnetize like. They're not going to pull anything different than what they already are. But you don't get that lesson unless you either work with the Goetia a lot or you look in a different system.
A lot of people don't think like that, Trav, because like you said, you gotta think more scientific. A lot of people don't know what the scientific method really is. They don't know
Be,
that the scientific method is you gotta have a purpose. That's what the number one. What is purpose, research, hypotheses, experiment,
and the
uh,
lack of experience too.
analysis, and then you have a conclusion. Most
Yeah,
people want to analyze some shit before they even researched it.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think the lack of experience too.
that's a huge one.
Because right, because if why would you want to follow the pattern of somebody else telling you that, and then you're gonna automatically believe that's what it is? You had to, like you say, experiment, but also experience.
When I think about Citri and the experiences that I've had with Citri, I never attracted someone who was partner material. No, Citri, that's an energy. It's not a demon with a leopard face and griffin wings. It's a type of frequented thought. It's a type of frequented essence. We talked about vrittis, right? It's a type of vritti that you're playing around with, a collected vrit. So I mean, it could have been named by somebody recent. Kanye West could have made his basement, but these things, the essence that the entities actually represent, they're old as mankind. So when we really analyze these spirits, what we're looking at is a vritti, which is what I'm trying to demonstrate to folks with this book here. The essence of Citri is a vritti, and if you play around in that essence, you're going to attract more vrittis, just like it's a perfectly figured out vritti. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get somebody who is sex ruled and has no control over themselves when it comes to sex rulership. Now, there's a lot of people that can be magnetized by Citri because 85% of the human race is animal nature ruled by their sex organs. But just extrapolate that to the other 71. Same diff.
It's like now I understand why they say, when you invoke these entities, you constrain them with the corresponding angel. And it's like symbolically that's saying, hey, put balance here. Make sure these energies are balanced so that when you're invoking this energy, you won't be pulled to the extreme. So it's just like attracting like crazy women, attracting crazy women. It's like if you put a corresponding thing of the same weight, but on the opposite side. What is it? I know that's a Kabbalion rule, like the law of polarity right there. It's like once you put that into effect, it's like it kind of counterbalances it out. It's like when I first started doing it, it's just like put a ring around yourself. I'm like, I don't think they will. My beast shall be free. And it's just like, well, like I've learned what the circle represents. It's not that the circle is itself powerful, but the very act of wrapping something around something or putting something within a container or putting it within a vessel. And you look at like from the top down view, like all your cups, you know, you put your spirits into cups, you know, you put your drinks, you put your liquids, you put your fluids or things, that fluidity into a vessel. Like, you know, when you sail the ocean, you're in a vessel. You call your ships your vessels, you know.
And
Like,
and it also represents a lot of that stuff that's done in ceremonial magic is all representative of, goes back to the elements. It goes back
Yep.
to the tarot cards. We know that cups
Mhm.
we know what cups represent. So when we
Yep.
deal with especially when you want to deal with the 72 demons based of Solomon, when you're dealing with Solomonic magic, those beings are kept in a brass vessel. So when you set up your temple space, they should be contained. So that's basically letting you know that's psychology, because psychology branched off from ceremonial magic, because ceremonial magic delves into the depths, or whether you want to call it the Lemic magic or the Golden Dawn. All of them systems basically did these things that where it was a manipulation and the elevation of their mental space, of their mind, which was dealing with psychology. So the whole side, so a lot of psychology came out of these practices. But that the circle and the physical actions of a ritual, because it's ritualistic magic too, it trains, or it's like when you go through ceremonies like Palo, Mayumbe, and something, they always using um these particular bells, like these type of uh they keep striking it and it makes this particular sound. That right there is what triggers the what they call the mounting. That whatever what Orisha is going to mount you, and then they be able to recognize this Orisha working through you because of something that you're doing now. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of that same thing, that everything we demonstrating, it just goes through, it's just so many filters, like you said, just trying to put it into words to describe it. You really have to be experiencing a particular path, actually, doing it, and you can share your experience, because it's not going to be the same for everybody as you, as mine or yours, or even Night, Creatures, a cat. Everybody gonna have to explain it for their own individual self.
I love it.
Groups in societies are ladders. Every rung in the ladder is the person. That's how you climb the ladder. How strong somebody is in holding their position. That sometimes you may have to use an individual's energy to raise yours up. That's why because we don't, when we describe a lot of, I'm not gonna say we, a lot of people describe ego from the point of westernized of defining it, that it's some bully power of force that got to always overpower. Ego is basically a part of your will. That's where you get willpower from, to go or to push forward. You know what I mean?
Ladders.
It's 7 o'clock.
Thanks, Mike.
Everybody is a rung in the ladder at 7 o'clock.
Last night on the reading that I did, there's a lot of really, man, if you just study yoga, all this shit can be figured out. Like, there's no reason to waste time beating yourself up no more. There's not. I was researching vrittis last night, and I was reading this chapter about vrittis, and it talked about how there are types of vrittis, right? Now we had talked about the gunas. We have the sattvic, which is harmony and balance and peace, and it only produces harmony, balance, and peace. Then we've got rajas, which we learned is fiery in nature. It's active, it's agitated, it's passionate. It's I must do stuff in life because I'm young and full of rajas. And then there's tamas, which is inertia and decay and death and stupidity and darkness, and it's just bleh, right? Those are the three. Those are the three different ways that matter expresses itself, right? Likewise, you can find three different vrittis of those same flavor. There are ripples in mind that create harmonious and sattvic thoughts and experiences. And these are thoughts and experiences that lead to growth and enlightenment. It's like you can spend so much time doing dumb shit, but then you see something that's wow. You see the light, you know what I'm saying? It's wow, the light bulb turns on. Experiences like that can save you years of struggle. Then you have rajasic vibrations, which literally just take you down a rabbit hole full of activity, which can be fun, can be depressing, working with the Goesha and all that stuff. It can spin you around and around, but there's no guarantee that you're going to get any kind of growth out of that. There's no guarantee that you're going to find any liberation in that. If anything, you're going to just cause more waves and ripples. And then there's the third type of vritti, which is tamasic. And those type of vrittis cause stupidity and death and suffering, which we got plenty of that going on. So what I found is that there's no real guess as far as to who's telling the truth and what's right and what's wrong. Just look at what it produces. When you interact with sattvic vibrations and you research and you practice and you study and you do things that cause sattvic vrittis, the light keeps turning on. Like it's a no fucking brainer. You just keep getting more and more enlightened, more and more clarity. But if you're involved with something that's not doing that, you're wasting your time. It's just self-evident. That's why I love this stuff. It's self-evident. When you read this book, you don't go off and start having theories about, stuff that doesn't really do anything for you. You also don't become deaf, dumb, and blind. Like if you just scroll through social media, what's that doing? You're causing more vrittis of rajas. You're not learning anything. You're not growing. Your eyes aren't opening. Light bulb. You're just keeping busy. And then if you get involved, it's toxic. Then you get involved with the drama and the nonsense. Now you end up fighting with somebody, beating somebody up, yelling, so you're out here fighting and you're doing ridiculous stuff. Like,
you know what I learned in psychology? What that's called is called serotonin zaps. When some people can take certain kind of medication to put them to sleep. That's synthesized medication. When they try to get off of that, they'll be during the daytime. It'll feel like they said it feels like they're buzzing. If they look to the side, it'll be like bzz, bzz. That's called zaps. So that's what people getting. They ain't doing them, but getting little zaps of the feel good, and they're satisfied. So they're never going above the. They're going into an airplane, but they're not going and out. They think they're out of space, but they're really not.
Oh, that sucks.
You understand what I'm saying?
And it's happening because they haven't tasted anything better. And that's what I learned also with reading The Power versus Force. Like some people are literally stuck in their zone, and it's not a judgment on them. It's just that they haven't tasted better and or they don't know how to get better.
I was there, man. I'm telling you.
I think it's B. They don't know how to get better.
Time. You start what it is. You start becoming like it's like a heroin addict. And I speak. There's how many intelligent. You know how many deep, intelligent, beautiful people was addicted to like heavy drugs, and you talk to them, they be having this story. Be like, damn, I done met doctors, real deep dudes on heroin. That's kind of like when you just be like you stuck in your own funk. They call it all kind of shit. Resistance, stuck in a rut, you in a funk, writer's block. All of that is basically resistance. It's that inner thing, yuckiness that just keeps you right there. You start what really is happening, because I'm speaking from my own personal experience. What's really happening to you is you're losing your chi. You're losing your chi energy. You're losing prana. You got a slow leak
Mm-hmm.
because you have a break in your auric field, because you got 3 levels of protection. You got your auric field that protects you, then you got your skin, then you got your insides, bones and shit. So you got to think about how many different levels. And I'm talking about the immune system isn't as a level of protection. So once something get through your auric field, because you're always down in the dumps or you doubtful and shit like that, your frequency fucked up. So once you injured, you got a piece. It's like if you get into a fight and a nigga in boxing, shit, if this nigga eye bleeding, I'm going for that eye every punch. I'm trying to punch you back in that same eye. That's the type of shit that we do. We just, you know what I'm saying? I'm speaking, like I said, from my own experience that, it gets.
Yeah, that's similar to what I've experienced too. It's like when I pick up my vape or I pick up a cigarette, it's just like I don't even get the buzz from it anymore. Like, if you put it down for a while and then do it, it's like you get the buzz, like the very thing that you were searching for. But then it becomes like mechanical. And it's just like I don't even get the buzz from it anymore. So it's just like,
What it is?
what exactly am I searching for except like
Exactly.
chasing
What is the
memory?
purpose of
Yeah.
this? Why? So as we mature, because we have to give maturity a level. It has to do its job. You know what I'm saying? So we get to the level of maturity and we have to now choose purpose. And that goes back to the scientific method. What is the problem that needs to be solved? That's thinking from a science. A scientist sees problems and decides to solve them. That's how we should be thinking. I
Oh,
am
do
a
you
problem unto my own self. I need to fix it. How am I
do you
going to do that? So the first thing you got to do is research ways to figure out how I'm going to do that. Find out about the topic. What is? So now you the topic. The Anta Karana.
Do
The
you happen
Atman.
to know what microorganism is shaped like that cow or that bull creature with like fangs or like claws?
With micro, I'm big into
That
that research.
tardigrade.
Is it a tardigrade?
What are you asking?
Yeah, the one that's shaped like kind of like a bull with claws.
The tardigrade.
I think I don't know. Do you guys happen to have the image? I was curious.
I just seen that image. Like I know what you're talking about. It actually looks like a alien version of a mole.
Tardigrade.
Tardigrade. It's something like that. Yeah.
That's
You got to
it.
pull it up, Trav. You know you got to. This
I had to
I'm about to pull it up.
3 or 4 times.
you
No, I didn't know if that was it. My bad.
kept seeing that on my news feed, like regular news and shit on your phone, Google News. It kept putting that picture up there because something's going on with it. Like I didn't even read it. I don't like the way it looks. I just scrolled past it. It wasn't appealing to me, so I couldn't.
Where are the eyes at? I don't like this.
It's like that's like my daughter. I asked her some years ago because she all of a sudden was big. She is right now big time freaked out about frogs and shit like that. She do not like frogs. It's crazy. She'll see a frog, everything is shut down. She ain't going out. She ain't getting in the car. It's crazy. So years ago, I asked her. I said, "What's up with frogs?" I said, "What? Why don't you like it?" Because of their eyes. I was like, "What?" I said, "What's wrong with the eyes?" It was looking at me. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of shit we be having in us. That same kid be inside of us. Like, I don't like the way this dude is looking at me. You know what I'm saying?
Don't look at a spider with them 8 eyes.
We be bullying our own self too. Like you said, we keep ourselves in this non-elevation zone.
I thought about Travis with the spider, actually. I was no. Actually, it's not like that how I picture you with the spider. Do you know when you do like the dimensions, like 3D dimensions, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth dimension, right? And then it looks like you separated like different souls or like different energies out of you.
I think so. Yeah.
And then I picture like the spider, like the different legs of the spider coming from you. Actually, like it's you in the center, like a Buddha, but your souls or your energies are spreading like spider, like the legs disperse. Do you follow me? You picture that? Like you in the center, you meditating, but like some energies of you disperse like spider. But it's not that you are a spider, it's like a you dispersing like a spider. Exactly.
Spider-Man, spider either.
I should probably upgrade that. I usually think of like an octopus kind of deal, but spider might be better.
Whatever happened to the spider that bit Spider-Man? Or what's his name? Peter Parker. What happened to the spider that bit Peter Parker?
Did he smack it? Did he flick it? Or did it?
No, I think he collected it.
That's just my random question to the world
Hmm.
That's a tough question. As far as I remember, I think he collected the spider, so he was doing some research of the type of spider that bites him.
Oh no, I just wanted to ask one question of the panel. What happened to the spider that bit Peter Parker? Thank you.
What? I didn't hear you. Gotta know.
Meditation and trance and hypnosis are so closely related and interwoven that it's often hilarious at how mainstream media's how the work that they do to make it seem so separate and fanciful, but it's literally as simple as going within and having an inner experience, experiencing from your inner senses and not the outer senses. Now, of course, there's degrees, right? We can all be in trance right now and still be listening and having a conversation. So it's not just like, bam, all of a sudden you're zoned out. There's levels to it. Matter of fact, number one, like I said, we are in a trance right now, and we are always in trances. But like I said, there's degrees. There's degrees. And in order to maintain your frame, you have to be in a trance to do so. And in order to be freaked out, panicking, and afraid, you've got to be in a trance. Like you mentioned, when your daughter sees that frog in those eyes, what happens? You said everything shuts down. She goes in a trance. We all go into trance. So here's the thing. You want to use these trance states and remain aware. The difference with the 85% and the rest of us is that we have the ability to remain aware when we shift from trance to trance. You can make it fun. I love it. I know how to put myself into trance frequently, all the time. I choose what trances I want to go into, just like I'm at the freaking fast food restaurant and they got the little drinks and you can press the button to get yourself some orange or some vanilla or some Dr. Pepper. Maybe it's updated by now. I don't know, but you can select what trances you want to be in and you can use them on purpose. The same way you can select what juice you want to put in your vape, except this time, just like what Shango was saying, where you want to analyze what problem you're having and how to fix it, it's easier to go into trance and do that as opposed to trying to figure it out with the conscious mind. Allow the abstract mind to serve as the keyboard and mouse of your design software.
You know what's deep about what you just said about going into trance would be easy. I saw a TikTok video the other day. Had a sister on there, and she was acting like she was doing a meditative trance. But you know what song she was playing?
Hmm.
Juvenile, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
So you a big G, you got your block on fire, remaining. She was using that as her mantra
Okay.
because that's a go getter. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you're saying. You could use there is many paths. That's the whole thing. But we gotta realize that doesn't mean you be a rogue
Right.
of the pathway and you be like, nah, I'm just no, it's
Look, here's the painful truth. You don't know enough to be a damn rogue. You don't know shit, right? I think you need to hear that, young people. You don't know shit. You can't be a rogue yet. I'm sorry. I can say that because I thought, yeah, I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna change the system. I'm a dark side. You know, I was trying to mix and match. We don't know enough to mix and match. It's already cut and dry. Why not just use what's there? It doesn't make you any less of a person or less creative to use what's already established.
learn that type of stuff.
Ain't gotta like it, but you can prove it to yourself.
And even if you try, what makes you think people is gonna follow it too? You know?
Even if you try, what makes it think it's gonna work for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna redefine all the Sephirah and I'm gonna make it my own. I'm gonna create my own Sephirah. Yeah. You don't even know what you don't even know what are you doing?
Yo, I swear to God, I try to do that, Travis.
I have
the freaking with the Kabbalah, man. I'm like, I'm gonna design this shit myself.
Yeah,
Fuck
I did
that
that.
shit. Fuck
Create my own
that shit, man.
pantheon.
Exactly.
You know what a
Yeah,
pantheon
shit.
means? You just heard it one time. Now you think you know what a pantheon means.
I heard it from Michael W. for the Pantheon.
First angel mind freak.
I was like, fuck this shit. I tried, man. I tried 24 hours. I was like, no, I don't think so. I changed my mind.
Yeah. I have two. That's why I'm able to say
Did you say panties on or pantheon? I don't know which one.
just like that, distracted from the purpose. Create your own pantheon. That
These
sounds like
niggas said panties on. That's how we used to act. That's how we used to act in freaking 6th grade. I remember we had to do a dissection of the frog, and my homeboy Danny, me and him always clowning, and the teacher told us about the cloaca. The cloaca is the frog's sexual organ. So now me and Danny over and over again, the cloaca. You know what I'm saying? Dumb shit. That's how we still be doing as adults. Distracted by sexual energy. This had nothing to do with the frog, but being that we knew, that's the whole thing. Man, did this nigga say panties on? No, he said pantheon, man. He ain't say nothing about panties.
Oh my God, we had a teacher for a biology teacher in 9th grade. Her name was Miss Phillips. She was a rather big size. And we just learned about fatty acids. And me and my homeboy Justin.
Come on, dude.
Me and my homeboy Justin were like,
you got me on that one.
Oh.
And she was like talking to us.
The fatty acids.
One of us went, man, if you don't shut your fatty acid up.
No.
Looked at us.
No.
From now on, I start to teach fatty acids.
Better burn some of them fatty asses off.
Tell that girl's fatty asses.
Oh, and it was one time in pre-algebra, we were learning about like sets, SETS, and the video of VHS my teacher put on was this, it came out straight out the gate like, let's talk about sets. And we were all like, what? We're doing what about this?
Fingers perked up.
Everybody wake up, I bet.
Right. Fatty acids, though, that is funny.
Fatty asses, man. Now you see, I'm gonna use that now so people can remember that. People likes to remember the pervert words, you know.
My Spanish teacher always used to make mnemonics for us to memorize things. And so like cacahuetas, he always said poopy peanuts. Like poopy peanuts, cacahuetas.
Poopy peanut. Oh, huh? How?
Caca means poop. And then fuetas, correct me if I'm wrong, I could say like
no sé. ¿Puertas o puercas?
Cacahuetas,
I thought fuertes made strength.
Wait a minute.
Really? What? I thought it was peanut.
Fuerza?
Soda. What's Google Translate?
What's the word for peanuts? Yeah.
Huevos.
No, that's eggs.
Those are eggs.
Where is that?
Oh my God. No, Travis.
Cacahuata?
That.
Peanut? Is peanut cacahuata? No.
No, not,
Cacahuete.
I-
CACAHUETE.
no, doesn't match.
Cacahuete.
Fatty acids.
Man, if you don't shut your fatty acids up.
Body full of fatty acids.
Yo, but see, that's what we got to do. Like, take yourself back to when you was. Go back and remember when you was 7, when you was 11 years old. Was you like a wise guy when you was a little kid, or was whatever was your? You know what I'm saying? You got to go back and revisit that, and then you go further up when you was 13, and when you was 16, and just see how you changed. Like, how did you become the asshole that you are today? You know what I'm saying?
That
People
was
don't do
funny.
that. Like you said, they bury it. You know, because some people didn't have a good childhood. Some people was foster homes, and I'm not speaking against some people that didn't have great upbringing.
I feel like I had like a gradation of being an asshole. Like I had different grades of asshole that like came out through my mask as I went through puberty. Like first when I was a kid, there was like the blunt asshole, like the one who like had no filter at all. The one that would just be like, hey, give me your lunch because it tastes good, you know, kind of thing.
That was you? No, I didn't picture you doing that.
Goodness,
Dare you.
that
Get
show
outta
was
here.
so strong when I was a kid. Oh, like when I was a kid, that was like pure Ashlesha. Like I used to knew the boys who had a crush on me, and then I would like convince them to give me a part of their lunch.
You can still do that. You make pretty
It'd be
good
like
money.
that sometimes.
I was that kid. And then like and then as I got older, I wanted to be like, you know, I was like more like the social reject kind of one. And so then I was like the asshole in the back of class who like was like quiet and everyone wondered like if they were going to murder everyone one day. But really it was just like, you know, social anxiety. And then and then after that I went into martial arts, and so then I dealt with like the macho asshole I have to prove myself thing. And then and now I think I'm just kind of like the not entertained asshole, like just like
and when they started to kick your ass in the martial arts school, you realize, fuck, you know, I'll chill out, I slow down.
No, that made me speed up more because I was like, because I started off getting my ass kicked. And
Exactly.
but like when I would go to work like with a black eye or something, people would be like, oh, I'm not going to mess with her, you know. But like inside my head, I was like, well, I lost, you know. This isn't a good sign, but I'm going to let you think that I'm dangerous. That's right. Yeah. So those were like my stages. And like, yeah, so those were the masks that kind of, I think we all play a character.
Yeah.
I think there are certain archetypes that are repeated that we all play in school, or even just through our, even like through our adult life, you know?
Absolutely.
There's always some good memories. And then you realize in your childhood, you realize how your little bit of, your little demons coming out from the dark side, you know. I remember like one time I did something evil, of course. I literally, the school that I was going to Catholic school, and then the teacher didn't show up. So then I decided, with me and a couple of friends, we decided to get out of the school and walk in the blocks and, you know, have like the wild adventure somewhere, and like take the bus and you know, and walk away from the school for like a couple of hours. And then we were planning to come back to school for the following class. So there was 5 of us, right? And then one of the girls, her name was Cindy. I still remember her name. And then I was like, Cindy, and I was the one who like instigate the whole thing, right? The whole evil plan. I'm like, come on, girl, let's go outside. She's like, yeah, let me call the twins. And then there was another one who, I don't know her name. I don't know if her name was Lisa, Lara, whatever her name was. So at the total, we were 5 girls. We escaped the school. We jumped from the wall of the school. We jumped, we took the bus. We were driving around somewhere. And then Cindy was like, listen, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go home, which it was closer to her house, by the way. I'm going to go home and I'll be right back and I'll meet you guys in a specific town, right? So it turns out that she went to my grandmother's house and she wanted to tell my grandmother that I wasn't at school. And then my grandmother called my twins' mother, and she told them the same thing to their mom. And then she called the other girl's mom. At the end of the day, we see my grandmother driving her car where we were at. And Anna, one of the girls, she's like, oh my God, Veronica, I think we see your grandmother driving around. I'm like, what? That's not possible. How she can be? She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. Guys, I was 13. All right. I was 13-year-old. And then my friends were like, no, don't worry. Just lay on the floor and we're going to cover you. So they were sitting at the top of me. So my grandmother won't be able to see me. What was that for? The uniform was white, all white. Of course, my grandmother is going to see the uniforms. So my grandmother drives back and she split all these girls like Superwoman. She grabbed me from the hair. She slapped me in the car. She puts me inside in the car, and I got beat up for the whole evening. All right. Ooh. So then I was like, okay. Now I'm not pissed off for what she did. I'm pissed off for the person who went and tell. And I was in the floor and I was like, I'm going to find revenge on this one. And I'm going to find out who the hell was the snitch who went to tell my grandmother about this, because there was only 5 of us and there's no way. So anyway, so to make the story short, my twins classmates came in the next day. They got bruises. I got bruises. My other friend got bruises. Everybody got bruises except Cindy. So we were sitting, all of us, and we were like, yo, who was the one who went to tell who? So we trying to get the pieces together. So the twins was like, well, your grandmother called my mother. And then the other girl, your grandmother called my mother. So we figured out everything started from my grandma. So then we were like, okay, so everything started from my grandma. So who was the one? So we all see each other with bruises. And Cindy was not around. So we knew it was Cindy. Cindy was hiding. She didn't even show up at school that day. But we knew it was her. But now we needed a proof. So, of course, all the people was actually confirming to us that she went to tell my grandmother. So the next week, like we waiting, like we were besties. All of us, we were besties. But of course, somebody has to do something evil. So then my twin friends were like, listen, we should beat her up. We should get her outside. And I'm going to beat her. And everybody, every girl was starting to like, I'm going to beat her. I'm like, no. I'm like, no. We all going to grab dirty, stinky eggs. A stinky, nasty, putrefacted eggs. We're going to put it under the soil. We're going to let it sit for a couple of weeks up there. We're going to pull it out, and when we're going to spread it on her body into the point that she's going to be smelly, stinky, farted, disgusting pig. Wow. So anyway, we did that. We put eggs. One of the twins actually grabbed her because she wanted to grab her and beat her out because she was snitching. And we did. We grabbed her. We threw the eggs. Her hair was so smelly, guys, that she was like, for weeks, she didn't show up to school. But at that point, we warned her that if she says something about it, she was going to get beat up. So she keep it quiet.
after
That's
we
like
threw
some
the
high school
eggs.
mafia shit.
Yes.
Like you're the
Yo.
one, you're the mastermind that was like, let's put a horse's head in her bed.
Yes. Yo,
I got a
that
question for you,
was
though. If you
stinky as hell. It works.
You know what though? I got
Stinky eggs under
got
the
if you were to
soil.
see her
Works.
again, would you, if you were to see her present day, would you feel the need to apologize to her?
No,
Hmm.
no, because she was vicious. She was with me on this one. And I'm a Sagittarius. And if you betray a Sagittarius, it's a bad time for you. It's
Yeah,
worse
they
than a
come after
Scorpion.
you.
Yes. Because we are so loyal to you, and then you're using my grandmother, dude. Like she's the queen of the mafia in the town, in the block. Like she knows, it's just she's like a freaking, I don't know, like the governor of the town. So she has everybody's phone numbers. Let's put it this way. And everybody, all the rest of my friends got beat up because of her.
Yeah,
That
dude, I
was
get it.
very- That
When's
was
your
very.
birthday, Cat?
I get
I'm
it.
November.
I get it.
No, November
That's like those-
22nd.
That
My
you know
birthday is
what too?
November
Like that's so
23rd.
much like a Sagittarius. Oh, I'm sorry.
22nd. Yeah, and the 22nd.
That's so much like a Sagittarius too. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mean to generalize, but the ones that I've met that are like, you know, they're very calculating. Like it's
Yeah.
very much like if you get someone who's upset who has like Sagittarius as a major sign or influence on them, like all of a sudden it's like there's like this list in the head that comes
Thanks,
out
yeah.
of like all the
Yeah.
information they've ever kept about you. And
You know what it is about us Sagittarians? It's because we give big
Yeah.
and so much. Even when we're not even asked to give, Sagittarians
Yes.
still give. So it's almost
Yeah.
like it's like something you got to balance. So the whole thing is when you don't accept what's giving or you disrespect that type of thing. Oh,
Yeah.
it has to rain fire and brimstone because I've given you so much, and it's just how could you? You know what I'm saying? Sagittarius are really because it's so close to Scorpio.
And
You know what I'm saying?
and
It's so,
yeah. Yeah.
that's like with the whole when you switch. Sometimes Scorpio becomes more pronounced in your Eastern chart than it does in your the Western chart.
Yeah, it's calculated. And we calculated. And it's just the fact that she not just did it to me, she did it to the rest of my friends. We were, right. Everybody suffers from this one, you guys. Everybody, like everybody have bruises, yo. Like seriously, we got bruises. And you know the Latin communities, how they beat us up
yeah,
when we
dude.
don't behave. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know that, right?
Oh, come
It
on,
has
man.
chilios, chancletas, pots, glasses.
I think there was like a for real. There was a meme or like a little Vine video going around. I think it was like somewhere in Mexico. I can't remember, but there was a alligator that was coming up on the shore, like getting close to this woman's baby, and this woman like walks by with her chancla, like hitting it, and the alligator, the friggin' alligator crocodile, whatever this huge thing is, like backs up, like oh shit. And that was going around as like they're like, yes, these are like, these are the mothers.
I don't mess around with mamas,
No.
The only way people rock with alligators and animals, that type of shit, they on a deep vibratory level. I was listening to the story that elephants can they do a low frequency sound. They'll step down on the ground and that sends messages for 20 miles that other elephants can read. Is a whole story that they done sent. You know what I'm saying? They've been scientists just basically figured this thing out. They do low, like alligators, they do these vibration sounds you will hear. I didn't heard it before in the water. Like, yo, that shit is crazy that these things making this kind of sound. You know what I'm saying? So people who really interact with those type of animals like that,
Mm-hmm.
gotta be dealing with them on a something we don't understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to check out because I'm hungry now. I haven't I say I'm my body is telling me that it wants something to be put inside.
Yeah.
Pause. Pause.
Oh yeah.
That sounds good.
I agreed with the spaghetti part because I was thinking about that.
So I made spaghetti, man, and I know you don't eat meat, so I made, of course, with turkey. I then got some fresh Italian sausage turkey with the spices inside of it.
Yeah.
Hear about Eminem's mom's spaghetti restaurant?
That's real?
Yes, dude. And he works there. Well, he worked there the first day, but yeah, no, that's real. Like, it's literally just purely his name getting him that. Because, like, I think on his menu, it's like literally like spaghetti or spaghetti with meatballs or some shit like that.
Oh, it used to be this restaurant in New York. It was a restaurant, but it wasn't like it was no fancy restaurant or nothing. We used to drive all the way. We used to drive from Connecticut to go get White Castle because we didn't have no White Castle.
Oh, yeah.
We would also drive to New York to go to this restaurant that served spaghetti and fish.
Ew.
It was the greatest thing. Fish and spaghetti. It sounds the most oddest combination, but yo, it was so good.
What?
It wasn't, the fish was of course not mixed up in the spaghetti. It was on the side. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I got to say that it wasn't fish spaghetti. You know?
Yo, Django, you need to watch this show called Nathan for You. He literally made this place called Dumb Starbucks. He took the like exact logo of Starbucks and just put dumb in front of it. And he sold like coffee. And he named it as an art gallery. So like he changed the logo up, I think, a little bit so he wouldn't get sued. And he was garnering so much money from it that like they eventually had to shut him down. Like because he didn't have a food license.
This is where it gets me, where it's like, what is the fear of starting your own business? You know, like there are people literally doing the most cliche shit.
Yeah.
And making so much money. Like it goes to show that it really is just a confidence thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I mentioned
The
it earlier.
generational wealth
It's some
documentary.
kind of an insecurity that we have that really stops. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just how some people say, oh, well, it's, they have a fear of success. Like, no, it's a little bit deeper than that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, Lord, you hit that shit flush on the head, man.
Like if you just think about like how susceptible people are to anything, man. Like we all are, like I'm a sucker for if it's holistic. I think that like it's good for me, and I have to like actually like train myself to like, no, don't give money to the thing that looks green just because it's green, kind of thing. Like, I have to train myself to do that. Like it's hard. And so like I actually just had this moment. So I had someone come over because they wanted a tattoo, right? And so I was like, sure, okay, but and I told them for weeks, like, I am not a professional. I have a machine. I like to do it on myself. Okay. And they're like, yeah, okay, I'm down. And they show up with like a realistic picture. And I was like, okay, look, this is realism. And I talked to him about like all this kind of stuff. But as I was talking to him, I realized that like if I had been insincere, I would have gotten away with it. I could have taken this guy's money and I could have like told him that it was good and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Because at the same time that people are starting stupid businesses and making money, there's a lot of fraudulent people also starting businesses and making money just merely off of their presentation, not even the quality of work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all it takes is literally how to like read your audience and then claim that you can meet that need, like, so think about if you're like actually authentic in your work. our biggest struggle is the fact that we're authentic and we want to let you know what kind of weaknesses we're coming up against, but it may not always be appropriate or necessary. So it's like, I think that the business mentality is something we have to train ourselves with, and like also kind of like really tap into that part of confidence. Like, I am good enough to be doing this. You know, like I am good enough to have this, and this person deserves this type of good work, and I'm going to be able to deliver it to them.
You know something, I just have a reading like around 2:00. I went out with my sister-in-law for a glass of wine and some slice of pizza or whatever, right? And I see this Psyche in there. He was preparing his cards, right? And I'm like, I told my sister-in-law, I'm like, do you want him to do a reading on you? And then she's like, maybe, yeah. Can you ask him? But she's shy. Of course, my sister-in-law is very shy. And then I go to him, I'm like, dude, how much you gonna charge for a reading? He's like, well, I thought it's gonna be $75, $95, right? And then I was like, well, how much it is? And he's like, oh, it's $25 for 14 minutes, for 15 minutes. And then I go and tell my sister-in-law, I'm like, she's gonna charge you like, like $25. She's like, well, how about you do it first and then I'll do next. And I'm like, no, I told you to go to do it. And she's like, no, you do it first. I'm like, fine. So I'm gonna go to him. And it's funny that you are saying that, Laura, because the same thing he told me, exactly what he said. He's like, if you are going to be open a business, he's like, you should not be limited on allow others to absorb your energy. She's like, actually, it's a he, but it's a female energy. And then he's like, you literally have to trust yourself that you are capable to do your business from here and beyond. He's like, because you deserve better than that. You cannot just stay in the basics and having people absorbing the energy out of you. And especially, and I thought about you because you, if I'm not mistaken, you are a massage therapist, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So when you graduate from your school, that's what's going to happen. A lot of the spots, a lot of the clinics, and a lot of these medical places that they're going to want to hire you, they're going to suck the energy out of you because they need you. Literally, they desperate. Right now here in New York, you have no idea. Majority of the massage therapists, they're not even working. They're doing everything in home. So for the companies right now, when they start hiring you, they book you to 8 different type of massages. You're talking about 50 minutes, 80 minutes, 100 minutes, 150 minutes massages, back and forth, back to back to back to back. Here, yet they pay you very low. So they sucking the energy out of you instead of you knowing that you have the potential with your license, because you do have potential with your license to even open out your own spa and be able to, well, I will say this, and be able to expand your business and open yourself that you are capable to do more than better, beyond. You know what I mean? So not to have the obstacles. That's pretty much what he mentioned. And you yourself are saying the same thing right now. So you're absolutely right. And I'm saying to myself, and I did mention this to Travis last time, we are magicians. I mean, I consider myself a magician too. So I'm like, why would I have to be like, worry about these things and having 5 jobs, 10,000 jobs, when I know that I'm capable to do these things? You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be like a limited. You should do beyond that. And I think that's what he was saying. The universe is giving us unlimited for us to expand, but also not to stick around in the material world. And when I left out of his table, then I said to myself, yes, he's right. There's unlimited, but also the universe is showing you beyond things. You know what I mean? So it's like beyond. I don't know how to say it, but beyond, beyond the material world. So that's what I.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's the thing too, I think, where you find like whatever, and that's where like you find what you're good at or something to cultivate. Like for me, tattooing is a hobby that I like to do on myself. You know, I don't really want to advertise that because that's where my confidence kind of lacks. I need to spend more time building that up. I'm not going to fake that energy. But with massage, shoot, you know, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, I'm good, you know? So like when I do open up my mobile massage business, like I know I'm going to have clientele and all that. And that's where the magic happens, because I'm already acting as if, because in my head it is.
Right.
I think that's where you find your true power source, is when you're able to actually see something as is going to come. And that's where it's really good to harp on the things that you're confident about, like really do some self-analyzation on that, because when you play on that type of energy where you already are so comfortable, you don't really have to worry about, you know, what opportunities are going to come for me, because you know that they're already coming. That, you know, I got this skill, I got this talent, opportunities are coming to me every day because of that. Now it's moving beyond just and I think that's what you were saying too, Veronica, is about where it's like moving on beyond that worldly shit and seeing the opportunity in everything.
Right.
Where it no longer is important as to whether or not it's just fulfilling this one desire, but it's that, you know, there's all this other shit that's going on that you can now become aware of.
Right. Travis?
Yes.
I was gonna tell you, I was listening your videos for the Tower Shooties, and I've had that book that you recommended. Anyway, you were kind of mentioned on in one of the videos, you were saying like how you can use the towers for healing perspective.
Yes.
Like if you were mentioned about using the earth tower to heal your immune system, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So in Chinese medicine, we have the same concepts. So we use actually the earth element. We use it for something that we call the spleen channel, and which is a pathway. It's a channel, it's an energy, it's a line of energy that the body creates. So it's what we call it, the spleen channel, which is related with the lymphatic system, if it's in the Western term. So it's related with your lymphatic system. And let's say you are a person that you have hypothyroidism and hyperthyroidism for night up there, that she was saying about the background of her family, that actually in Chinese medicine, we use it with the earth channel, or the spleen channel that we call it. You also wanted to tell you about the fire channel, right? Which is like the tower, they actually have the fire element, right? So for Chinese, we use the fire element for cardiovascular issues, emotional issues. So there is water channel, precisely water channel related with the lungs, right? And then we use with the water channel, we heal every problem that correlates with the lungs themselves. Any bronchitis or any asthmas or any what's the one? Cystic fibrosis is another disease that we take care of with that. Not precisely that it cures it, like, oh my God, because I'm not saying that it cures the conditions, but it helps to stabilize the condition. You know what I mean? Then we had fire, water, air. Okay, with air, is actually, air is kind of like, how to say it, people that are actually psychological of their mind, how to say it, schizophrenic, right?
Yeah.
Or a person that is not completely on these rooms, you know what I mean? Like they are floating around somewhere, imagine things that are not realistic, like technically kind of like they're floating, but they're not here.
Unstable.
Unstable. Yes, we use that for that element. Yeah. So it's kind of like I'm digging in a little bit more in details in comparison with the Taoists and the Easterns of the Chinese. And we have a little bit of differences on the colors of each one of the symbols, but we have a little bit of more extension. Well, maybe I'm not fully aware of completely of the Tao healing perspective, but in the Chinese, we have so much in depth, like each condition that we have in the Western, it belongs to certain element on the Chinese medicine. And in each element, we have certain pathways. And I find that very interesting how the Tao Shuddhis, who be not sure if it's related with the Ayurvedic itself, if the Taoists aren't related with it, but I'm gonna try to dig it in more into that area, because since I already know the system of the Eastern Chinese, now I want to go in and try to see how the Taoists were used in the old time to heal people. I mean, I know it might be similarities, I get that, but their pathways, how do they use these pathways? That's what I'm kind of like, I'm going to start researching, and I already started to get in some books on that. So I find it pretty interesting though, that these elements can actually help you out to feel better, you know, like it's pretty interesting. And as a practitioner, Laura, you probably going to see that when you start treating your clients, you doing pressure points and they start feeling the differences, you know, like one pressure point in the elbow can make the differences on the arm, a whole arm pain. Or if
we're actually learning about that right now, because I'm learning Gua Sha, but I also on my own started learning Chinese face reading. But traditional Chinese medicine, there's like, sorry, I got lentil in my teeth. Let me turn off my camera. Okay, but so the like in yeah, just as you were saying, like we're learning how to do stomach reading, because there are organs that are related to the elements, and you see a certain type of discoloring that happens, or you like get a feel for that like literal energy, that life force, when and it's like a sucking sensation, at least for me and other classmates, when we go into the Gua Sha type of energy work and start doing the Hara assessment on the stomach and kind of determine which elements are out of balance. We go to the places where the elemental meridians are. And those belong to certain body organs, and you'll feel like, and I'm just speaking for myself and for my other classmates, we feel there's like this sucking sensation in that area, almost like you're giving into a void. And that's how you know, okay, this element needs to be, okay, there's an issue with like the, you know, with like the lower back or like the kidney or something like that. Okay, that's the water element. So we're going to go and hit up at least two meridians on the body that will balance out the water element with an opposing element, or an element that might be needing something else. So it's literally like Tatwa combining that we're using in Gua Sha and like the Chinese medicine that I'm learning right now. Is like, so if there's like too much water, you're going to add in maybe a little bit of fire, or maybe, or there might need to be a balance of metal, but you read that according to that sucking energy that you feel in different parts of the body along different organs, because those
Right.
organs themselves hold the elements.
Right.
Yeah, I'm having so much fun with it because it's like totally right up the alley of Tatwa Shudi and like,
Exactly.
it's like
Exactly.
totally insane. And even in face reading, you can tell someone's character by being able
Yeah.
to read the shape of their
Mhm.
face as an element. So there's like fire, wood, water, earth, and metal, and you're
Yeah.
able to tell certain characteristics someone has according to their face shape and what element they most resonate with.
Mm-hmm. And this after you're done with that one, and after you graduate, or if you want to start digging into it, they are actually lines and wrinkles of the face. You know, the lines and wrinkles of the face, they're actually represent certain organs and certain characters, you know, certain behaviors or certain pains that the client has been having in their past or in the future. Believe it or not, those lines can tell a lot. And the tongue itself, the eyes, the nails, well, all this stuff, it's very in detail. But what I'm trying to say here with Travis is that when he mentioned that in one of his videos, I was like, okay, so I know the towels are you know, like the elements themselves, but I do want to get into that area where how they actually did their system, because I know the Chinese system is it's a different system. It does use the elements like everything else, but the Taoists must have some kind of different system. And there is within, you know, like I was reading the elements, it's not just the basics, you know, it's not just the fire, it's not just the water, it's not just the earth, right? It has a seed of the fire within the water, or the water has a seed of the fire within itself, kind of like the yin and yang, like yin within yang and yang within yin. In Chinese, it's just that yin within yin, yang within yin. It's just those seeds. But in the Taoist, you have seeds of each one of those elements. You know what I mean, guys? I mean, I'm losing you. I hope not, because my Spanglish is interesting. But you can balance the system up like that. So if that makes your life easier, like when you start studying those elements, you can see, like you were saying, so if there's too much water, we can add a little bit of the seed of the fire within. So I found it pretty cool, man. I was like, that's it. So
Me
I'm
too.
into that right now. Yeah, man, it was awesome. It's awesome.
That's cool. We're both studying basically the same, or we're both studying Chinese medicine. You've been in it way longer than I have, but it's like, it's cool that we're both studying similar things, because yeah, there's a really cool correlation between like that and then the Indian system, or I guess it's the Tibetan system, the Vedas.
Yeah.
But that kind of, it's really cool to see that correlation, because there's just slight differences in how they handle it and how they diagnose and all that kind of stuff. But the elements are still the same and the combinations are the same. It's very interesting. I thought it was very interesting that if like someone has excess of water, you don't necessarily look to drain that by using the water element itself. You're just moving it to a location where there's another element that would complement that water.
Right.
It's alchemical expressions like all the way through the body. And yeah, and even like with reflexology, that's another thing I'm going to continue practicing, because you can do personality profiles through reading someone's feet. And like, yeah, we get into that, and like, and then their hands too, and that kind of stuff. And you can tell because of how they hold these elements within their body. So it goes back to the gunas, right? Like sattva, tamas, and rajas. If you relate that, you're able to kind of tell, okay, someone's more predominantly raja than they are sattva, or there's a lot of tamas happening here, or something like that. So
right.
Yeah,
if you want to hit the reflexology, like if you want to concentrate on the good reflexology, go straight with the Koreans. Take courses directly from the Koreans, because that system, the reflexology system, it comes originally from Korea. The one,
Mm.
the one that you were doing the palpation on the stomach. You see how you have the heart, the kidneys, the lungs inside and like around the belly. If I'm not mistaken, you were doing palpations by the belly. That's a Japanese technique.
Oh, that's Japanese.
That's Japanese. That's Japanese. Yes.
Traditional Chinese medicine, my ass.
Well,
Japanese
to be honest, we majority of the system that we learn is Chinese, but now we try to tell, like I try to say Eastern medicine, because Eastern includes Japan, China, and both Koreas, North Korea and South Korea. And believe it or not, in Australia, they also has their techniques too. Australia, it's a big one as well. And they have their own research department in there too. And majority of the books that are printed for the Eastern medicine comes from Australia or translated from Australia. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes. Girl, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, that's why I want to visit Thailand, because they have, I mean, that is not Australia, but it's, but they have like really, I mean, just being in Asian culture and being able to really see these practices. And I mean, I think that's an opportunity of lifetime, and it's really close to India. So like, it just seems to be a super ideal place to try and get some more study.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But Travis, be immature.
Oh, that's right.
But yeah,
that's
that's
the nerve to come at me, man. Talking about some sweater meat. I almost got banned from chat the other day. How dare you?
You did?
From Trav's chat, yeah, he almost banned me. I could see the look on his face. I could hear it in his voice.
I feel like I made him mad the other week on a YouTube video he had. I took down the comment, but I forget what it was. But one of them said, "Oh, he was reading the Path of Light book, the one where they're breaking down the Kabbalah from ground up, and it was Shasad and Nutsack or something." And but I kept put it Nitsack. There you go. But to me it sounds like nutsack. So.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh yeah, and chokma. I always go choke my balls.
Yeah. I got like this angry face from him. I was like, oh my god.
Like,
don't be mad. Just helps me remember it. Nutsack. So sorry.
That was like sweater meat. So what did you call it? Like
We were talking
fun
about
bag?
Yeah, fun bag. That's it. Fun bag. Well, I said that first, so I guess that was my guilty. Patty, I wish I could go back in time and use that during science class.
No, I legit like it was a struggle for me because like there was that impression that I got when you like reacted like I'm a foot, please refrain from touching anybody else's fun bags. And it's like it really felt like I was being scolded, and like I was always like hesitating to message you or anything, and I'm just like, well, maybe he thinks I'm not at this grade yet. And I'm just like, grades? What do grades even mean? Like I'm just like, yeah, it was like that.
See, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Like Travis,
Yeah.
I feel like is like so well researched that if he does something out of that area, you're like, oh shit, is he mad?
Yeah.
Like,
I was like, oh, should I back off? Like, what did I do?
Oh no, I'm just messing.
it's like, you know, he's like halfway out of being a human, you know? So like, you don't know, you know, like who, like what just happened?
That unicorn horn.
Yeah, unicorn comes out.
It's starting to become visible.
The dark Sith Lord awakens, you know? Like, oh shit. Oh, it's on. Oh, this is not good. gonna be a dark storm right over my head.
Oh Lord. Oh Jesus.
No longer hide my epidermis.
You say you'll no longer hide your epidermis?
I can no longer hide my epidermis. It is revealed.
Isn't that a layer of skin?
Alora.
Are you shrink wrapped or something? Freeze dried?
Oh, the epidermis is now revealed.
I wonder if this is how like the swamis talk to each other at times. Do you know, like they seem so holy, but like they're still in human form. Like they gotta have some type of funky dialogue, right?
Like Sadhguru, he looks so content, like with his sunglasses on and his beard swinging.
It's weird to me that Sadhguru is like the Brad Pitt of gurus right now. You know,
Right?
like he's like the George Clooney of gurus.
I love the language he uses. He's like, some people will think you are some sort of wacko. And I'm just like, wacko? What is that?
Yeah. But you know, looking at the ladder of lights, when you look at the chapter on Jupiter, it slips on my chesed. Yeah, chesed. So they talk about how each of the spheres represent emotions, and chesed being the emotion of laughter and joy and fun. Like, it only makes sense that the closest emotion to divinity is joy and laughter and having a good time. So it's like people who are too stuck up and too cold and like proper, like that's not close to divinity. That's not how it works. It's supposed to be fun. Or rather,
It's supposed to.
energy.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, I have to, it's funny because it seems to be like almost like this fine line of getting like too far into the spiritual and then like being still like connected, but like sattvic, like I think in my mind I have like this, you know, like this perception of like super holy people where it's like, man, do they still laugh when they fart? Like what? You know, like is that a thing still, or have they moved past that? Like what does that mean? But like they may still laugh, you know, like I think as a Westerner, I just have this weird like perception of like, oh God, like maybe they lose their sense of humor, but maybe it just becomes more like corny dad jokes, you know?
That's a seed sound, man. Farts. That's like the crucial seed sound of Jupiter, the gassy planet. Think about it.
That and Uranus.
The gassy planet. Jeez.
And to anyone in the chat, just so you know, we're really boosting your vibrations right now, so don't be mad.
That's what we do when we spend too long on the video.
Yeah, dude,
You should see us at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, but
Crab, you need a soundboard.
Crab,
Crab, you need a soundboard so you can just map different sounds to it and just like spam it.
Are you still different soundboards you're talking about? Are you talking about recording farts? Like what do you
like anything, like either farts or like a mantras and just map them different keys and just like
Oh Mahalakshmi Namo Nama.
I would love that. I mean, way more focused. It's like taking yoga and someone passes gas in class. Like it's so hard to keep that focus. Maybe that's one of the challenges, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's one of the challenges. They're like, you know how there's like that story of the guy where he has to walk through the streets with a sword over his head or something like that. And if like, no, I'm sorry. He has to walk through the streets with like a bucket of water on his head or something and he can't drop it. And so like he stays focused on the path and nothing else distracts him. And like, that's like the test of like pure focus. Like that's like meditation. And Travis knows that story better than I do. It's probably not a bucket of water. It's just in my head. It's like a bucket of water on his head. But but anyway, like I wonder if like, you know, that's part of the practice. Like I wonder if there's like a room where like they intentionally send in a very gassy person or someone who snores or someone who's like really obnoxious and you just have to like
breathe through it.
Oh, that really happened to
Oh.
me at the psychiatric center. It's just like when everybody was
No.
pretty quiet and everybody was kind of like doing their own thing in like the general area. This one guy, he just goes out of nowhere, just fucking reptilians, and I just lost it. Like fucking reptilians. I'm just like, yeah, dude, they're annoying.
The great response.
And I was really seeing like the traps of like how everybody like got stuck in their own kind of box there. There's one girl who called herself Lilith, and she just could not deal with being rejected, and she always tried to have like men surrounding her. And
Oh shit.
the one guy, he who I said fucking reptilians, he was a very good singer and seemed really charismatic. But as soon as like one guy punched him, he was just like, "Why, Jesus? Why have you forsaken me?" And then like, and then we were outside. He was just like, "Oh, all of this is happening because of the fifth dimension." And I'm just like, And it's just like I'm seeing how far I've personally come in the journey, because it was like seeing fragments of me just scattered about in different people, and how important it is to like not get caught up in like God forms, because it's like everybody there had a God form, and like especially me, like that God form in this case was Adderall. But it's just like seeing how that attachment kind of ruled everybody. It's really interesting.
Yeah, like
But
that.
that sounds. I'm sorry, Laura. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go.
And no, I'll be listening to you now. It just sounds interesting that you are saying about these cases. These people, are they magicians that practice magic?
Oh,
How
okay,
can
so check this
one?
out. Lilith, her name was Melissa, but she called herself Lilith.
Okay.
She has a history of just like guys walking out on her, and she never knows why, quote unquote, but it was obvious. And so damn. So there's this other girl, Maddie, who was this blonde white girl who, was center of attention for a couple of guys. And then she called her Eve. She was like, "That bitch over there, that's Eve. Yeah, don't talk to her." And I'm just like, yo, what the hell? But it was really interesting because it's like, I was seeing how like the Luciferians were like very like stuck into their God forms, and like would not consider like anything else, and were hell-bent on calling something else negative. And then like the girl who she called Eve, her name was Maddie, and I tried talking to her, and I was like, "Why are you here?" She's like, "I'm just here." She was like the most normal of people. She's just like, "I'm just here," and I'm like, "Yo, I get that." And I'm like, I could see like why Lilith would call her Eve. And it's like just seeing, it's exactly the story of the archetype like playing out. It's like what you identify with, kind of you become. It was just like.
So
like,
one was Lilith, the other one was Eve,
mm-hmm.
And then you have Luciferians around it.
There were a couple guys that got sucked into like agreeing to a relationship while there, and I'm just like, why would you do that? And like, yeah, okay. And she was just like, it was like close to my last day being there, and she was just like, so do you want to do this? Are you gonna be with me after we get out of here? And he was like, you know what? I don't think I will. And she's like, what the fuck? And she just snaps. She just keeps yelling. And I room with this old lady who was like super Christian and would not listen to anybody and always like carried the Bible around. And she was always yelling at Lilith, like, you need to stop eating that. That's not healthy. And then Lilith's like, I don't give a fuck, bitch. Shut your fucking ass up. And she would always be yelling. And the old lady's just like, I'm just trying to tell you. I'm like, yo. And I had the room with this lady, the old lady who would not shut the fuck up. And I'm like, listen, you need to listen. You need to listen. And I realized while talking to this lady that I was just like, talking to myself, because she used to be a teacher as well. And like, I was getting so sick of her stories and so sick of her telling me what to do. And she's just like, mind if I call you my daughter? I'm like, please don't.
So cute, a puppy.
Please don't fucking do that. Like, So it was just like it definitely elemental people getting sucked
You
in.
know, I would find it so interesting to see that, because you actually, the way that you're telling the story, it's the way that people describe. Now, if we're talking about the psychology, you get to see that Lily is actually a wild type of energy.
Mhm.
So she literally converted herself into an actually Lily. Although
Mhm.
it's stupid for the doctors out there to believe that, she converted herself into an actually Lily. She doesn't give a fuck about anything, because that's what Lily is about. Don't
But
give
you
a
got to
fuck
think
about
too.
anything. And then
You got to.
Eve, I don't know about Eve, but I can tell you about the Christian woman. The Christian woman is the one who's trying to balance things down, but in her mind, you know, she's hallelujah. You know what I mean? Like, she's that
Yeah.
Christian personality. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's.
interesting.
I
Uh-huh.
think it's interesting that you see all these different like masks that people are wearing, because it's like, yeah, you do become what you want, what character you want to play, but you also have to recognize what character you're already have been playing. Like what Travis brought up with the stages of consciousness, like Lilith sounds like she's stuck in shame and guilt, you know, like that that there is a seed of guilt and shame within her character that is affecting the archetype that she's trying to possess now. So like
Yeah.
it's so important to see what mask you're actually putting on and what
Yeah.
you're trying to cover up
Yeah, it was
before you go in
interesting.
and play these characters, you know, because you
Yeah.
can call yourself Lilith all you want, but the image
Right.
of the Lilith that you are creating is going to be based off of the original archetype that you already spent years practicing and building up, which is playing out this shame and fear that and guilt that you haven't dealt with.
Yeah,
And
like
you
when
see,
I
the interesting thing is that I have Lilith, right? I actually work with Lilith, and I don't see Lily like having many men around her, sexual stuff. I see Lily as a smart, intelligent woman, or smart, intelligent energy, right? Because
and the thing
to be
about it,
that was
like
Lily.
the
Yeah.
the dudes, like once they both of them got out of it, it was the reptilian dude and it was an army dude. It was an army dude.
I love
And
it.
once they got out of it, he was like, he turned to me, he was like, thank you so much. And I'm just like, yeah, dude, don't get into relationships at psychiatric wards. And like, like what? It's common sense, but it ain't common. But it was when I was at the hospital before the psychiatric center, every time I looked at the computer screens, the wallpaper would change up, and I got like zonked out from it. Like it would be helicopters one time, and then it'd be a cityscape another time. And then I met this guy at the psychiatric center who, his name was Eric, and he would not shut up. He would always be singing. He was very stocky guy. He kind of had a body odor to him. And he would always be obsessed with me. He would always like look at me and start hissing and like calling my like locks snakes. And he would always be like, Winter, take my number. People are not what they seem. Like I am in charge of these hospitals here. I'm in charge of Bon Secours. I own these hospital and that. You're gonna need me. You're gonna do this. And he would get on the phones and like pretend like he's talking to his CO of the army. Like, well, you need to
That's so
realize
interesting.
I'm here and I'm
He's
doing
living
this.
it. He's actually living it. That's crazy. He's living it. He's actually hearing. He's calling his CEOs. He's actually listening to them. It's interesting. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like he got so annoying to the point he was just like talking so much smack about me. He's just like, yeah, Winter, she wants to be my wife one day. And I'm just like, I had it. It was like a time for me to have a stand. I'm like, can you guys keep my name out of your mouth or just don't talk at all? And he just stopped talking to me, and it was like amazing. I'm like, this has all been an experience and learning about my voice. Very cool. My airways and the voice. Yeah, it was oh man. I had to take notes on. I took plenty of notes on this, like detailing.
You
like,
should. I was gonna
people.
tell you. Maybe you should write some some books or something of that experiences that you have around it,
Yeah.
you know. And the interesting thing that I saw in you is that you actually saw magicians. Technically, there's magicians. You remind me that movie, The Magicians. You know, when they were in a psychiatry center. They
Oh
all
yeah,
were
I
sitting
kept
at a
thinking
table.
about that. I kept thinking about that scene because I watched that before I went to the first psychiatric
Mhm,
center, right?
yeah.
And when like Quentin couldn't use his magic to get out. But in the first psychiatric center, I was using
She
like
did.
all of my magic. It was working. I used all of it to get out of there. And I kept thinking of that scene like over and over and over. And then like eventually like he tried to do like the sleight of hand to like not take the
Yeah.
medicine. And I actually thought about that at the second psychiatric center. I'm just like, you know what? You don't have to take the meds. You don't have to take the meds with you. You could just like sleight of hand it, spit it out, like swoosh it around. I'm like, that worked the first time, but I don't think it's gonna work this time unless I want to be here for longer. So like let's cooperate now. Like
Technically, you could do it in your mind itself, not precisely physically for them to see
Yeah.
it, but you can just could have done it in your brain, in your imagination, especially that you have that good imagination. The problem that people has is that they showing like Travis keeps saying, and that's for the people up there on YouTube, you cannot show these things to people that are not familiar with it. The first thing they're going to think is that we are crazy. You can't show these things to these people because you're going to end up having a lot of medications up there, a lot of Xanax and all this stuff. They're going to try to prevent you to be you. But at the same time, you got to look at these as not being unbalanced yourself as well, you know?
Right.
Like
Right.
it's so important to balance things down.
They want to learn it the hard way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whoa, my camera's on this whole time? What the hell?
The camera was off. What happened with the puppy? It was so cute. This big cute puppy. The puppy.
There's a puppy.
He's fluffy. He's fluffy. He's fluffy somewhere. I love fluffiness.
He just went upstairs. Learned so much from small animals.
Mhm.
He's a smart little dog.
Yeah.
So let's talk about something this time that I made.
Oh, I wanted to add on the way at the first psychiatric center, when I was being handcuffed, they had a very ritualistic way about it. Or they said, put your hands in a prayer formation behind your back, upside down. And when I talked to other people in the psychiatric center about it, because they were just like, yeah, I don't know how I ended up here either. Like they had so much similar stories. And like I was a super sleuth at the first one, just going around asking everyone, like, you know, there's this Hispanic lady there who was like, you know, take some holly and do this. She reminded me so much of you, Hecate. Like I just took tidbits of information from everyone and like used them.
That's good.
Yeah. And I talked to this other girl. She was like, yeah, that was so strange. Like they made me put my hands in an upside down prayer formation too. I was just like, and the logo on the police car was just one snake. Like the caduceus is usually two snakes with the stick going down. It was just one snake on this EMT car. And it was just like,
that's the Hermes, because remember the old medicine, the caduceus itself comes from the Greeks, which is used to be business. And then in the Western, they made it as a form of business and medicine. That's how they use it in here. But you know that the old caduceus, the authentic caduceus is just one snake, which is the Hermes itself.
Whoa. So that I just saw in the chat there what Movox put. I think we're missing a great metaphor here. What was the whole first chapter about in the Passive Pravritti and Nivritti?
A hotel.
And what's Winter talking about?
A psychiatric center.
The psychiatric center.
That's the hotel.
We
What
at the
the
hotel,
fuck?
motel, Holiday Inn.
Hotel California.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
Those
But
are
yeah,
all
like
residents.
Right. There we go. See, somebody
what
read the
was
chat,
it?
or at least listened to it.
Those are all
Yeah.
residents at the hotel. They decided to stay.
Huh. Interesante. Oh, it was also interesting because it's like I look at the windows in these places and like how most windows you could like see the shape of like the square with the equal armed cross in it. And the first center was very aesthetic. It had like a lot of uh vegetation around the facility. I mean, both centers were both aesthetic, but one was more incarcerated. So the last one I had an actual band around my ankle with a check mark, like Nikes. um, and yeah, like there was a rose bush out of one window. The window the lady kept leaving Bible verses and the things for me at the stuff. There was a rose bush and there was a gutter that fell off the side of the building, but the gutter was shaped like a cross and it was right beside a rose bush. And I was like, the rose cross, because I found before I went, I found like there's a stick in the oak tree in my front yard that had this fungus that was equally around the cross-shaped stick. And I immediately thought like, wow, okay, Rose Cross, the limited knowledge I know of it is that it hides you on the astral. So that's like the next thing I really want to like look into with, in regards to like Rosicrucianism or like ceremonial magic. But it's like, I was understanding like all the symbolism, like my studies came like in handy, like I understood everything to a T without having to think about it. And like things people would tell me there, like there's one guy who was just like, don't stand in the sun too long. Soon you will fall apart. And I'm like, nigga, what? Like I was like, what? What did you just say to me? But like I continued to like sit in the window and I noticed at the second psychiatric center, there wasn't as much sunlight available. Like the only chances we got to go outside were very limited. So I made use of like the sunlight that I had. I had to be much more resourceful in my actions and like more still, because the only thing you could do with the second one was really just pace the hall in an L shape over and over and over again. And I'm like, yeah, it's really the shapes you make, like going back to like L's and the angels and the angles. And it's like when you think of arcs versus L's, it's like, because it's like when I was going at spiraling out before I went to any of the psychiatric centers, I noticed I was moving pretty much corner to corner to corner to corner of my room, pretty much in L shapes. And then like after I got back, I started like doing it backwards. Like I noticed that like before I was going one direction and I thought to myself, well, let me go the other direction and see what happens. But I still did the same error of taking the Adderall when I know I didn't need it. I just wanted to see what happens and I saw what happened. And then after I got back, it was like interesting. So when I stopped trying to be so formulaic with it, I noticed that I was more so making arcs now instead of going from corner to corner. I was cutting through from like one corner to the other, or like displacement, like making a line instead of making a shape. And it's like going from point A to point C instead of from point A to B to C, you know? So just really, again, with mandalas or yantras and things of the sort, I have to get my terminology still figured out. But yeah, it was
Sounds like you were creating your own yantra.
yeah, especially after going around the city in my car. It's like I did some vandalism here and there, you know, because it felt right, you know, it felt right. And I couldn't ignore my soul. But it just really felt like I was eliminating a lot of karma or making it, but it was like, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. That's interesting that you noticed that with your patterns of walking. and how that affected your outlook. And, you know, as you were talking about like the arches, how you had like these very strict L's that were in place, but how you were sort of creating more arches with what you were, with how you were reaching your destination. It made me think about like the spiraling effect that we constantly see, and how that's like very feminine in nature, right? Because they say masculine is it's the one that says, okay, we're from point A, we want to go to point B, and it's the feminine that makes the action. That, and the way how it does is we have all these atoms and electrons, right, that are circling and spiraling and colliding into one another and creating these type of circular patterns that we see throughout our whole lives, right? Like as a fun game as a kid, like we always spun in circles, right? Like tire swing were like the best for that, right? There's
And
a
it's funny
difference.
because I drew that. I drew exactly that image of a spiral and I called it the vortex. And when I was outside, I think it was around the time I found like that rose cross in the tree. I remember the moon was behind the trees, but there were 2 points in the trees where like the light was shining through, and it looked like 2 eyeballs in the western corner of my yard, and it was in the woods. And I'm just like, whoa, this is what they must mean about watchtowers. And it's like, that's really interesting because I drew it out. I drew it as like a demonic figure whose eyes were very big and void, and with a vortex coming out of the head. And I was like, I named it Vortex in the Trees. And yeah, it was like yeah, it's like all of it was just like a one big study, and I'm just like, okay, well, got my answers. Got my answers there.
Well, and that's kind of part of seeing through Maya a bit too, right? It's because you're able to see the abstract, the other things that are going on. Your logical brain doesn't always take over, you know, like there's something else there that sees something else. And I think that's where we get
like shapeshifters. There were like there's so many deer in my yard, and our yard has become a deer sanctuary, especially since it's hunting season, because my dad has lost the will to hunt, and like we just let the deer eat our apples and like the pecans that come off the tree. And they just have a good time. And I remember sitting in the car with my boyfriend Jared, and I was just very phased out, and he was showing me a bunch of art, and it was very abstract. And when he got to, you know, a particular piece with a chessboard, and it was like black, red, and white, I like zoned out, and I could see like the colors morphing, and I was like having episodes to where like there were hallucinations in my field of view. Like I was really hallucinating, and I looked out to in the car, I looked out to the corner of the trees where our pond is, by that western corner, and there was a deer, but like I swore I saw him like as like a Cernonos type of like entity. It was like a man type, or like it was like a man, a wolf kind of creature, man, wolf, deer kind of creature. And I was like, whoa, did you see that? There's a werewolf. And he was just like, what? And like he's kind of shied away from me, like he's like taking a backseat because like I was tweaking and I was tweaking, but he's gotten like really scared.
Dude, that reminds me. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, it's just like, but interesting to see how I like don't have, at first I was crying a lot, you know, but it's just like learning non-attachment. I'm just like, you know what? He be tripping more than I be tripping. So like, I'm not even gonna trip. So, and like, it wasn't really a big deal. Like I'm really noticing like non-attachment. It's been pretty nice. Cried too many tears already.
Well, and that's just it, right? We have so much shame. Like I remember I swear I used to see fairies, you know, and I used to see all these little spirit beings when I was a kid. And when I would tell people about them, I'd be like, dude, the leaves turned into like a fairy. Like I can't, you know, and I would see these shifts in reality, these shapeshifters. And I would tell people that, and they'd be like, oh, like you're crazy, you know, whatever. And then so that guilt starts to set in. I remember very distinctly, and this is where we get into our own our original archetypes that we've practiced and developed over the years. Like I remember subconsciously agreeing to this guilt when I was a kid. I was driving with my sister and brother-in-law in their car. My sister is much more older than me, so she was like married and I was still a kid. I was like maybe like 10 or 11, but I remember like looking in the mirror and literally performing a mirror meditation without even knowing that I was doing it. But like I saw someone else in the mirror and it stuck to me like, wow, like this isn't really me. You know, like I saw like my face change in the mirror and I was like, wow, this is just like an image. And I asked them, I said, have you guys ever looked in the mirror and questioned if that was really you? And their answer was, Alora, are you doing drugs at 10?
Damn.
and,
Like that.
and I was like, no, but I saw that I had this experience now and I'm not sure if this is really me who's in the mirror. Like, do you ever just think of that? And they were like, no, don't be crazy. And then subconsciously that put in guilt. And since then it's been an unwinding of my brain shutting down, being able to see or experience like the different aspects of Maya and seeing through that veil too. Like there's like, you know, I feel like there's our society really messes up our concept of reality and we agree to these things as kids because we're still learning how to navigate through this world. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's not real. I guess this is me who's in the mirror. And it's not until much later that we're like, oh, I was right.
Yeah, like I remember when I was a kid, like I really didn't have any rhythm. And so my cousins and my sister would always be like, you dance like a white girl. You know, like you can't dance. And that really stung, like it really hurt. And like I had that pattern of like, oh, I can only get along with boys, and you know, like I'm too like what you went through, like I'm too edgy to even like put on makeup right now. I only do eyeliner and that's it. And it turned to, okay, I only do eyeliner and lipstick and that's it. It's like, okay, well, I only do eyeliner, concealer, and lipstick, but that's it. And then it's just like, why am I rejecting all of these feminine factors? And my sister and I have really, my sister Whitney, growing up, we had a very turbulent relationship. Her sign is Taurus and mine is Aquarius. So and it's interesting because it's all cardinal sign, not cardinal, but all fixed signs in Western astrology. In my household, my dad's a Leo, mom's Scorpio, sister's Taurus, and I'm Aquarius. So it's just like I've always gotten along like really well with my dad. My mom's always understood me like so deeply emotionally, but I've always like felt like, you know, she never understood me. And then like my sister, we always were like fighting or like always going against each other in some way. And it was like very turbulent, very, very turbulent. And yeah, and it's like the bull symbolism, and like that's always been like what I was attracted to, and especially when dealing with like the goetic entity Baal, and like I always pictured him as a bull, and it's just like now like I noticed when I was like going through the psychosis that like the shape-shifting aspect of things and the shimmering essence of things like really started to take effect. Like art and pictures like really came alive. Like you could look at like thumbnails on YouTube and like there would be colors of like oranges, reds, and blacks, or like somebody's face would be crying or something. And then like I'd literally just like have a moment of fear, and I'm just like, I have to pause and then like look at it again, like, all right, this is just a face. Like, what am I seeing? But like those pictures like vibrated, and it's like I could feel the essence coming off of it. And like the schizophrenia part, I guess, or like the paranoia part kind of made them take on that lively archonic or demiurgic essence to it, because it's like it was that something about that element. Something that's why I understand like why they say that Saturn can be like any color, or Saturn's attributed to gold or gold or reds and blacks and like, heavy metal being associated with it and everything. But it's just like I'm understanding like the traps of Saturn, or not the traps, but like the correspondences of Saturn, really. But yeah, everything had like a shapeshiftery essence to it. And Trav sent me this video on Facebook of this guy, this old man, yelling in the camera because somebody stole his dog out of the yard. And I was sitting in my car drinking a Red Bull in Norfolk after going through one of my like listless tangents of like just driving everywhere. And like for a second I got like really shook, like this is what the Polos must be like, this is what it must mean about like that Palo energy or that what is this, not Baron energy. Like it was very, for a moment I had to like pause and gather myself because it just came off as very creepy, and I'm just like, listen, mama ain't raised no bitch, let's look at this and stick it through. Like I had to like really conscious mind it through it. Like when my right brain tried to take over, it was interesting. And it's not the first time I've like hallucinated with stimulants. It's like I remember, oh man, in college we used to do like Adderall all-nighters where we'd just buy like monsters and get them fatty, and then like I'd cram for like a chemistry test or a biology test and wouldn't retain a damn thing. But I remember like we couldn't get our hands on any Adderall back then, so we had some Vyvanse, and that shit was strong as a motherfucker. And like the whole time we were just talking about Pottermore tests and doing the sorting hat, and we were so distracted the whole time. And I was like so upset that I got Gryffindor, and like my friends got the cool ones like Slytherin. They both got
Slytherin?
Yeah, and I'm just like, damn it, I want to be Slytherin. Why am I fucking Gryffindor? And then on the way to class, I had the bike from like literally the opposite side of campus to the other, and my bike wasn't well greased. I was dehydrated. I wasn't like, I hadn't had sleep at all, and I was like really just not even coming off of Vyvanse, but just like teetering. Like I hadn't had any food. I'm just like barely living on my way to like an art exam, digital art. And I'm biking there out of breath, and I look to my hands and they're like glowing vibrant red and yellow and green. And I'm just like, well, I'm hallucinating, and I'm sitting in class trying to do digital art, like zoned the fuck out, just staring at the screen, like it's just buggy. Like speaking of buggy, is like in the hospital when I was like hallucinating as well in the hospital bed, handcuffed, I could see little spiders just trailing everywhere in my field of view. And like the auditory hallucination was there too. Like somebody was like doing the Ka mantra in the same room as me, and it was like, I know for a fact I heard it. Like it had to be there. Like my eyes were closed, but it was just like I was awake. And it's just like you could hear, it was quiet in the hospital, and you could just hear them like, talking to the EMTs on the radio, and they're just like calling in. It felt like they were calling in other ships, and it was just like, Knight's over there shipwrecked, but we got her, bringing her in. And I'm just like, yo, like I was hearing all of this, and it's just like at the psychiatric hospital when they ask you the questions before they give you medication, they're like, are you hearing voices? Do you know where you are? And I'm just like, nope, not at all. Not hearing voices. Nope. I'm like, I am not going to give in. Not going to tell you guys. Like, maybe. You'll never know.
And the voices are screaming at you like, yes, we're here, bitch. We here. Yes, we
No,
here.
At that
Can you
time, the
watch me
voices were
outside?
silent. They're just like, don't say anything.
They were like, yes,
Not.
we're not. Shh, quiet, guys. She's gotta work, guys. She's gotta work. She
They
knows
were-
the answers. Let her say it, okay? God, shut up.
It felt like I was in front of an audience at the second time I went to the hospital. But I was like really pantomiming and making a show out of all of it. And it was all fun and games until there was a voice in my head that's just like, no, it's not funny. And then my smile just kind of like came away from my face. And then like my mom was in the room with me, and I was like cussing out everybody. I'm just like, you're fat, fuck you. Ah! And I'm like literally possessed by this thing. Like I literally got possessed by it. And I'm like kicking at the curtain. It's like a floral pattern curtain beside me that's separating like the other bed from me. And I saw a face. I saw a face in the pattern of it, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And I'm kicking at it, and like I'm trying, like I'm hearing the voices in the hallway too, like she forgot how to find the seed, the very basic principles. And I'm just like rolling my neck around, like, what do I remember about DMT activation? And then I'm rolling it around, like trying to like find that piece, like, oh, I can do it. I know it.
You know what? It sounds like you're describing. I read in a which one was it? I think it was Kundalini Tantra, but the guy was talking about Kundalini awakening and how it's very dangerous because a lot of people can lose their minds because they forget how to connect.
Kundalini Tantra.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
yeah. And so like this guy, his Kundalini awakened and he had all these connections and he saw like the river, the Ganges River or something like that. And he saw that like how like what it was and all these different things. And so he started swimming in it. And his guru came and was like, nope, get out. It's time to get out. That's not it. And you know, and that's why they were talking about like so many people, like you need a guide. There needs to be a guide because when we have these moments of connection, you know, like that's why they say, I think that's why they say, you know, like in Catholicism or whatever, like, you know, you can't obtain the voice of God, like, so he has to have his angels deliver shit onto you. And I think what that possibly an interpretation of it is like when you connect to things because of how we're conditioned, we don't have guides readily available for us to then come back and be like, and be able to harness this energy, and not harness it, but become one with that energy. And at the same time, remain here too. So we can communicate and be a part of things as well. Our society is not built like that at all. So it's like when we have these awakenings and we have these visions, like we're wild, you know, like you can wild out because you're like, what the fuck is going on? And no one's there who understands, who's like, yeah, like, whoa.
Like, yeah, my best friend who's a Sagittarius, like she grew up like a few miles away from me. We both grew up in the country. And I remember being at her house. We used to do like all the psychedelics together. So we were doing acid while her parents were away. And I was on the come up and I was like so fucking lost in the come up and like swooning that her dog started humping me and I didn't even know, and I was just letting her dog hump me, and she's like, Winter, the dog's humping you. And I'm just like, fuck, like whoa, I had no idea, like wow. I'm like, I'm so glad you're here, like keeping me focused. And it's just like when I was paranoid at my Veil of Parakeet experience last summer, in summer 2020, I went to her house and I was freaking out. I went to her immediately. I didn't even call. I just drove. And that's when like all my protections were being thrown off. Like my servitor that I have in my dashboard in my car was flying off on the way there. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm freaking out. Just going to her house. Like, I need someone. And then she has the campfire going. And I'm just like, I did an evocation to Lilith and I'm so scared. She's like, okay, calm down. You do know that Lilith is a tulpa, right? And I'm like, no, she's real. Like, and I'm like, I need to burn this picture. Like, she's like, Winter, here. And she made me some tea. And there was like cats in her backyard. And I'm like, I know that cat. That's Chi. Come here, Chi. And she's like, no, that's a dick cat that I've been trying to get out of the yard. Like, and she's just like my fire. Like, she always kept me grounded. I always called her like my backbone. Like, and she's one of the reasons why I started smoking, like that connection to it, just because like it was just that sense of community and having her around and like always like warming ourselves up to talk about something. Yeah, that social smoking aspect of it. Yeah. Yeah,
and that's it's so important to have environment. You know, like you gotta have the environment.
Oh, definitely, most definitely.
It's so important because Kundalini awakening necessarily mean that you're gonna head to the path of enlightenment. It's just an energy that is being unleashed in elements, and if it's not directed properly, it's gonna burn those elements up. And that's
Yeah,
Some
I had that
somebody
awakening. Yeah.
I was listening to this guy, guys. It was a few months ago, and it was obviously about Kundalini, and he said exactly what we are saying. That's what he was saying, right? That people loses their minds like easily, and there's no guru, just like Laura was saying. But also he specified what Kundalini is. It's literally 10 atomic bombs coming out from your body. It's not one. It's like it's maximum 10. It's just an explosion where you're going to have to figure out how to control it, because once that explode, it's it. That's it. So he's like, you're gonna have to open it slowly by slowly until you get where you need to get. You don't even have to expend the whole energy, just where you need to go to. Because if you do in one shot, wow.
That
exactly
is
what happened. Yeah.
that is just what so I saw this thing with Chase Hughes recently, and he was talking about like changing your behaviors, and he brought up that our brains produce around 12 volts of electricity, and that reminds me of Veronica saying about the atomic bomb, because I remember when I first got into behavioral health, I had a coworker show me an X-ray that they took of someone who was diagnosed with ADHD and schizophrenia, and their entire brain was lit up as active. The entire brain. This is what we can call like a Kundalini awakening, right? That whole everything is woken up. And so just as Veronica's saying, like that's all the electricity working at once. That's this immense power that you have to know how to direct step by step, because your whole brain, not just one part at a time anymore. And so that takes an extreme amount of focus and discipline. And like, I think that, we mistreat that in our Western society. And so it just gets worse. It has a very destructive way of exercising itself, because the energy just has to get out. There's no direction for it to go in. So it just goes in whatever direction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we get these huge misalignments and so many people just burning up.
Yeah, like
that's why they say sleep.
And one of the things that people say is, oh, you're waking up your Kundalini, you're going to have psychic skills. And they show you on videos how to like think that you like open these Kundalini, and they show you all these mantras and meditations. And some people say, yes, my Kundalini is open. And yes, I went to like psyche, like I was able to hear, see, and sense things and go to depression and all this stuff. And now my Kundalini is awakening. Not really. It's not fully awakening. You actually got lucky. It's not fully awakening, because Kundalini, when it becomes fully awakening, you become a maniac at that point. You have no sense of what this life is all about in here.
Basically, you're describing most people on the internet who utter the word Kundalini.
Yeah. And then other people follows it. You know what I mean? Because we like that concept of psychic skills to be able to see things. So we attractive to that. And we're going to copy what they say because they did it. So we're going to do it too. But you don't realize that your Kundalini, it's not the same as the YouTuber who told you to open it. That YouTuber, it's not a guru.
Guide, not a proper guide. Just like when we talk about power versus force, people are stuck because they don't have options. They might think they do, but they don't have options. And the proof that you have options is that your behavior changes, your mind changes, things actually change. But the proof that you don't have options and you're stuck is you keep doing the same shit, getting the same result. It might be a different flavor, but when you really look at it, it's the same shit. I would not want to be stuck in the same place this time next week, next month, next year. And when I say same place, I don't mean like physically or books or nothing. I mean my understanding of my reality and the fact that I understand that consciousness and matter are not the same thing.
Yeah, that's why they say you have to go in stages, because you have to recognize first where you are, and then you have to recognize what you've been playing to, what you've been attracting yourself to, what you've been attaching to. And then you slowly release those attachments, because you doing it all at once is surefire. Like it's like in the Agora book, they talk about, someone going to a guru and telling him, I want to release all of my karmas. And the guru goes, are you sure you want to release all of your karmas? Like you don't want any karma? And they're like, yeah. And then the worst shit happens to them because they ask to balance out all their karmas. And in the Agora book, they're like, you want to be sure to clear out your karma, but recognize that karma means cause and effect. And so there's always, you want to be able to handle your causes and effects. Like you want to be able to manage that. You want to be able to survive through that shit. And that takes time. You don't want it all at once. Right. All at once is like the most destructive. It's for sure, 90% going to be destructive. And then there's like the 3% of people who like can handle it, but that's very rare.
Are you sure you didn't already read the passive Pravritti and Nivritti? Because
no. But
just like we're talking about these karmas, there's also vrittis that we have to worry about. And
really?
You don't want to eliminate all your vrittis, and especially not all at once, because you won't be able to function in this body, in this world. But you want to gradually start to slow those waves down so that you can handle it. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't suddenly want to get $1 million in your bank, you wouldn't suddenly want to get $10 million in your bank account, because the average person would not know how to manage that properly. Nobody would. So you do it in stages and gradually work yourself to that point so that you can handle it, right? You don't know the first thing about taxes for a 10 millionaire. We don't know the first thing about investments or this, that, and the third. We don't even know how to get there, let alone how to manage it. Likewise with the vrittis and the karmas, before we get to those stages that we all think that we know what we want, we've got to gradually work our way up there. It only makes sense. Like with fasting or becoming vegetarian or whatever. I tried becoming vegan and vegetarian for years, but man, that bacon was so damn good. That fried chicken was so damn good. Drop it and come right back to it.
Yeah, I pulled that on my parents when I was going through it because they were so worried. I go to my dad, I'm just like, I think I want to be a vegetarian. He didn't say anything. It's just like with my mom, do something like say something equally on the opposite spectrum. And she's like, okay. And then at dinner time, I'm just like, I'll have some steak. And they're just like, good. And they're just like making me a plate. And I'm just like, yeah, this is nice.
You see, but that's the thing. When you becoming vegan or vegetarian, you can't just cut the meat in like instant. You have to cut the amount you eating. You see, I have not eaten meat for 5 years, like red meat. And last year, I cut the chicken. This year, I'm going to cut the salmon. But it takes long term to cut this stuff. It's not like I'm going to become vegetarian and then your whole family eats meat. And also you have to respect that, right? You have, and they put the meat in front of me, like on the tables, especially Thanksgiving and all that. I used to say they're rude. Why are they doing that? Because they eat meat, right? So then along the road, I become vegetarian. And now my sisters-in-laws are like, listen, I think we want to become vegetarian too, because we like this idea of vegetarians. But it's not simple. It doesn't mean that you're going to cut your meat like instantly. So, okay, so you eat meat. You have what, a year, 2 years, you have not eaten meat. And then you bite the meat. All right. So you're still vegetarian, to be honest, because you're not eating all the meat every single day. And along the road, when you're beginning to eating that meat, after you have lived meat for a long time, you're going to taste that meat, not as a meat, but blood. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
After you
That's started to
finish
happen to
eating.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've
After,
been
after I left it, that I left meat for so many years, I try. It tastes like blood, and I didn't like it. So
yeah.
because you have so much of plant based and your flavors on your you know in your tongue, that you now distinguish that it's not delicious, salty, seasoning, whatever ingredients on the meat. You literally taste in the blood of it, even if it's well cooked.
Yeah,
So
you
it's
can
like,
like I can see why it was last resort.
right.
You know, like why it was the last resort for people, because like
Right.
I've been 12 years vegetarian, and then I would eat fish here and there.
Yes.
But like sometimes, you know, like when you get used to using herbs as your seasoning, it
Right.
becomes like things don't taste the same. You're right. Things
Yeah.
don't taste the same anymore. And like, I
Yeah.
remember I accidentally, and you know, I've had, and here's the thing too, that I think is really important, especially in like all communities when dealing with healthy food, we cannot be so strict on ourselves. You know, within these 12 years, I have eaten some beef and I have eaten
Yeah.
some pork. I have eaten
Right.
some chicken.
No.
And I'm
oh,
not
Exactly.
going, I know, and I'm not gonna, you know, like freak out over it, because like it's not a value system kind of thing. It's a what helps me be the best version of me, you know,
Right.
in this life. And so like for me, that's plants. Like I get like I'm cool with that. But the times that I have had meat throughout those years, like I remember tasting it and having spent so much time working on mastering these flavors so I don't miss meat. I then don't like the meat anymore because I'm like, oh, this is like a potato to me, you know, or like this is like so bland and like it has like this really weird like musty taste to
Yeah,
it.
my
that,
mom
like,
made lamb the other day, and like my first few bites, I was jumping on it, and then like I went to go get seconds, and like all I could taste was just like a living animal in my mouth, and I'm just like, it's my first time like eating lamb, and it was like at first it tasted just like steak, but like the more I chewed, I was just like, this thing is bad, going bad in my mouth, like I could feel it, this bad, like I need to spit it out, take it on a walk or something, like. But,
yeah, versus when
yeah.
you pick a tomato off of a vine and eat it. Such a
Yeah.
different sensation.
I've been growing basil, and like I'll just take the basil and like after like I brush my teeth or something, just eat some basil, and it's like such a like fresh feeling in my mouth. Like just like mixing basil with like almonds or something else too. And just eating that is like so fresh, and like I think that I was like kind of like what I was doing when I first spiraled out, like the Kundalini awakening, but like empty stomach, but like eating nuts and basil and like little things here and there. So it was like more focused, like a higher energy grade to like dwell off of. And it's like, yeah, it was like interesting.
Yeah, and it's okay, and it's okay if sometimes these vegetarians they say, oh, you know, let me just bite that meat because it looks good. Eventually you're gonna eat it, yes, but along the road you're gonna say, you know what, maybe you're gonna swallow it too, which is fine. Nobody's judging you because you decide to become vegetarian because you wanted to. I personally don't judge people that eat meat because I used to be a meat eater, and even my family eats meat, right? If you want to eat meat in front of me, I don't care. If you want to if you bring me to a place where they sell burgers with meat on it, I'll order fries. That's fine. You know what I mean? But the thing is that if you ever decided, like you say, oh my God, I become vegetarian, and now, oh my God, I'm eating meat. Oh my God, now I'm going to go back to eat meat again. I fail it. You didn't fail it because all these years you have eaten vegetarian, and along the road, once you constantly feeling all that blood from that meat, you're not going to like it. And then eventually you're going to go back to your regular plant-based diet.
You guys mentioned that void feeling when in like certain areas with like what Chinese medicine. And it's like, I've noticed that like that void feeling kind of happens externally, like you could just feel like a void, or like that void can be compared to as eyes kind of watching you, you know, it kind of feels like
Dude,
eyes
yes.
looking at you from like the outside. And it's just like, that's how it feels when I start to judge my own actions. Like this morning, for instance, when I was just like, I really want a cigarette, so I should go outside and get one or go and smoke. But it's just like, oh, but what if my parents are up and they think I'm tripping again and this and that and that. And like, I had my phone with me and my mom was up. She was like, I'm scared. Are you okay? You know? And I'm just like, interesting. Like I see how the energy plays out. Like that energy is very alive and real. Like that feeling of that void. It's like how you judge that energy is like really how it plays out.
Yeah, and like I remember, this is why like I'm such a proponent for traveling to other countries. Like get out of this country, like leave this country and experience a different vortex. Because like I remember being in Brazil and like it's full. It's full. Like when you walk through the streets, it's full in energy. Like I don't know how to explain other than like how you're talking about.
It's fire. It's fire. It's heat.
Fire, earth. Yeah,
Right.
it's right by the equator, which is I think Capricorn, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. And so it is a completely different vortex. And then I come back and also too, I was out in the woods and forest area a lot. So there was because I drink capoeira.
You didn't sound like spiders, those huge, gigantic spiders and stuff in there.
Mosquitoes. Oh my God. Yes. Everywhere. But it's beautiful. But anyway, so like, but like, so you're away from city life, you know, like the United States city life. And I remember coming back and it's cold and void. Like people's faces are void, you know, like there is a difference here. Like, and I, you know, I was kind of going back to what you were talking about earlier, Winter, about how, you know, it was like a ritual was set up and how they would like handcuff people and bring them to this site. Like, yes, everything is a ritual. We can't forget that our world's leaders, all this kind of stuff, they were all into a cult. Like, like they all, you know, like symbolism matters. And the way how you use that symbolism matters. And so in Brazil, they have a different symbolism than they do over here. And the symbolism over here creates a very specific direction for all this energy that's coming in and that we're producing and exporting out. So there's a different communication that's happening here within this vortex. So I completely understand. Like I remember sleeping and hearing the street lights and like being bothered by the street light sounds, you know, and like the sound of the road. I was like, fuck, there's so much noise. Like this fucking disturbance in my brain right now.
Don't come to New York then.
No, I remember staying in New York a lot. New York and Philadelphia, I could never sleep because there's so much noise.
The ambulance and the police.
When I was before I spiraled out, there was this moment where I was just awake in the middle of the night, just watching through my eyes. And I was listening to a podcast and every word in the podcast seemed like it was coming from my own mind. And there's a light right outside my window with a transformer on it. And it's so bright. It used to be orange, so I could like go to sleep a little dull color. But when I was away last year, it changed to this bright white light. So I have blackout curtains, but it was cracked a little bit and the light's just shining through my room. And I'm like looking at the window because I like feel that the voices are coming from like this light. And like I look, I had my fursuit heads, my costume heads were like, it was when like the corner of my room, the earth corner was kind of cluttered. I had my fursuit heads there. And one of them have resin eyes. And I looked over towards it. I called them my totems. And I looked over towards it. And then like for like a flash of a second, there's like the light in the eyes of my fursuits. And I'm just like observing all of this. I'm not freaked out because the podcast I'm listening to was like fucking hilarious. But it just feels like all of it was just coming from me in my own mind. And I'm like, yo, like, what is this vortex I'm in? And it's like, okay, well, it has to be my mind. Cause like my initial response, like I even messaged Trav during all of this, like, ha ha ha, your troll toll is so funny, because I literally thought like I was in his astral realm for a second, like not knowing like exactly where the heck like the astral realm is. Like I always was under the impression you had to be asleep to access the astral and then like fly up out of your body. And it's just like, nah, I've been like literally day walking through the astral. Like this is an actual step. Like, and I'm just like now coming to terms with that. And like, like I message I was like having so much energy, and like the voices, or for lack of a better word, quote unquote, the voices in my head were just like so organically coming from me from like all the sources, especially with electronics or the airwaves. Going back to the air aspect again, that I started to actually believe that I could control electronics, like in a wizard sense, like, ooh, I control electronics. Like my initials are WEB, so web. And so I'm just like, I am literally the internet. I am the web. Like it eventually kind of transcended to that a bit, cascaded to that, because I was kind of chasing that high, kind of chasing that mode of being to where it's just like, oh, I am in control of this, when in fact it's like, okay, well, I'm just kind of a part of it, not really in control of it. So
well, and you could control certain functions on the electronics if you had the focus. Like if you were able, if you practiced it, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
like I think that's again where it's like all this shit's possible. You just have to, like, it helps to have a guide, and it helps to be able to practice it and gain and put your focus onto it, you know, like
literally when I have these experiences and I kind of zonk out, something happens with my computer, my electronics. Like I put stickers on my computer tower, and I anoint it with oil. And last year when I zonked out on my shroom trip and I was like coming back down, I knocked over, I was playing Destiny 2, and I knocked over an entire cup of water on my computer, and it has like an open vent on the top, but like a magnetic kind of slip on top of it. And literally it force fielded around the tower. Like I hurriedly turned my computer off, unplugged everything, like got into it, made sure like none of my hardware was soaked or anything. And it was like completely dry inside. And I'm just like, yo, I also like short circuited my speaker. And then this time when I came back from the second psychiatric center, my computer kept shutting off like it had a virus. And I'm like, yo, like whatever protections or like whatever mental protections I put, like especially since I've built my computer and it's like a child to me, it like has that secondary energy of feeling like, wow, like I'm automatically like its master. Like for lack of a better word, like the Kabbalah mentions like yeah, Kabbalah mentions like, you know, realms are negative to the one above it. I believe it's the one above it. So it's like how you perceive the realms above you, you're like negative to it. But it's just like seeing my computer as a child, seeing my creation as something I made, and like giving it that force field or its skin or that protective fetal sac, if you may. Like I don't know, it kind of boistered that effect for me.
it is your servitor.
Heck yeah, man. Especially since they have crystals in it, you know, like crystal tower, liquid crystal displays and LCDs, and it's like, wow, we use crystals. I remember watching on YouTube this video of a guy who would just be hacking drive-through speakers because he used the CV radio, and he would take the crystal out of a toaster and remove the crystal that's in the CV radio and put the one in the toaster in, and it would allow him to hack into the drive-through speakers. So people would roll up and he'd be like, go the fuck away or something like that. And then like the restaurants were being called into with complaints and stuff. Like I used to love prank videos. Oh my God, prank videos kill me. Pranking and trolling, it has to be one of those mercurial aspects that seem to trigger me. Rona.
Don't die, dude. Don't let this be your last video.
Oh.
Survive, Winter. Breathe.
You're not finished on this planet. More suffering.
Right.
I'm trying to get off Earth, man. I'm done with this planet, dog.
I don't think I am, man. I think I recognize within myself, I think I'm going to be reincarnated for sure. Like, well, I guess I'm setting it up, but I guess I'm setting it up. I don't know. I mean, if I'm not okay, that's cool, but I'm kind of having a good time. And I'm not upset. Like, I'm not upset. I think I did, like, I think if we're going to go, I like to go with the theory that we have past lives and that we live in memory and we're, and that our actions and our seeking for liberation or moksha it does actually like play a big part in our evolution to no longer being held within this realm. And I think that, if moving along that theory, like, I think that I have this feeling, right, that like I've been pretty good so far on like I think I've been held up by some shit before that really like fucked with my karma, like I've got attached to some things that were not serving me.
Yeah.
But in this life, I'm really enjoying the process of releasing all of that. And if it means more than another life after this, for me to go through this process, I feel like I'm willing to do it, like, because in the end, the seeking of this liberation is so rewarding for me. Like, I'm really okay with wherever I go, as long as I can continue on this path of learning of self and this liberation. Like, I'm really enjoying this process. And if that means I reincarnate, then so be it, but like, as long as I don't get off this road, I'm happy walking it.
I like the way you said that. There's in the game, the Spyro the Dragon, Spyro has a friend named Alora, and she's a fawn. And I was just watching that clip a couple weeks ago, and that made me pretty happy. Just to let you know.
Dude, so no shit. My first like encounter with what you may refer to as a spirit animal, although I know some people are like, "Whoa, don't say that," and let it go through the proper traditional rituals. But like, I think, like, for me, there was this like crazy connection I had with fawns. That was my first. Like, I remember going into meditation and being like, "Whoa, spirit animal, come to me," and I was like thinking it'd be like this awesome cougar or panther or some shit, and it's a deer, and I was just like, "Oh shit!"
Right? Same thing happened. You have a deer?
Oh.
Same thing happened when I went to the Peanut Fest. Is like this carnival that comes to town in my hometown, and I was at, like, how they have like the knickknacks, like the Native American handicrafts, and I picked up it was a dragonfly stone, because like I read somewhere in, like, I think some Wiccan book that I had like the dragonfly as a spirit animal, and I was just like, it's all